previous match, as we can see right now, since we are waiting for the next game to start, and we are currently seeing a replay of the previous game. So as we saw, Perry started with Camera Fusion summoning Chimera, the king of the Phantom Beast, in attack position, and so both effects will be triggered of Gazelle and Becher form to add the Nightmare Apprentice into the hand. Nightmare Magician also has been summoned into the field and providing some extra resources for parries. Seeing this game again gives me so many things now to understand why he made such certain card choices and how he played his turn. Because as we speak before, when you have every combo piece that you require in order to play, you need to find the exact proper lines in order to go through and to understand what's the best options it is for your ending field. Setting the mirror Sword Knight into the field, since has been summoned into attack into defense face up position in order to provide the extra effect for the monster negations from either field or graveyard, which is very important. Berlin was summoned here in order to provide not only follow-up but also extra interactions into Serenity's turn, which is one of the cards that you need to go through when you are playing Chimeras. It is one of those cards that you need to summon as soon as possible in order to have both routes in order to go to either for follow-up or even go through in some interactions into your opponent's turn. So as we saw, Paris right now has established a very strong field which was hit with an Ibiru, but I truly believe that at this point he had exactly what he wanted into the field and graveyard, because all the Chimera was there, all the main deck monsters that have the effect also on into the graveyard were there, so he was very confident about what he was going to do, since the fusion monsters also have an effect into the graveyard to special summon illusions monsters from the graveyard or even banishment. And at this point we saw that Serenity just set it a card in order to pass turn, and I think this is the time that Paris acknowledged that it is the time to activate my monster effects. So he activated both fusions, summoning Chimera, the king of the Phantom Beast, and also summoning a Nightmare Apprentice with the effect of the Chimera effect in order to add some follow-up, since he can add any illusion from his deck to his hand.
Yeah, I mean, I really felt like also here Serenity didn't draw a good hand. I think it was very unfortunate. I think Branded is a very consistent deck, but you know, sometimes it can happen. You know, it's you open a non-ideal hand, and I mean, as mentioned before, I really feel like Chimera. It's one of those decks I will be very scary to face. To be fair, I mean, after witnessing what it's capable of doing, it's the deck is great, performs very well, has a lot of disruptions. And what concerns me the most is that in the graveyard, most of the times there are effects which you cannot afford to forget. And here, once again, yeah, we're essentially witnessing how Paris seals this game out.
I mean, I love that we had the chance to analyze again Game 4, since it had so many decisions from Paris that we couldn't acknowledge when we were showing first hand. Nightmare Phoenix was not only a good option right now to destroy a spell or trap card on the field, but also it had the exact amount of attack that Paris required in order to have the 4000 attacks on his field in order to attack directly and eventually win the game. So going for game 5, right? you have already used Shadow. You have already used Despia.
Yeah.
You have already used Chimera, so no more fusion decks, right? And as I personally can understand, Paris is one of those players that really like to play with the fusion monsters. What will be your last option, your last hope for the eventual win?
It's difficult to say because honestly, I mean, we're talking about the different decks that we have in the current format. We saw the best decks being played already. I really feel like, from my personal point of view, if I had to choose, for example, I would go maybe for Ancient Gear. I love Speed Droids, for example. I think the key point in this tournament is not the very first decks that everybody, or most likely most of our duelists, will be bringing, but maybe it's going to be your fourth or fifth choice, because I think these are the ones that are going to really matter. And now we're going to be seeing the fifth game, because as you may have witnessed, I had a very small technical difficulties showing once again game 4, and this is the game 5 indeed, to decide the Decisive.
So, can I say the fact that, as Alexis said before, that he was expecting a certain deck? What was the deck, Zan?
I'm excited. I'm excited, guys, because I see some Salamangreat on the field. And to be honest, I said that I was expecting some Salamangreat, but I wasn't really expecting it. I just wanted it to be on screen, and seeing the Gazelle on the field feels so good. This is one of my favorite decks, and seeing here Paris bring this deck during the fifth game is very, very, very satisfying. So we are going to see what he's going to do during the combo. But remember, Salamangreat was one of the best decks during the past formats, and seeing it a bit behind the decks right now, but still in the tournament, is very good to see.
No, I mean, especially because, like, I think it's one of those decks that is unexpected. I mean, I really feel like the deck is incredibly powerful, it's unexpected, you can afford to play cards such as, for example, Non-Fusionary, if you really feel like it has easy access to the extra deck, both in terms of Think Summons and Exquisite Summon.
And can I say that when you bring a fifth deck, right, you know that will be 2-2, otherwise you will not pick it. And I will probably go with a surprise, to be honest.
Yeah.
So, knowing that my opponent is also on the spot, so we are on the last game of the round, I want the win, obviously. I would also bring a surprise. For example, Salamangreat is a very good deck that has proven itself during the past formats, and now has, I believe, some secret decks that can actually abuse in order to cut your opponent off guard. For example, imagine going against your opponent and he has non-fusion area, right? Right. It gives so much advantage, and especially Salamangreat is a deck that wants really bad to go first. And as we can see, Paris now going first, establishing his field, and we can probably see some great traps also being set during his turn.
And yeah, you mentioned something really important, is that Salamangreat really wants to go first, because of course you want to let the bodies on the field, otherwise you are in a bit of a trouble. So if you have to go into an established field, this is really hard, because of course your bodies are going to get removed and you cannot link climb to your powerful monsters. But here he's going first and he's using all his tools, the Stalio, the Sunlight Wolf, the Bailings, of course, and all those cards that I'm sure you appreciate.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan. I also played the deck not only in Speed Duel, but also in TCG back then when the deck was incredibly popular. I mean, I love the archetype. To be fair, it's one of those decks that you know, I just love the deck. It's super consistent. And yeah, I mean, let's.
So we see the Book of Eclipse, but of course against a Link deck, it is not as powerful as against the other decks. But then we see the Ancient Gear Fortress being activated, and we know that going second, this is one of the best decks to just end the game, given the fact that you can deal some piercing damages and just special summon some very powerful monsters.
But to be fair, we obviously Albi said that he's expecting Ancient Gear as a fifth option, which he called it right, obviously. But we can see why Salamangreat was a good option as a surprise, because cards like Book of Eclipse, for example, a very, very strong card in the current meta state, because when you're facing mostly fusion and synchro decks, you can actually just set their field and you can play through fields this way. However, against Link decks, it's not the card that you really want to see, right? It's not the card that answers your problem. However, as we can see, at this time Serenity has just spamming Ancient Gear one after the other and establishing a very strong field in order to just attack for game. And do not forget, Book of Eclipse is very, very strong into Ancient Gear, providing the effect to set monsters, since most of the Ancient Gear monsters have the ability to do some piercing damage into their opponents.
Absolutely, and as you mentioned, yeah, Book of Eclipse is a very, very, very good card in every single deck, but especially in Ancient Gears. And yeah, that's very good for Paris to have played this Salamangreat, because if he had played another deck based on fusions, for example, or synchro monsters, it would have been a bit harder for him to just face this Book of Eclipse. But here he is pretty fine, special summoning the Pyro Phoenix on the field and trying to deal with the opponent's threats.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned this, and I really feel like that bringing Ancient Gear as a fifth option, I think really gives you a boost in terms of consistency, especially because like you can deal a lot of damage just with one attack, essentially.
Once again, one of the, if not the card of the tournament, the Forbidden Droplet. So good to deal with established field, but also to try to survive through the opponent's threat during the battle phase.
I mean, as we can see, it is the card that at the moment has outshined every other card into the game that every deck right now is using, right? It is the card that you need to have, you want to have, and as we can see before, Droplet is one of those cards that require a lot of skill expression also, because it has some hidden effects that, for example, it's not only the card to send cards, but also you need to send cards that match the type that you want to negate, meaning that their opponent will not have a response. And we can see that Paris is also back in track when you see Salamangreat Gazelle being summoned into the field, sending a Salamangreat card from the deck to the graveyard. You are in a very, very good spot. And Salamangreat of Fire has been summoned into the field, providing the ability to add one level 4 or lower Salamangreat monster from the deck to your hand.
And he's going to be able to just start link climbing again, because he's going to use the Salamangreat of Fire, special summoning, of course, the Bellings from the extra deck, and all of a sudden he's back on track, as you just said. So he managed to survive the aggression of the Ancient Gear deck, and we know that the Ancient Gear deck just wants to get rid of your opponent's life point during the battle phase, and if it doesn't manage to do that, I mean, the deck is fine, but it doesn't do as much as the other decks that we saw before, for example, the Shadow or the branded ones. So yeah, he's a bit on a downside here for Serenity, and on the side of Paris, he must be very happy to just be in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like cards such as Book of Eclipse, which I think it's one of the most popular cards that I think our players is playing.
I mean, yeah, Droplet and Eclipse.
I mean, I think we are seeing Droplets or Eclipse so far in every single game. So I think they're super popular. Of course, against Salamangreat, as you mentioned, Mike, is not so great, especially because of all the Link monsters that are going to be happening. But, I mean, once again, I think here the surprise effect is really paying off, because Paris is just once again able to combo off here and deal with the Ancient Gear Gone Fields from Serenity. And what I really like about this deck is also the easy access that basically has to the extra deck. We haven't seen Stalio yet, which, you know, it could be one of those cards that with level 3s being at home in the field can be easily exquisite summon. But here, again, no surprise, another Link summon.
And as we mentioned, and I really want to make it clear that Salamangreat was a very, very good option for a 5th deck. Understanding how the meta has shifted, that now most of the decks are utilizing either fusion or synchro mechanic from the extra deck, so the players have adapted to it, playing cards Droplet, which obviously hits everything, but also Book of Eclipse that only hits those two mechanics, and a mechanic like Link summoning has not been there, has not a problem with that. So you cannot book a Link monster, so you just tell your opponent, so let me get it straight, I have understood the meta, I know how the meta it works, I know what we are going to do, and I'm going to counter it. So we can see now that Hitleo has been summoned into the field, providing such a strong effect in order to shuffle a spell and trap card into the field, and now we can see a potential Link summon again into another Sunlight Wolf maybe, or a Phoenix, even better.
Yeah, it might be that. I mean, both options are pretty good, to be honest, and we are going to see. Oh, this is none of them. This is a Stalio who's gonna hit the field. So we see the XYZ monster, Mirror Stalio, which is one of the best cards of the deck. Of course, it lets you get access to one of another monster, another Salamangreat one, and we see the Falco hit the field.
And with a secret effect again, when Mirage Stalio will be used for a link material, it will give the opportunity to Paris to send one one monster from the field to the hand or extra deck if it's an extra deck monster. So I believe that he will probably access his Link's monster right now. As we said before, Pyro Phoenix has been summoned into the field, and probably Mirage Stalio will be used as a link material in order to send back to the extra deck the Fusion Essenger.
Now, this is incredible combo, because essentially now he gets access once again to the Pyro Phoenix, and if he uses Salamangreat Sanctuary to summon back it once again, I think we can also call it a day.
Absolutely.
Itself. I mean, once again, the Pyro Phoenix is going to be summoned onto the field, and I mean, what a turn of events, honestly, we are witnessing. Because, I mean, Salamangreat, we mentioned how powerful the deck is, but, I mean, just with its effect, if it's summoning, can destroy all cards your opponent controls. So, it's, I mean, by itself...
It's very strong, yeah.
It's very strong, yeah.
It is very strong, and we are going to witness that. We are going to see that because the Pyro Phoenix is going to activate its effect right now, because it has been reincarnated. And all of a sudden, there is nothing on the opponent's field. So, yeah, it's a bit of a rough situation for Serenity, and I think that, as you just said, we can just call it a day. It's going to be a victory for Paris after being down 1-0 and then 2-1. He managed to just win the entire duel, and that is a statement. Wow, what a game from Paris with the Salamangreat strategy.
I mean, we really give credit to both of our players, because essentially, once again, we saw 5 games in total, and all of them were incredible, very back and forth games. I really feel like there was a moment in which we counted out one of our players, but that was not the right moment, especially because Paris was able to come back into the match and win it out. And I mean, congratulations, especially because I really feel like the Salamangreat is one of those decks that can be unexpected, to be fair. And facing Ancient Gear, which is very explosive, you really want to seal out the game very quickly. I think he can really make the difference. And I will be scared of Salamangreat, to be fair. I think, as you mentioned, Mike, I think it's a very solid choice for this kind of tournament, especially if opponents are not expecting this deck. And if you're really out of an decider, you can really take it home.
I mean, it is the option that you need to bring as a last key solution, right? It is when you go to a 5th game that eventually know that your opponent has probably already used what you are expecting to, the decks that are expected to see, and you're going for some of meta options like Salamangreat in order to counter cards that are currently in the meta state. For example, Book of Eclipse, as we experience in the current game. And this is what I love, that not only the game mechanics that we saw during the match played a huge factor obviously into the win, but also the deck choice and the preparation for this tournament, and how very impactful it was to think that, okay, so my opponent will have used already 4 of his best decks right now, and he will have his last option. I need to counter this, and I need to bring something to the table that it won't be expected. So, okay, let me be Salamangreat, right?
And I think it was a very good choice, especially because Perry is advancing with a solid win. But thanks for watching, and don't go anywhere because we will be back soon with the next round for the Duel Links World Championship 2025. Keep watching.
C'est l'heure du duel. Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin. Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Me voilà enfin, Yuki.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was the third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing.
Welcome back to the coverage of the Duel Links World Championship 2025 live from Paris. We just witnessed an incredible match of speed duels. Honestly, it was an incredible back and forth match. We couldn't really tell who could have brought it home. Honestly, I really felt like there were certain moments in the games where we thought that one of those players might have won the game, and in the end it went to the other players. We never can count out anyone in this tournament, especially because, as mentioned, we have the best tournaments in the world competing to become the next world champion. I really feel like we are witnessing a lot of different decks, a lot of different card choices, and also mind games, because it's all about the choices you make and the decks you bring. Now we will be having Rush Duel, and we also saw in the previous match, in our first round, the current world champion being defeated by Tomo in an incredible match. We have to say that Tomo was with his back against the wall, being 2-1 below, and what a turnaround of events, to be fair. He just beat the world champion into the first round, and honestly, it's just we were speechless, because I mean it was an incredible show off, and but we're sure that Quantum Cubes will try his best. This is what we have on the screen for speed duels, just to give you an idea of how the tournament is shaping. We just saw some of our players in action, such as, for example, Misaka, Sondrisanti, Paris II, we just have him on the screen for you, also with Serenity. I really feel like there's a lot of variety. Are you surprised at all with the results we are seeing on the screen, Mike? Are you looking forward to see once again any of the other players?
To be fair, I want to experience what will be the mind games that you mentioned, Albi. Meaning that, as we saw, a lot of the players have made choices like not fusion area, for example, and Book of Eclipse, which is a more generic option to counter the decks that are expected right now. But when you know that, and you're preparing for such a very big and serious event, you are thinking, okay, maybe I need to find a way to counter it. And as we saw, Paris II choose to take Salamangreat as his fifth option. For me, I wouldn't expect a deck such as Sala to be used in such strong competition at the current meta state. and this is why it caught people off guard. As we can see also, we have the player rankings and the records for Rush Duel also. As we can see, Yumehara Sensei is 2 wins and 0 losses, alongside with Kiryu Ryo, again with 2 wins and 0 losses. So the current meta state for the Rush Duel is, I think, similar to the Speed Duel, with the logic of we are seeing the cards that we're expecting, right? We saw Sunny Sadie popping off, making a very strong impact into all the games that it had been drawn, and I'm curious to see how the players will adapt to it. For example, negate the attack, as we saw. You think that you could bring another deck, for example, Spellcaster or Elemental Heroes, which both are very good against spell trap cards? And if you were a player, what do you expect from the current meta state?
I mean, I really feel like entering to the World Championship current format, you of course can expect like Galaxy, which, I mean, we mentioned, I think it is the deck to beat this weekend. I really feel like the deck is super consistent, has a lot of different disruptions. On the other hand, there's of course Spellcaster, as you mentioned. We also see the deck in action is very powerful, but there's also Heroes. I really feel like Heroes, it's very consistent. It's one of those decks you can safely play in a tournament like this. But on the other hand, I think it's a matter of what you feel like can be the best 4th or 5th deck that you can bring into a tournament like this. And we mentioned it, like for example, I'm a fan of baseball, and I've mentioned it before. I really feel like baseball, it's a powerful deck. I really like it. Do you have in mind any other deck, for example, that you would have played as a 4th or 5th choice?
To be honest, I was totally thinking about Redwood, which obviously it's one of the contenders, but I think that a lot of players have thinking that since it doesn't adapt so good to Sunny Sadie, it's maybe very good, so you can catch people off guard. And also, I would like the Dark Galaxy. Obviously, White Galaxy is very strong right now. It's one of the main contenders of Rush Duel tournament. However, I truly believe that Dark Galaxy can come into the meta and catch people off guard, because I think that everyone's mind is right now on White Galaxies, Spellcasters and Elemental Heroes, and there are some options like Baseball that you need to catch your opponent off guard, right? And I think Dark Galaxy is one of those decks, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you, and I mean, I really feel like that the trend so far, it's been you bring into this tournament the best decks you think are the best decks, but the main difference is the 4th or the 5th choice in this case, because for example, in the previous match we witnessed, in Rush Duel, the 5th game was decided by Baseball, for example, in game 5, or for example, talking about Speed Duels, we just went to Salamangreat. So I think it's all about the small details, right? Entering into a tournament like this, you have been playing hours and hours against the best players in the world, and I mean, you really know all of the decks you're going to be facing. But also, I really feel like that sometimes it's just a matter of choices. Like talking with some of our players yesterday, they were telling me, yeah, I mean, I was very undecided about the last deck I could have, you know, brought into this tournament, and you know, they played all of them essentially, right? So they really tested all of the decks in and out. But I'm really curious in the end to see what their choices was, because we mentioned it before. We clearly have an idea of maybe 2 or 3 best decks, or most of the decks that are represented that we also see so far on stream. But at the end of the day, every single player is different. Every single player has a different approach to the format. So I'm really curious to see how they're going to be facing their opponents, and also their deck choices. For example, if you expect your opponent to play Black Galaxy as the first deck, what am I going to be played next? You know? So it's all about the choices, because sometimes even if you bring the best deck, or what you think it is the best deck, sometimes you can also lose to one of those 4th or 5th choice. But I think, as you mentioned, for Rush Duel, the card that is really shining, I would say, is Shiny Shady. I think it's one of the must that our players are having in the deck this weekend. And you mentioned it. I really feel that the card has balanced the format a lot in terms of resisting, counteracting your opponent, and of course, as you mentioned, there was also the negate attack, which we witnessed in our previous match, which was very interesting, alongside cards such as Compulsory Evacuation Device, these trap cards, Widespread Ruin. This is some cards that I'm thinking of, such as trap cards. I mean, I really feel like there are so many different options that we can opt for, and as you mentioned, if you really feel like that Shiny Shady is among the top 2 cards that are gonna be played, maybe, you know, Red Boot could be an option, but, you know, if you don't really want to face Shiny Shady, maybe Baseball could be, I don't know, enough out of baseball, I told you.
I think you are very biased right now, to be honest. But I really love the mind game that you mentioned, meaning that when your opponents know that he's going to play Spellcaster, for example, a personal choice of me is to bring Elemental Heroes, to be honest. And because it is one of those decks that really wants to go against the decks that also have some set spell and trap. For example, Spellcasters that spell their fusion in order to have follow-up. And I think everything that we say, though, it will not be as important as seeing our actual players in action, right?
Totally.
So we will have our first players interview right now, and we can experience what he's going to say, what one of the best players in the world right now has to say about the current meta state.
My name is Jeffio, I am from Italy, and I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! As a kid in 2014, and I downloaded Duel Links in 2020. In June there was a qualification by region, and I came first in my region in Europe, and I played Light Galaxy. Well, I've already been at Worlds, so I had a great time, and well, I hope I can win this time. My ace monster is Beaver Warrior, because I like the underdogs, and I also won a tournament with that back in 2022, so that became my favorite card after that. I prefer Corson.
And we just heard it from Giorfo, Italian player, and I mean, 2 years ago, as he mentioned, he was a World Championship competitor, and here it is once again here on stage. And I think emotions really can be something for him, especially because 2 years ago he made top 4. So he's no stranger to the World Championship. But as we mentioned, we have several players which have attended previous World Championship, but every single World Championship is different than the previous one. I think it's incredible emotions, and of course, I really want to hear out from his opponent as well for the next interview.
Hi, my name is Kiri Yer. I'm from Australia, and I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Ever since I was little. I've been playing competitively since 2012, and I've been playing Duel Links ever since it came out. So to qualify for this event, I placed first in the Oceania Asia region in Duel Links Rush Duel. The thing I'm looking forward to the most this weekend is playing against all the other top players of the world, and hopefully I can win. My ace monster would be Blackluster Soldier. Envoy of the Beginning. It has one of the strongest effects and attack points in the game. I would probably prefer croissants because I've never had a macaron before.
And yeah, this is Jorfo's opponent, Kirorio. I think it's, I mean, as you mentioned, an unbelievable experience here to be at the World Championship. He must have played a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! To qualify for the Rush Duel World Championships. I mean, what can we say? I really feel like both of our duelists just briefly mentioned what their decks are and have played so far throughout the year. But here we are with their matches. So what can we expect from our players?
So, obviously, as we have mentioned so many times, I think it is White Galaxy against the Red Boot, right? One of the matches that I was probably expecting to see a lot during this tournament, but I'm not pretty sure that this is the exact end field that you want to end on White Galaxy, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that is quite I mean, wow. I mean, quite similar start from our opponent. Jorfu just also sets 2 cards. Well, this is something that you don't really expect, honestly, for a starting hand, but we will soon find out also what the starts card may be from Jorfu's side of the field.
And it is very important now that since it's turn 3, we can activate Galactica Fusion Draw, the skill that will give us the opportunity to start comboing and start accessing our engine. And I'm pretty sure right now that Kiryu has a solid option right now, summoning in attack position the extra Plorer, a card that gains 300 attack until the end of this turn. I'm wondering what is your plan right now. So you see that your opponent has established a full field of monster in face down defense position and 2 spell and trap cards, which it's very important that, however, Yorfio doesn't have any cards in his hand, meaning that they are probably not a Chinese AD.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, in these cases, honestly, it really depends also where you're starting hand and how your feelings are, because being up against White Galaxy, of course, is no joke. And in this case, for example, I think this is the first time we're witnessing one of our players bring as first choice what they consider the best deck, which is like Galaxy, for example, in this case. So I'm really curious to see how the deck here is going to perform, especially because now we can see Jorfu's holding 2 set cards. And I'm really curious, honestly, because I mean, like Galaxy itself, with the Galactica Fusion Draw itself, it's just able, essentially, as we previously also mentioned, to send cards from the deck to the graveyard, and the more monsters in the graveyard you have, the more your attack position monsters gain. So it's, I mean, just look at this now with the fusion being activated. I think this is a perfect turn for Kiryu, especially because this is really what you're looking forward to activating. You have the Space Fusion Extra Plasma being summoned, and by sending 2 cards from the deck to the graveyard, you can destroy 1 spell trap card on your opponent's side of the field. And yeah, this is great.
I mean, I love the requirement of every White Galaxy that needs to send the top cards of the deck to the graveyard. It doesn't feel like a requirement, right? It feels more than part of the effect, since a lot of Galaxy monsters are getting effects from having a lot of monsters with light attribute into the graveyard and gaining attack. Once again, one of my favorite Galactic Oblivion, and with a very cool arc in also the card and not only in the animation, to be fair. And it is the mind games that we spoke to so much before, because I think it plays a very huge aspect into both, to be fair, speed and rush duel. When you are going on the first game of each round, you have 2 options. Either you are going to play your favorite and most favorable deck, or you are going to go with an option that you just want to test the water, you just want to see the playstyle of your opponent, which plays a huge role. So, as we can see, Jorfio started with Redwood, thinking that it's probably better for him to just test the water, understand what is going on, while Kiryu said that I have the White Galaxy, I'm going to establish my power right now. Which approach would you prefer, to be fair?
I mean, I really feel like that against White Galaxy you don't have much time. That's the main point, because the more cards they have on the field and the more they start getting control of it, you're getting in trouble, right? But also, on the other hand, I really feel like that, for example, the Redwood deck has easy access to the extra deck in forms of fusion summons, and Dragon's Boost Fusion is of course one of those examples, and also we see in action in the previous match the Dragon's Burst Fusion. I mean, I really feel like here Jorfio has a chance, especially because you know, with 5 cards in hand now being freshly drawn, he can try and deal with this, although we see Kiryu holding one card in hand, which, you know, we can think that you could potentially have a shiny shaded link set. So you can, if you're Jorfi, you can also now have to think, what if my opponent has this card? Do I have to play around it? How do I play around it? So it's gonna be for sure difficult, but let's see how he's going to navigate through this.
It's amazing how a card has changed the game so much, right? Because it's not only the fact that you interact with your opponent with a powerful effect, it's not the fact that you probably gain an extra turn, and this is the reason why this card has been so impactful in the current meta state, but it's also the fact that it also provides the extra mind game during the game, right? It provides the effect and the aspect that you are starting to think, oh, he has a card in his hand. Can his sets be a Shiny Shady? Is he bluffing? Is it another monster he couldn't summon? And it gives so many space to the game to evolve, right?
I mean, I completely agree, especially because I really feel like that even if your opponent, for example, set 2 spell cards, you still and has 1 card in hand, you still think about Shiny Shading specifically, which doesn't mean that you can have it set, of course, but it's just how the game basically has shaped lately, and I really enjoy this, especially because I really feel like in Rush Duel, drawing fresh card is very important. So the more cards you can play on one turn, the more cards you will be drawing in your next turn. But, I mean, so far, so good for Jorfio. He's just trying to do his best to navigate through Kyrio's field, and there has not been any single activation so far.
I wonder, it is one of the cases that we can also think that Kirio knows what's the weakness of his deck, right? And he may be just waiting for the right moment to activate Shiny Shady. However, when you see your opponent summoning monster after monster after monster, summoning those beautiful dragons onto the field, and of course, one of the best cards. Here's the main reason of the deck: Red Bull Enhanced Boost Dragon. We can finally experience it on the field. So, it has the effect to choose up to 9 monsters in the graveyard and inflict damage to the opponent equal to the number of those marked chosen for 200 each.
And it becomes 4,700.
Yeah, I mean, it is the main reason to play the deck. It is the last resource that you want to have. It is the guy that you want into the field in order to start playing. And I think you can actually right now have the game, to be honest. So Kiryu has left with 200 attack, and Yorfio has passed his turn.
Almost there, almost there. I mean, I really feel like it's, I think Jorfor really did his best, and the Red Bull Hinens Boost Dragon, I really feel like is the card you really want to summon when you want to seal the game. I am pretty sure that Jorfor realized that this may have not been enough to seal the game out. Still, I think this is what he really needed for putting pressure into his opponent. Anyways, I mean, it's we mentioned this before, how these games are never over until they're over, right? Because 200 life points remaining. Let's see now how Karario can come back into this game. I mean, as you mentioned, Mike, I really feel like that, you know, there's sometimes a turning point into every single game in which you can say, okay, this game is going in this direction. But here, once again, we may see a comeback from our duelist.
And to be fair, when you are against the White Galaxy, you can never say that it's over until it's actually over. For example, Internal Galactica Oblivion has been summoned into the field, providing so much power, so much confidence. When you see this powerful card being summoned, can you feel that you are winning? I mean, you see him getting into the field with 6 1,200 attack, right?
Yeah, it's 37. It's 37.
It's 37.
Wow. Yeah.
I think that will be
It's a-
game. And we can experience that at the moment it will be game, and we had an amazing duel.
What a
meaning that,
comeback.
yeah, not only the comeback, but also that both players summoned their ace monsters, right? The monsters that they needed the most, the monsters that they required to have into the field, and the monsters that want to have the reason why you play the deck, right? So we experience a wonderful moment for both ace monsters being on the field. However, White Galaxy is one of the strongest deck for a reason, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, we've mentioned it. I really think that it is the deck to be beaten this weekend, and once again, it proved itself to be unbeatable so far. I really feel like Jorfo put a lot of effort into this one. There was a moment in which we thought that he might have won the game. For 200 life points, he didn't have enough, and I really think that he did his best to arrive into that position. And but I really feel like that this kind of matchup, like Galaxy against Red Bull, it's very balanced as we just saw. But I really feel like that like Galaxy sometimes is just what really needs to take and win the game. Of course, this is the first game, so it's still quite long. But I'm really curious to see what our players will be picking for the next game.
So I think now that the tables have changed, we can see from Jorfo's side going for Spellcasters, and from Kiryu
Ooh, the
the Redwood. So as we said, the table has changed now. Jorfo now has to face his previous deck, Redwood.
Yeah.
And I think Spellcaster is one of those decks that obviously has so much power against spell and trap cards, and I want to see how they can establish a field in order for Redwood to be stopped, right?
Yeah. I mean, we mentioned how explosive and powerful the Red Bull deck is and can be. At the same time, it's just a matter of sometimes understanding where and when to push, because it has so much potential. But yeah, I mean, here it's just entering battle phase for a direct attack and push some damage, and we've mentioned how important life points in Rush Duel is, because sometimes it's just a matter of, as we witnessed in game 1, of 200 life points.
And I like the fact that it goes very smooth, right? Just a monster with 1,200 attack, attacking directly, passing turn, but can you afford to give so many cards to Spellcaster? I mean, seeing Jorfio's hands right now, he has 5 cards and the Ghost Cyclone that has been activated. As we said, Spellcaster really love to go against spell and trap cards, that has been said. So Ghost Cyclone, one of the cards that you want to see when you play Spellcaster, has been activated in order to destroy the set spell card. So Swordman of Rogers has been summoned into the field, and I think that we will probably going to see the 7th Road Witch being summoned from the hand. Yes, it is one of those cards that you need to have on the field along with Strange Cat, and I think that this means only one thing: the fusion summon of the 7th Royal Charmy Witch. I'm pretty sure that she is going to meet the field right now. Yes, in very cool art in this card also.
And also what we witness is that the 7 Road Charmer Witch is able to change the battle position of one monster of your opponent's side of the field. And this is what you really need sometimes just to deal a lot of damage, right? And this is what is going to happen because it's dealing 2,500 life points damage to his opponent. And I mean, once again, we mentioned how Spellcaster also consistent is. So 3 set cards, the 7th Road Charmer Witch onto the field, and 1 card in hand. So let's now see if Kari Ryo can put up something else here.
It kinda punishes the strategy to set all of your monsters in order to draw as much cards you can in the next turn. So it's kinda counter it, meaning that he can just flip the monster face up. As we saw, it was a monster with 300 attack only, and she could able to attack over it and inflict so much damage, which is very, very important, as you mentioned in the Rush duel. I'm curious to see how Kiryu is going to play, because as we mentioned before, one thing that Redwood doesn't like is going against a lot of spell and trap cards, right? It is one deck that it has no problem going against an established monster field. However, against a lot of spell and trap cards, it kind of feels a little bit shady, I would say. And I want to see right now, because we still have 3 spell and trap cards set and 1 card in hand. As we said, it maybe be a Shiny Shady or maybe it's not, but only the mind game that there a potential side Shady may be set on Jorfio's turn, it all alone it means so much danger.
Yeah, exactly. And here I'm really curious to see how Kairayo is going, what the next lineup will be, because he's going to activate the Dragon's Boost Fusion. Once again, we mentioned how easy it is for the Red Boot decks to have access to the extra deck and fusion summon monsters, and here we see the Red Bull Hinen's Boost Dragon being summoned. But we said that Shiny Shady is here.
So we can experience exactly the reason why so many players, including ourselves, to be honest, were about skeptical around Redwood as deck options for the World Championship, meaning that it's a very strong deck, obviously. However, Shiny Shady, we have to accept that it is the card of the weekend. It is the card that everyone was expecting to have a huge impact on. And we can see the reason right now, meaning that Redwood enhanced Boost Dragon has been summoned to the field. It is the monster that you want to have in order to play. It is your ace monster. However, Shiny Shady just turn it to face down defense position, and Kiryu was forced to tribute summon his ace monster.
Yeah, I mean it's for sure Red Bull is for sure one of those decks that can be considered, for example, for this week's World Championships. You need to take care of cards such as Shiny Shady for sure, because it's I think one of the most played cards this weekend. We have seen it in action almost in every single game we have seen so far, and I mean, still here the turn is far from over for Kairayo. Of course, the Red Bull Hinen's Boost Dragon would have been incredible, absolutely, but this is what the deck does at its best. It's just fusion summoning monster. And once again here the Red Boot Hinen's Boost Dragon is going to be used, but let's see, because here again we see another one.
So Redwood.
Ooh, but wow, the compulsory evacuation device, it's being activated. Yeah.
So it is the card that you waited for so much, to be honest. You wanted to see how it will be into the current meta state, and you really wanted to be to see how it's going to work into the game. So we saw compulsory evacuation device being activated, right? As such a impactful card, right? Which when you open normal space on someone monsters, it gives the opportunity to returning to the hunt or eventually extra, right?
Yeah, I mean, I really, nonetheless, I really think that we talked about deck choices, and also going into the next game, I'm really curious to see what basically our player's choice will be, because for sure we have like Galaxy available still, which is one of the decks that needs to be beaten. Maybe we can see baseball in action if that will be the case, but also heroes. I really feel like that heroes can be one of the next decks that we can see, for example, in the next game, just because I really feel like it's one of the decks that is very consistent, very powerful, has a lot of different interactions, and yeah, I mean, in the very first 2 games, none of our players decided to pick it up. So maybe it's an option that they have available, and we will soon find out into this game 3.
So, as we said before, we are expecting a deck choice of White Galaxy potentially. I mean, if not in game 3, then when? I'm pretty sure that you can wait for the right moment, but I need it is in the middle of the round that you need this extra boost, extra confidence to play one of the strongest deck, summoning your Galaxy monsters, special summoning Galactic Oblivion, of course one of my favorite monsters, so I'm biased, and trying to break into any field or even establish a very, very strong field, right? As we see, obviously it was time for the White Galaxy to be played, meaning that Juror right now it is with his back into the wall, right?
Yeah, totally.
He has, it is 0-2 against Kirurio, and now needs that win, needs to showcase why he's here. So we will experience White Galaxy and how it can play through any field, in my opinion. So very important is that not a single spell trap has been set into the field, and I believe that it gives the opportunity for Giorgio to go through and think that, okay, my opponent doesn't have any interaction. I can play whatever card I want, and I want to see what his thought process will be. Obviously, starting with the fusion is very good, and Galactiera Eve, one of my first cards of the deck, since in the right moment it can provide so much draw power, right? So the first fusion summon for our turn, I think it will be the Galactiera Fusive, which will also give the opportunity to recycle in a way our fusion, place the fusion from our graveyard to the top of our deck, and then draw one card, which obviously will be the fusion. So we'll have once again fusion in our hand, which is very, very important. Galactic Oblivion will be summoned into the field, one of the ace monsters of our deck, and then one of the monsters that we want to see. So right now, I think Giorgio is skeptical about a potential win over this turn, meaning that obviously there are 3 sets on the monster zone. However, there's not a single interruption from Kirurio turn.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like Giorgio here, I mean, he might think what is going on, because like 3 set monsters, 2 cards in hand. Maybe my opponent didn't draw a perfect hand, or a hand that maybe is helping me out, but he really needs to take advantage of this, and we mentioned the pressure that the Galaxy deck puts into your opponent. Yeah, I think here is just entering battle phase.
Oh, I love the fact that White Galaxies against Dark Galaxy, right? It is one of those, can we call it mirror? Meaning that
Kind
obviously they are quite opposite decks. However, I really like the fact that, okay, we have the same type but different attribute, meaning that light and dark from the ancient times, it is those 2 attributes that go against each other, and we want to see which one will prevail, light or dark.
And here also I really like the skill of the deck. Essentially you can send the top 3 cards of the deck to the graveyard, and if a monster with 16 or under or more attack was sent to the graveyard, this effect, you can also add one of those monsters in your hand. And of course you're really looking forward also to summon just what we written in the Void Requiem, which I think it's one of the key cards of the deck.
So we talked before about obviously White Galaxy being one of the best decks of the tournament, but we also talked that Dark Galaxy has get very, very under the radar right now, right? It is one of those decks that you need to keep an eye on, because it can get people off guard, having such unique effects, right? That if your opponent has not been prepared for, because he probably thinks that, okay, so my opponent will probably play White Galaxy, Spellcaster, Elemental Heroes, maybe Baseball, or Red Boot, they will not be prepared, right?
Totally.
And it is one of those decks that if it starts playing, you are in a very big trouble. However, White Galaxy is one of those decks that, to be fair, you don't want to give a turn on. With each turn, you are in very difficult position, since the deck can go through and through and just spam very big and strong fusion monsters into the field, and of course Galactic Oblivion, one of the main monsters that the deck utilizes.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like here Kairai is just aiming at inflicting as much damage to his opponent as possible. Of course, it's not gonna be easy, but I mean, you can really tell it's just taking some time, and here, once again, the Shiny Shady being activated from Jorfio.
Yes. So Shiny Shady again showcasing why we are just don't stop talking about it, giving such an incredible different essence to the game as we have used it from the last month, and we can see the Void Requiem, the one card that you mentioned, Albi. It is one of the strongest cards of the deck, and I truly believe that Kiryu is feels very confident right now, right?
Yeah, I mean, it feels very confident here, and look at this. I mean, also Jorfio just, I mean, I think from the body language, I mean, you can tell that this is, I mean, over. And yeah, swift victory here from Caio Rayo. I mean, here, I mean, it's just showing us how powerful the deck is. And I mean, all of his monsters just wiping out Jorfio's side of the field. And what an impressive win against Jorfio. Congratulations, honestly, what a match we have witnessed, to be fair. And I think this is the first time we see on stream like Galaxy being defeated.
And not a surprise from Dark Galaxy, right? It was something very unique. We talked before when we were briefing about which decks are expected to have an impact on the meta, and I truly believe that, as I said, that Dark Galaxy is one of those decks that you should not be sleeping on. It is one of those decks that require a lot of skill expression, and it is one of those decks that can really cut people off guard. And when you are entering this tournament, it is one of those decks that you are keeping on the side. You believe that, yeah, maybe not many players will be on it, but this is exactly the reason why you should always keep an eye on, because obviously everyone is talking about White Galaxy and how strong and powerful deck it is. However, Dark Galaxy is still there, it still impacts the meta, and if you are dare to go and think that it is not a meta contender, you will be very surprised.
I mean, we just witnessed it. Essentially, the entire game lasted 3 turns, especially because in its various first Kaio set the 3 monsters, Jorfio played a little bit, and then essentially the game was over. And I really feel like the deck is incredibly explosive, depending on how you play it. I really feel like Ryukayo was incredibly prepared against this type of matchup. I really feel like Galaxy is the deck you want to face again with the Dark Galaxy deck. But also in the other games that we witnessed, I really feel like that both of our players were, of course, confident with the deck that they brought, but we also saw the Red Boot Dragons, which we are kind of getting used to seeing on stream as well. I think the deck is very powerful. You have access to the extra deck incredibly easily with the fusion summons, and I really enjoyed these matches, honestly. And both of our players now, Ryukayo with a 2-0 record, while Jorfio is on 1-1 record, so he really needs to meet the last one. And I mean, it was a very, very interesting match. Thank you so much for watching. We will go on a very short break, so don't go anywhere because we will be back soon to the Duel Links World Championship 2025 in Paris. Keep watching.
なんだなんだなんかドキドキするなうわ来た来た来たこれはすっげえ見てみろよこれへへどうよ俺もびっくりしたぜおいみんなここにすっげえのが見えるぜレッドアイズブラックドラゴンさあお前のターンだぜナイキエアマックス95 C'est l'heure du duel. Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin. Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Me voilà enfin, Yuki.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
What a match we just experienced, and I mean, this is the World Championship, right? It's nothing less to expect from those duels. All the duelists right now are competitors for the World Champion, right? And I was quite surprised to see White Galaxy feeling so odd against Dark Galaxy, right? I know that everyone on the home right now watching was expecting White Galaxy probably to win because it has some advantages, as we have said before, but Dark Galaxy is still on the meta and it's still there. However, how you feel about the speed duel for at this moment?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of scenes during the last rounds, especially the fact that there is to shadow strategy and all the teams for strategies. We've seen the speed ones, we also seen the Resonators one. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see if it works or not for the simple ones against the shadow strategy. And on top of that, you've talked about the Salamangreat, and I think that you made a very, very interesting point about the Salamangreat because, you know, it is the force of 5th deck. And I think that the goal is to surprise, and you said that before. I think this is very clear. I mean, we've seen Salamangreat, we've seen some other decks, but I think that one other deck could be very, very strong as a 5th deck, and it could be Sky Striker, because this is, once again, a link strategy, so you don't crumble when you see some droplets, when you see some Book of Eclipse, which are some very strong cards right now, and you have the ability to go very, very deep into an enemy field because you have the ability with all those Sky Striker cards to just break this field. But for now, we have a bit of a standings after the 3 first rounds, and we see that there are 2 duelists still undefeated, Sniffus and Kama 3, who are just on top of everything and are pretty well into the tournament.
And we see that also Mizaka and Paris II, who both were on the stream before, are going pretty well, to be honest. They have 2 wins, 1 loss, and I think they are in the time that they're thinking, okay, I am potentially 1 win away. I need that win. I want to be in the top cut of the World Championship, and I'm going to give it all in order to have it and to have the ability to compete.
Absolutely, and we also have the standings for the Rush duel. As for the speed duels, we still have 2 duelists who are just undefeated with a 2-0 record, so they are pretty well into the game. But one thing that is very, very surprising is to see Quantum Cubes being 0-2 right now at the bottom of the standings. And Mike, I don't think we could expect that for this tournament, to be honest.
I mean, when we entered the event, we knew that he is the world champion, right? We knew that he's bringing all the aura, all his confidence of a world champion However, this is the beauty of the World Championship. You need to understand that you never have to disrespect anyone. All the players here are not the best players. It is the best of the best of the best players. And in order to compete here, you need to be not only focused, not only on the zone, but prepared to face any opponent, even the current world champion.
Absolutely, and we talked about that earlier. And the key point, in my opinion, is to still have, you need to still be hungry to want to win the title. And you know, because all those people, all those duelists, they want to get the title. So you're gonna have to be, I mean, at your maximum if you want to keep it. But for now, we are going to jump into the first game of the next round, which will be on Speed Duel, and I hope that it's going to be a very interesting one. Will we see, once again, some famous droplets? Will we see some battle between the Shadows and the Resonators? We'll see that real soon.
So, seeing again this matchup, how do you feel? Meaning that I really like the skill. It is just a message, I believe. It is witness why I'm the true king, right? It needs to establish that I'm here to make my way, and I'm here to show you why I'm here, why I deserve to be in the World Championship, and why I deserve to be part of it. So, right now we can experience Vino going first.
And this is very interesting because this is a deck that we have not seen for now, and this is the Utopia deck. Did you expect to see this deck in the tournament, to be honest?
To be fair, I felt that Utopia has lost some power from the current format. To be honest, I wasn't expecting to see it in the World Championship. However, it is one of those decks that, as we mentioned before, you need to always respect. Utopia Double is an amazing card, gives you opportunity of inflicting so much damage, right? And when this card is summoned into the field, you know that you're in a good spot. However, it is one of those decks that you kind of wish maybe to go second instead of first, giving the opportunity to have the luxury to even go second and still able to take the win. However,
yeah, totally.
I want to see how Centiras will face a potential Utopia double and set two potential 3 cards sets, because we will go for double or nothing, one of my favorite trap cards, to be fair.
Yeah, this is a very good card, and yeah, as you mentioned, we talked about the decks that are willing to go second, and Utopia is one of those decks because it has some really good strains going second into some field, and of course it has the ability to just end the game real quick thanks to this spell card, the double or nothing, which is one of the best cards to just have some huge attack points. But for now, we are going to go into the ultimate Leo Utopia Ray, which is one of the best cards of the deck, and we are going to use the Power of the Future, the skill of the deck.
So it's a very powerful skill that has been activated, that it is one of those that you can activate twice per duel. It's very important, this, because most of the current skills right now into the meta are once per duel, right? So when you see a skill which are a very big impactful into the current meta state, have the ability to reactivate it on a later turn, it gives some advantage. We have to be fair on this. So I'm really looking forward to see what will be the casual end field from Vino. So he just searched one of the best cards, to be honest, one of those cards that you want to have into your field. Numbers Protection. It's a counter trap card which gives the ability to when a spell, trap card or a monster effect is activated while you control a number exceeds monster, you can negate the activation.
And this is, of course, very, very strong because this is not only a negate but also a counter trap, and counter traps are very, very strong in the game. But on top of that, we see the cherry on the cake, because we see the Abyss Dweller on the field, and Abyss Dweller is so strong. Literally, it prevents your opponent from activating effects in the graveyard, and we know that there are a lot of decks in the metagame that play with the graveyard, especially decks like Shadow or Branded, which are on top of the metagame. So yeah, very, very good card in this meta, and of course, the Utopia deck has some really good strains to just play Dweller, because they play a lot of level 4.
And to be fair, Dweller is one of those monsters that you want to have on your field, and yes, Resonator, because they have not only effects on the field but also a lot of effects onto the graveyard. For example, when they are destroyed, where they are sent for the synchro material, it is one of those decks that you want to have Dweller on and keep them away from their resources, keep them away from synchro summoning again and again, and finally summon the one and only Red Dragon Archfiend, or even Hot Red Dragon Archfiend Abyss.
And yeah, this is, once again, I would like to just put an emphasis on the fact that this skill, the skill of the Resonators, is very strong. Being able to just set the Fiendish Hand and to activate it the same turn is very, very good going second, because you have the ability to have literally not a droplet, but some kind of droplet that you can activate whenever you want. So it can get rid of some cards like, for example, the Winda for the Shell cards, but also the Masquerade, which is a very, very strong card in the Branded archetype that we saw earlier, is pretty hard to deal with sometimes. But yeah, I think that this skill is very, very good, and you said that before, but I think that, yeah, Resonator is a very good deck going into the tournament, and we see a lot of players playing this deck basically.
And the fact with the Dweller is that, as we can see, Resonator starts to loses a lot of resources, meaning that yes, it synchro climbs, however, in order to keep up with the resources, in order to keep up with cards in your hand, in order to keep up with the monsters on the field, you need to have your graveyard effects. And since they are not a thing right now, we just pass to a scared Dragon Archfiend. I mean, Dweller made her job, gave to Vino another turn, and right now, if he's able to go through this field, Sentiras will be on just what he's going to draw, right?
Absolutely, and now we are probably going to see the true strength of the Utopia deck, because yeah, they now can end the game. They have the ability to just play all those cards that are able to accomplish this goal, and it is going to be very interesting to see if they are able to just go through the field and end it. But for now, we see the XYZ import, which is a good, very good card, and a card that you really like, the Final Bringer of the End Times that you mentioned earlier. A very good card because it not only lets you destroy a card on the opponent's field, but also it lets you try to dodge some interactions, or to send one of your monsters to the graveyard by card effect, which is sometimes very, very strong. But of course, we have the number protection, which can activate in the graveyard as well. Yeah, this card is very, very good. I mean, this is a key point of the strategy.
And I mean, we talked about the secret effects, as we could tell from body language of Sentiras. He had forgot about the graveyard effect of the protection, right? And now that obviously Red Dragon Archfiend will be summoned onto the field, however, we have double or nothing still on our hand, so I think that Vino knows exactly what he's going to do. And imagine playing the World Championship, right? You are one win away from getting into the top cut of the tournament, and you see an effect such as the trap cards graveyard effect, which is the secret effect, as we like to call it, that gives the opportunity of the protection and played such a huge role for Vino to take the win, since Sentira's plan was totally destroyed by this interaction.
Wow, and look at those damages, that is absolutely insane. 4,500 damages right into the face, and yeah, it's gonna be it. It's gonna be the first game for Vino, and he must feel pretty confident. We said that Utopia likes to go second, but the deck still has some strains going first. We talked about the trap card, which is very, very strong. A counter trap that allows you to negate and destroy an effect is, of course, always very, very strong. And it allowed him to just take the game and to win 1-0 for now.
And I mean, it's one of those decks that it has. So the thing that Utopia in the current meta state is that obviously it has some hard times against it all. Okay, it's obvious. But in the current meta state, you have to understand that it is one of those decks that doesn't care if he's going first or second, which is very important. However, cards like Book of Eclipse, for example, is one of those cards that really hurts the deck, right? And this is why some people do not consider it a meta contender. However, as we see, it was on the World Championship, the first game of round 3, and it was just popping off. We are expecting a lot of things from the Utopia, meaning that it is one of those decks that if you let it play and you don't have the right answers,
It's gonna be hard.
Yeah, and when you are one round away, right? You are in the round 4 of the Swiss round. You need the win, and you want to advance into the top cut eventually. It is one of those decks that you want to bring into this championship, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. But this is a very interesting choice. I wasn't expecting too much of this deck, but looks like it works, and it worked pretty well. We are going to see during the game 2 how it works for those two players. Will Sentiras just get back into the game and equalize 1-1, or will it be a 2-0 for Vino? We'll see that real quick and real soon. But first, we see some branded action
Against Sadols, to be fair, which is one of my favorite matchups. It is one of those decks that you want to see. To be fair, I believe that Despia has a very interesting matchup against Adults. I truly believe that it is one of those decks that can play against any deck on the current format, but since Adult it is very, very dominant right now, Despia, it is one of those decks that you want to bring against it. I think that it has a lot of skill expression, and to be fair, I don't think that the biggest fear of Despia is the Sadolcism right now. It is rather Nesadol Ariel, one of those cards that you're really scared of.
Absolutely, you don't want to get your graveyard touched, of course. You rather keep your resources right there, and this card is very scary. But we talked about that earlier. We talked about the fact that Shadow has the ability to have some multiple threats. It can threat, of course, the fact that you can only summon once per turn, and it can only threat on the graveyard. And I think that, yeah, this is something really going for this deck at that point. But I agree with you, I really like this matchup because, as you said, we want to see the skill expression of those two players, and those two decks, they really allow that, they permit that, and it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this game is going to turn on. We see the Diddy Crow, which is a very interesting card because it lets you interact with the enemy's graveyard, and I think that in this metagame there are a lot of decks, as we just mentioned in the last game, which plays with the graveyard. So the Diddy Crow can just here target a very crucial card and prevent your opponent to just use it again and again, especially against a deck like Shadow.
And it is one of those tech cards that it's very, very into the meta right now, and you are expecting to face it, but it has so much value against Shadow, right? It is one of those cards that you want to draw for example, Book of Eclipse. It is one of those cards that you feel it's strong, however, they can still fusion summon with set monsters, so it's kinda feeling right. It's not the right options most of the time, but Dizzy Crow against the Shadow always feels strong, right? It is one of those cards that you really truly wanna see And when you are facing such a field, for example, as we saw, Vino right now has 2 sets, one card in hand, and he's going to draw 4 turn. She needs to activate Theater of the Rhino in order to take the Brad in red, since Sentia's controlling a monster. And when you have Brad in red, it gives so much opportunity for you to play around any field, since you can dodge a lot of cards and also play around Shadow Sims, which probably going to fusion summon into a winter, right? So Albert has been added to hand alongside with Dramaturge and of course the theater. Yes, one of the main reasons why this deck is so strong. It's actually one of my favorite field spells to...
Yeah, I know that. I know that. I saw the light in your eyes when you saw the card and being added from the deck to the hand. And for now, we are going to activate the Burn in Red, which will allow him to fuse. And maybe he will be able to just get back into the game, because for now it didn't look really bright for him. And we are going to special summon one of the best cards of the deck, the Masquerade, which just puts your opponent onto a clock, because he knows that he doesn't have unlimited effects, and he has to time his effects very carefully to get rid of the Masquerade before he gets to 0 LP.
And using Dramaturge as a material gives the opportunity to be summoned back either from the graveyard or the banishment, and it is one of the main reasons why this card is very good against Shadow. So it has the effect that if the opponent fusions, Synchro Exceeds or a monster is special summoned, you can target one effect monster on the field and negate its effect. So it's very important to have him on the field in order for, if your opponent goes to a construct or a winter, to negate it.
Absolutely.
Right now we are going to experience Schism, the target that we mentioned with, she's going to probably fusion someone into a potential winter, I believe, in order to be tailing 3, so winter is on the field, Trauma to be summoned later, and he doesn't see that winter has been summoned, and so Vino will be locked out of special summoning, and also Dramaturge could not activate the effect to negate the winter. However, we see the Digi Crow.
Wow, a second DD Crew activated right now. So we see the second one. One is already strong, but two is very strong, and we see the power of those cards. And you mentioned that earlier, but going into a tournament, of course there is the game itself, but before that there is all the preparation, all the deck building strategy, and you have to be prepared with some cards that you put into your deck. Some people have chosen to put some Book of Eclipse or some Droplets, which are some very strong cards. But here we see Vino using the DD Crow, which we didn't see a lot during this day, and it's putting on a lot of work. So props to Vino for this tech choice.
To be honest, it was an amazing interaction right now, because Sentiras wanted to fusion summon into Winter in order to lock Vino from special summoning, since Dramaturgus would be summoned and it will count as a special summon. However, Vino had the DD Crow for the Dark Monster in order to send it to the banishment zone, so Sentiras didn't have a dark target for Winter to be summoned, since it requires a Shadow Monster and a Dark Monsters. So Sentiras was forced to summon Abkalon into the field in order to be a Dark Attribute and send Masquerade from the field into the graveyard. However, Abkalon is not a winter, so Vino is in a very good spot right now.
Absolutely, and that is very good to see, to be honest. It's been the second or third time that we've seen some players maybe not having the best first turn, but then all of a sudden they just flip the tables and they get back into the game and they get the victory. So we don't know yet if Vino is going to get the victory in this game, but at least he's getting back into the game, and that is very cool to see that. And yeah, we see the Masquerade just getting back from the graveyard, but as you mentioned earlier, of course there is not going to be the burn effect, because it's only when it is fusion summoned, and currently it is summoned from the graveyard, so it is not the same copy of the card.
And we will going to see accessing our Link monsters, which probably be...
It will be the Pentestag. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is the Pentestag right now, and it's going to be just on top of the Masquerade so that it inflicts piercing damages. And now we are going to activate Branded Opening to special summon. And Branded Opening, as you said earlier, is very interesting because it also prevents your fusion monsters to get destroyed by card effect when it's in the graveyard. So a very, very good card going into this meta game. Yeah, Branded has a lot of tools to get rid of the other decks.
And we see Starving Venom Fusion Dragon be summoned into the field, and since Adlibin was used as a fusion material, it can special summon a fusion monster from the graveyard or banishment, which is very, very important because you can actually target Masquerade, be summoned back from the banishment in order for him to be again into the graveyard and recycle your resources and still going through your monsters again and again and again. And we see Starving Venom attacking into a defense position area and inflicting piercing damage through the Predator Stag.
I mean, yeah, the Pentestag is such a good card in the deck because it allows you to just inflict piercing damages, and I think that this is very, very important in this metagame because there are a lot of players who will have some monsters in defense position. Of course, we have Shadow who likes their monsters to be in face down position to just flip them over and over again, but there are also some other decks that will like to have their monsters face down or in defense position, because usually, yeah, you like to special summon in defense position so that you don't take some damages, but with Pentestag, oh no, it's not the case. You are going to take those damages, and with such a great attack, it is game. It is just game.
And to be fair, it is one of those cards that it had currently gone under the radar, to be honest, because many people choose to play other options, for example, the Dark Link or IP Masquerade even. However, the Predator Stag gives the potential of, you know, going for game just one turn, and the most important fact is that when you see a Predator Stag, you not only see a Link monster that gives piercing damage into defense position monsters, but also a meta rate. Because right now Book of Eclipse, as we have said, it is on the meta, and when you go against a deck, you have to remember that Book of Eclipse also gets your monsters in face down defense position. So if even your opponent has activated Book of Eclipse, he will turn his monster face down defense position, and then with a Despia deck that you can fusion summon even with set monsters, you can go into Predator Stag and then attack for game through piercing damage.
Absolutely, and we are going to game 3, and we see something very, very exciting because we see the strategy, so the Shadow strategy, but in front of that, we are going to see Ancient Gear once again. So the deck is still there, and it's going to be interesting to see if Ancient Gear is able to just get the game. It's going to have to win the game, right?
Ancient Gear is one of those decks that I truly believe that we will see it on the World Championship. It is one of those decks that you are not considering was top 2 or even 3 decks on the current format, but it's still on the top 5. It's still one of those deck options that you want to bring into the game, and in many cases it's a very, very good deck option in order to counter certain matchups. However, when you are playing Game 3, when you are 2 games behind and you are facing Shadows, how confident can you feel? I think you're with your back on the wall, right? You are feeling that I need right now to make everything possible for me to win this. And to be fair, Eclipse and Veiler are those cards that you want to see. Veiler activating on the El Sadol contract, it was very, very good. However, she was used as a fusion material since we have El Sadol fusion in order to dodge the Veiler, since contract is not anymore on the field, in order to send a Sadol card from the deck to the graveyard, and now we can also trigger her effect and of course the effect of Wendy to set Sadol Beast into the field.
So yeah, basically the Veiler didn't accomplish a lot, to be honest, and we literally just discarded the card from our hand. So we are going to have 4 cards to just get rid of the field. we are going to activate El Shadow Fusion, and this is going to bring probably something like Winda, which is a great card, right? So we are going to see what's gonna be summoned, but it should probably be this win condition. The El Shadow Winda, which will just say to Centuras, hey, you only have one special summon now, or you have to get rid of the Winda. So it's gonna be in the difficult spot right now.
It is one of those spots that you really want to see how Sentiras is going to deal with Winda, meaning that he needs to have certain cards, for example, Book of Eclipse, for example, Forbidden Droplet, in order to deal with it. Otherwise, it's very difficult to pass through a Winda, since not only has a very strong effect, giving the opportunity for only special summon per turn for each player, but also being unable to be destroyed by card effects, right?
Yeah, and this is very strong because there are a lot of destructions by card effect in the game right now. We are going to use the skill, a skill that you really like, because it is a strong one in the game. I mean, a lot of skills are very strong, but yeah, this one is a good one, and
it is one of those skills that really changes the games, right?
yeah, absolutely, and yeah, he's going to summon a monster, so it is going to be the Ancient Gear Commander, which is a pretty good card, and he's going to activate his effect right away. So now he's going to just special summon, use his special summon of the turn with the Ancient Gear Wyvern.
And to be fair, when Ancient Gear Duel is on the field, it provides so much intensity into the game state, right? It is one of those cards that you really wanna get rid of. You cannot afford to have it on the field. You need to find a way to deal with it. Otherwise, you cannot interact with your opponent. So, Ancient Gear Golem and every monster that mention it in the main monster zone are unaffected by the opponent activated monster effect. This is very important, because Shadows are those decks that like to interact in your turn, right? And like to establish even a field when your opponent is playing. However, Ancient Gear Duel is right there to deal with it.
Absolutely, and now we are going to just keep going with another summon. It will be the Dark Golem. And to be honest, it's going pretty well for Ancient Gear.
Yeah, I told you, you should not sleep on Ancient Gear. I told you. It is one of those decks that I'm really expecting to go well into the tournament. And having faced Sadol, doesn't Sadol feel like right now are just in the mercy of Ancient Gear, right? It feels like right now you can not actually deal with them. And obviously Ancient Gear, Dark Golem, one of the main ace monsters of the deck, has the ability to, when it attacks, your opponent cannot activate spell and trap until the end of the damage step, which is very important in case that a droplet may be set in order to counter an attack on a Winda, for example.
Absolutely, and we've seen that droplet is probably the card of the tournament for right now. So it's good to have a protection against that. But for now, the Winda just let Vino add back the El Shadow Fusion, and he's going to start with 4 cards in his hand, plus the Shadow Core, which was set before.
It is one of those cards that you are kinda wanna grind with and kinda wanna send it to the grave. However, when it's on the field set, also provides a very strong possibilities for the deck if you are able to fusion summon. And since Vino has the right cards, right now he can access his whole extra deck, right? So he sent Ariel and Saddle Call to summon Abkalon. One of those cards that you really want to summon when you are going through an established, since it can negate a face-up card and it targets the Gear duel, which is very, very important. And of course, Ariel, one of those cards
What a
that
card.
are very, very scary to face, and banishing almost the whole graveyard of Sentiras, leaving only the effect Veiler there.
Yeah, this is of course a very strong interaction with the Ariel. It hurts a lot of decks, and here it doesn't change. It doesn't change a lot. Yeah, it hurts the Ancient Gear strategy a lot because now the Golem is just banished, which is not a very good thing. And yeah, I cannot say it enough, but Shuttle, they have a lot of tools to just get rid of the opponent's resources, and it's all about managing the resources so that you are able to cycle yours and to just get on top of the game. So very good here. Seeing that the Ariel just resolves, and we are going to see if the Channel player can just stop the Ancient Gear player in his tracks.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those decks that you cannot afford to give one more turn, right? It is one of those decks that you cannot say that, okay, you can go. It is one of those decks that you really need to make your plays during your turn and really, really need to stop them as soon as possible and take the win. Otherwise, if you give them the slightest chance, you're in a very, very difficult spot. So we see Upcalon be link summoned into
Gravity Controller.
yes, one amazing link that requires one fusion monster in the extra monster zone, which is very important to have an access to send Upcalon to send it from the field into the graveyard and to trigger its graveyard effect.
That's very interesting because here we saw an attack with the Gravity Controller on the Ancient Gear, but I believe that the Gravity Controller's effect just only activates when the two monsters are on the extra monster zone, I guess. So I'm not really sure what Vito wanted to achieve here, to accomplish. Maybe it is a slight mistake or something that I just didn't see.
So I think it's probably to send Upcalon to the graveyard in order to have the effect to add these adult Sismas we saw into the hand. And one thing also to note is that Upcalon's effect to negate, it's not until the end of this turn. So Ancient Gear duel that has been negated before through Upcalon, it's still not able to be activated, and since it has its effect negated, because Upcalon has those unique effects that most of the current cards, to be fair, um, is giving the opportunity to negate, for example, an effect at the end of the turn, modify the attack or the defense at the end of the turn. But Upcalon is one of those cards that give the opportunity to negate the card, negate the effect permanently. It's very important because most of the players may forget about that, right? And they think that, okay, he just negated my card until the end of the turn. However, Essinger Jewel is still negated. And we see that the reason that Avacalon was sent to the graveyard in order to add Sadolcism into the hand and be activated right now in order to fusion summon a contract or another Upcalon, to be fair.
Absolutely, Shadow Schism, one of the key part of the Shadow deck, and yeah, when you can get rid of this card, you want to get rid of it as soon as possible. But for now, he's going to special summon the Shadow Construct, and he's going to be able to activate its effect.
Setting Dragon in order to destroy a spell or trap card on the field. Dragon is one of those cards that it really gives the edge to the Shadow, right? It is one of those cards that you want to see. He has so great effects. When he's sent to the graveyard, he destroys a spell trap on the field. And one of the effects that I really love is the set effect, right? That it can send back to hand one monster on the field.
I mean, to be honest, all the effects of the Shadow Monsters, they are very, very strong. And the fact that you have two different interactions, because you have one when it is flipped face up and one when it is sent to the graveyard by card effect. I mean, this is so, so strong because it gives you so much versatility. You have the ability to just play the card that you want at the right time. You have some spell and trap negation. You have the Akalon, which can just let you get back into the game. You have the Winda. You have all those cards, and on top of that, you have all those effects that get back the cards from the graveyard. So yeah, I mean, you have so much versatility with this deck, and that's why I really like it. But yeah, for now it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard because the Ancient Gear Golem is just gonna seal the deal for now, and it's gonna be 2-1. So the game, the duel is not over yet. Vino will just have another game to win, to be able to win the whole duel.
And coming to Vino Mind right now, you are taking Shadow, right? You have already used Despia, you are going for Shadow, and you are feeling confident, right?
Yeah.
You are saying that I play one of the best decks of the format, I'm pretty confident. However, you take the loss. You lose to Ancient Gear, which is, for me, one of the surprises of the tournament. And what you're thinking right now, what's your thought process? Meaning that, what are you going to deal with right now? Probably bringing Speedroids?
I mean, to be honest, yeah, I think that this is the time, the moment to bring the surprise, you know, the spicy deck. This is the time because you can still lose one game, okay? You are still 2-1, yes, you lost the previous game, but you are still in the driver's seat. So it is the moment or never, you know? If you play it right now, you have a chance to surprise your opponent, and you still have your best deck to just play during the last game that you will have to win. But we don't know what is the spice, what is the spicy deck in his choice of decks, and we will realize that in a few moments if he decides to play that right now. But yeah, I would probably play the deck that surprises the opponent, because this is the moment to destabilize your opponent. But we are going to see that real soon as we are jumping into the fourth game of the round.
And we will see probably Chimera against Resonators. Oh, it's not a Chimera, it's
It is
Tether of the
branded.
branded opening, so we will see how Resonators can deal with branded. I'm really looking forward for this matchup, because we will talk about Resonators being a very good option against it all, right? It is one of those decks that, as we see in the tournament, players that were competing against Shadows with Resonator felt very, very confident, right? However, now against Despia, I want to see how you can actually challenge another fusion deck.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting. Yeah, I totally agree with you. We want to see how Resonator deals with the other decks, and not only with Shadow, because we saw that Resonator is a very good deck into Shadow, but we want to see how good it is against a deck like Branded Despia, as you just said. And for now, the good thing is that it's going first, and it's going for now uninterrupted, so it will probably have the ability to put 4 to 5 disruptions, and we are going to see if Branded can just break the field.
However, Branded is one of those decks that can actually play against any field, to be fair. And the important thing is that it has so many skill expression through the chain links, meaning that you can block how you activate the monster effects, you can block them and keep the ones that you truly want to activate on the right time. And another card that is very important in this matchup is, of course, Branded opening, giving the opportunity not only to special summon, for example, Albert from the deck by discarding a card, but also giving the protection when Branded opening is on the graveyard to protect a Despia or a fusion monster.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, for now it's going to be pretty good for the Resonator deck, but as you said, Branded is one of the best decks to just get back into the game. So it's gonna be very interesting to see which options, which cards are in the deck to just get rid of the opponent's threats on the field. We saw some cards like the Book of Eclipse. We saw some droplets. Maybe those cards can just help Sentiras to just get rid of Vino's field. But for now, Vinos is in the driver's seat. He is going to just get all those big monsters with the Hot Red Dragon Archfiend, which is one of the best cards in the game, which allows you to negate one face-up card on your opponent's field. And the fact that it can literally negate anything is very, very good. We talked about some cards like the Shadow Schism, for example, for the Shadow strategy, and being able to negate those cards is, of course, very good because it can negate those cards, negate some monsters, it negates everything on the field.
And Red Nova Dragon also on the field, giving so much potential to the deck. It is one of those monsters that you want to summon, you need to have it on the field, and it gives a very interesting effect. So when an opponent monster declares an attack, you can target the attacking monster and banish the Red Nova Dragon, and if you do, negate their attack.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, giving the opportunity to Resonator, gaining an extra turn, and then can pop off into the next turn that they will also have a battle phase. It's very, very important, and this is something that you cannot afford to do, as we have seen in the past.
Absolutely, and now we see the enabler, the Red Rising Dragon being able to special summon back the Vision Resonator, and now we are going to synchro summon another monster. So everything going great for the Resonator player for now, with the Burst Dragon going on the field. Burst Dragon that we didn't see a lot for now, and which allows you to make all your opponent's monster become some dragon monster, and it can be annoying for some decks, to be honest.
I believe that for Despia it is one of those decks that required for the fusion summon, I believe, for a fusion, if I recall, to have a Fiend, right? So making a dragon, it gives so much uniqueness and how you need to approach it. For example, the first Dark Lord, the fusion that most of the players are into it, requires 3 Dark Fairy monsters. However, you have to consider that every monster now on the field will become dragon.
Absolutely, so yeah, it's gonna be a bit annoying. Of course, not all the fusion require to have a specific type, but for those which require a specific type, like as you mentioned, the Dark Lord one, well, it's gonna be a bit annoying. But for now, we are going to go into the Querites, which is of course a very strong monster going into an established field, because you can just remove the attack of the opponent's monster. But knowing that, Vino literally put all his monsters in defense position so that it doesn't get affected by the Querites.
And I want to say the exact thing that we were speaking about Droplet being the best card during the weekend, and seeing that going off and off and off. However, can we just appreciate how much work Didicro has put on the game, right? It is one of those cards that, yeah, their effect might be simple, just banishing a card from your opponent's graveyard. However, in the right moment, in the exact card, it can make a lot of damage, as we see. For example, Dramaturge has been removed and has been placed into the banishment zone. So now it's very difficult for Sentiras to access it. He has to go through a lot of cards in order to go back to Dramaturge. He needs to use ad libitum as a fusion material, which in this scenario it's not one of the best options, since he has very, very low resources in comparison to Vino.
Absolutely, yeah. What you stated was totally right. The Diddy Crow doing a lot of work during those games, and once again, the Diddy Crow doing some work against Branded. We talked about the ability of Diddy Crow to be very, very good against the Shadow strategy, but for the Branded strategy, it's literally the same because you want to use those resources of farm the graveyard, and if you cannot do that, as it has been the case for this turn, then it's gonna be a bit difficult, you know. I mean, it's not gonna stop you completely, but it is still very annoying, especially going into a field and especially a field of Resonators.
So we can see the true power of Resonators right here. Can be the deck of surprise, meaning that obviously it is one of the best decks.
Yeah.
Yes, everyone was thinking about, but would you expect to be so good, to have so much power, so much impact into the current game state? Because at the moment I think it's undefeated, right?
Yeah, I guess it is, unless I just forgot something, but I guess it is. And for me, I must admit that it is a bit surprising. I didn't expect it to be as good. I thought it would be good, but that good? I mean, yeah, the deck is a real contender in this meta game.
It is one of those decks that you clearly want to have when you are facing, for example, Isadol, as we speak before, but I wasn't expecting to be so good against any deck. I mean, we've seen it against Adol. We can see it right now against Despia. And we see one of those cards that we are talking the whole weekend for. It is Book of Eclipse. However, can you go and break this field on the next turn? Because even if Vino passes right now, he still will have the 4 draws. However, Hold the Red Dragon Arena Beast has been summoned on the previous turn alongside with Red Nova Dragon, and they can both be flipped face up.
Face up, yeah.
Yeah, since they have not changed their battle position in this turn.
And absolutely, yeah, this is such a good card. I mean, a lot of players, they are on those 2 cards. They are on the Droplet, they are on the Book of Eclipse. And when you are facing a deck like Salamangreat, of course, the Book of Eclipse doesn't do as much as you want it to do. But against a deck like the Resonators, this is not a link climbing deck. So the Synchro monsters will be affected by this Book of Eclipse. It will be flipped face down, and it can be a bit annoying. But yeah, for now, still, there are 2 monsters on the field, so, I mean, it's kind of okay for the original player, but yeah, very good card once again.
So the effect of the tragedy has been activated into the graveyard to special summon itself into the field in order when it's being destroyed, the theater will be activated to special summon Quartetis in defense position. And I think now another
forbidden
card.
Droplet. Like, we've seen this card all day, and we said it. This is going to be the card of the tournament. Literally, it has accomplished so many things for a lot of players. And once again, the Droplet is just there to maybe save Sentiras.
And we can see in the end phase that both monsters has been flipped face up, and through the effect of Book of Eclipse, 2 cards will be drawn, 1 for each monster that has been flipped face up through the effect of Book of Eclipse, since it sets all monsters on the field without target, however, until the end of the turn. And for each monster flipped face up in the opponent field, the opponent draws 1 card for each.
And I must admit that it feels really good, you know, when your opponent activates Book of Eclipse, you are like, okay, that's not very good for me. But when you draw the cards, you are very happy about that.
Yeah, and to be honest, look at this field, meaning that 3 very powerful Synchromons are on the field. You have follow-up through Crimson Gaia being on the field, and of course a set card, and you have 3 cards in hand, right? Meaning that if Sentiras doesn't find a way in this turn to win, I'm pretty sure that Vino can for sure deal 500 damage.
Yeah, absolutely. But Yeah, it would have been funny because we can see that there is one monster in defense position which has 0 points of defense. It would have been funny to see like an attack with the Pentest tag and just see the game the game won like that. Well, it's not gonna happen, at least not during this turn. But yeah, I would have loved to see that.
I mean, Pretesag is one of those exclamation deck monsters that have taken into my consideration, to be honest. I feel that it was a very good meta goal because I wasn't expecting it to be so impactful in the current meta, to be honest. However, not only gives the opportunity for OTKs through any fields, meaning that a lot of decks right now want to summon monsters into defense position, but also giving the ability to play cards against, for example, Book of Eclipse. Because as we said, Pretesag gives the ability to the monster that it points to inflict piercing damage to defense position monsters, right? So when you have this opportunity against a meta card, for instance, Book of Eclipse, that every player playing right now, right? And
Absolutely.
gives the opportunity to inflict some piercing damage and going through games, since you can fusion summon even with set monsters. So I truly was speechless about the Resonators. If I was coming before the event and I was telling you that, I'm telling you, Resonators are going to thrive, are going to see that they are going through every matchup and they are thriving in every scenario. Would you believe me?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, I would have thought maybe this guy really likes Resonator, but I'm not sure it's really going to be the case. But you are absolutely right. Resonator, one of the best decks right now, and I think that it performs really well. It has a lot of advantages. Of course, going first, which is very, very good, but also the ability to going second, be able to break some very, very good fields. We have seen that during the 2 first rounds with the Resonator being able to break the Shadow field, which is considered to be one of the best fields in the game, and we have seen that also with the branded ones. So yeah, Resonator really a strong deck, and I just think that this is very good to watch. I am impressed, and this is a very, very good thing. We are going to see if it continues, if it keeps going that way, but for now, we are going to do a little break. Don't go anywhere, because right after, we're gonna have the next round.
So, what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa! Get a load of that thing, guys! Now there's something you don't see every day. Check this out! Red Eyes Black Dragon! I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move. Nike Air Max 95.
C'est l'heure du duel. Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin. Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Me voilà enfin, Yuki.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
And we are back here at the World Championship 2025 here in Paris, France, for another round of Rush Duel. Now I'm with Alberto. How do you feel about this day for now?
I mean, I really feel like it's been a privilege so far, right? We have seen a lot of different decks, a variety of strategies, mind games, and I also feel like what was supposed to be the best deck sometimes was beaten by other decks, which we thought, yeah, okay, maybe this deck can be brought at the World Championship, but then in the end, for example, I'm talking about Speed Droids or Resonators, for example. Talking about Rush Duel, it was baseball, so there were a lot of different decks, and I am super excited because most of the duels that we have were very sought after, a lot of back and forth, and I really feel like that sometimes it's just, you know, for a few hundred life points that the game is all about. Because I mean, there were like certain games in particular that I'm thinking of which we thought were going in a certain direction, and then which
All of a
were
sudden.
completely
Yeah.
you know, like this. So I'm extremely excited, especially because now we are entering the last round for Rush Duel, which means that one of our duelists will advance, most likely, into the semi-finals. And so far we have seen for sure Light Galaxy, which is the first deck that comes into my mind, which is the deck to beat for sure. But we also seen Heroes, for example, we have seen Spellcasters, we've seen Red Boot, which it's not really a surprise, but still I'm surprised all the time to see the deck in action for how explosive the deck is. And I think the same must be for you, because you've seen a lot of actions, and here it comes the player rankings.
Absolutely, and we can see that Quantum Cubes finally got his first win of the tournament. He came in very confident. Of course, he could be very, very confident, and he started going 0-2, which was not what he expected, of course, but he's trying to just climb back and to get back on track. So he has to win the next round, of course, and well, it's not going to be easy, of course, because his opponent is going to try to do the same. But yeah, we entered this tournament thinking that there are some established players, and there are some players who are trying to get the title, you know. And finally we saw that everything got all the way around, and some established players are 0-2, and some players that we didn't expect to be at the top are at the top, and that's the magic of the game, literally.
No, I mean, especially because I think that, I mean, we have mentioned this before, this is the World Championship. All of our players here are class experts, and I mean, they have played all year long to be here at this stage, to compete for the World Championship title, and I really feel like this is something that we also discussed in our very first round of Rush Duel. We had Quantum Cubes on stage, and it was up 2-1, and then he lost the match. I mean, there was an incredible fight, but for now, we're entering into our last round. We have Paco against Zenzo. So, as you can see up on the screen, both of our duelists have a 1-1 record, which means that it's in or out. So, one of our players will be advancing into the semi-final, and I really want to see now what is going to happen next.
Yeah, they're gonna have to bring their A game, of course, because it's just or you go big or you go home. If you do not win this game, then you're gonna be in a bit of trouble, and we know that those players, they want to be in the top 4. They have worked during the entire year for this, and this is the moment, this is the game that you have to win. 3 games to win and to be in the top 4.
And here, like, we start things off with Light Galaxy. Like right away, it's not really a surprise, I would say. You really want to seal this one out and win it. But I also really want to see the strategy, because I think this is the first time we made City Galactic Oblivion being summoned in defense position, right? So, as mentioned, our player strategy may adapt depending on the round they're in, depending on the opponent they're facing. And I'm really curious to see now the decks in action, especially because now he's up against Spellcasters.
Yeah, and we saw just 2 cards in hand for Zenzo, which is kind of interesting, to be honest. And 2 set cards. We mentioned earlier that the set cards are very, very important in this game, because they are the wall that prevents you from losing the game, and that lets you have another turn to just get back into the game. And those are the cards that give us those back and forth games, so that we have some pleasure, you know, to watch to watch this. For now, we are going to start with the Strange Witch, which is such a good card for the Spellcaster deck. We are going to be able to bring back the 7th Road Witch, which will then allow us to go into the fusions.
And I really feel like the peculiarity of all these decks that resembles them, it's the ability of fusion summons, right? I think having access to the extra deck and fusion summons, what really, it's a game changer, right? And especially the 7th Road Charming Witch, I think it's one of those cards that we have seen a lot over the last duels, and changing the body position of a monster is very relevant because we mentioned how important it is to take care of life points, and I mean, I really feel like the Spellcaster is more of a control deck that suddenly basically can turn up events like very quickly. On the other hand, of course, as you mentioned, like Galaxy having 2 cards in hand, it's not something that you really see every day. I mean, sometimes you may have 1 card for the Shiny Shady. 2 cards maybe would have had another monster to summon, maybe really feel like doing it. I mean, yeah,
And
of course.
there
First
is the
one,
Shiny Shady. Not a big surprise.
not a big
I mean,
surprise. I mean, yeah, I mean, we talked about it before. It's super powerful card. I think every our player is playing it this weekend. But also another important point is that you gain 1500 life points, which is always relevant. Here comes, yeah, okay, the 7th-Throat Magician. I mean, it's I think this is something that we already witnessed, and what I really like is most of the Rush Duel decks that we have in the current format play with the graveyard in terms of gaining attack points to boost your monsters on the field, and I think this is pretty much it.
yeah, and right now we see only 1 card in hand and 1 card set, so it might be once again the same trap card, and I hope so. Otherwise, he's gonna be in trouble because right now we have Zenzo in the driver's seat. He's going to be able to summon those 2 monsters and then being able to summon the extra floor. And of course, this is the Shiny Shady being activated, which will allow him to put the monster face down and to gain those life points in that case.
Ooh, okay, but here goes with the skill, which I mean, we talked about it before. I think it's I think the skill is very important to get rid of 2 cards and draw 2 new fresh cards,
Yeah.
especially because you essentially put into the graveyard new names that you can then eventually shuffle back into the deck.
You can shuffle them back, you can bring them back. I mean, you can do a lot of things, and yeah, I mean, you can just cycle through your resources and find the cards that you really want to just perform your whole combo. So yeah, very good skill. Of course, it allows you to just make some pluses because the graveyard is basically a second deck. You can use that to just perform everything that you want to do.
Pretty much, and here at Zenzo, I mean, I think it's just having a little bit of a thought of what could be next, especially because, as we mentioned, Shiny Shady, of course, is an incalculable disruption, and of course, you really need to find another way to deal with it. But
That's a good card. That's a good card. Draw 2 cards.
Yeah, that is definitely something that may solve the issue, especially because now comes the fusion. Yep. That part of Grid alone, I mean, we mentioned, it's just, yeah, draw 2 cards.
That is very good. That is very, very good. And now we are going to special summon the Fuse Eve, which will allow us to just special summon the Galaxy Oblivion. And it also have the ability to just get back a card from the deck and to put it on top or on the bottom. And on that, in that occurrence, you wanted to just put it on top and draw the same card. So.
Yeah, it's very powerful, especially because you can essentially recycle back one of your fusion, and if you really feel like you can add it back immediately by drawing it again. And then, if that's the case, you can also, maybe, we're gonna see the Eternal Galactic Oblivion being summoned onto the field. I mean, it's something that honestly, it's that is the card that usually you summon where you want to seal this one out. So maybe Zenzo was missing one piece, that is why maybe it didn't go for display, but it did not set any card. So
Absolutely. So now we know that Paco has a free roll basically. So he can just use his 5 cards and try to just take the game on his own. But I mean, yeah, that game is so interesting, and the fact that you know, the games are so back and forth that you have the ability to just get back into the game and then the other player gets back into the game is very, very, very exciting to watch. And for now, we are going to summon Mr. Alchemy and to get some more cards. And now we have 7 cards in hand.
yeah, I mean, the Mr. Alchemy is very good in mid-game, especially because when the strange cut into the graveyard, you can basically recycle it back, you special summon it, and then when you summon it, the Seventh Road Witch gets onto the field. So it's just, you know, we're witnessing, like, the fusion gets added back, and this is the consistency of the Spellcaster deck, I feel like. It's, whenever we're in a position in which the game is far from over. Like I think you really can push, and hopefully we're gonna see for the first time this weekend. I'm really looking forward to see the Master of the Emeralds being summoned. So let's see if we will get the chance to see in this game from Paco.
But one good thing for Zenzo is that thanks to his trap card, he's now at 7,500 life points, which is a lot to deal with. So maybe the game is not going to be over yet. And yeah, this is one of the really big advantages of this trap card, because yeah, I mean, life points is a real resource in Rush Duel. So we now are going to see what Paco is going to do, and yeah, it would be great to see this fusion, to be honest. I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to see it in action, especially because, you know, we mentioned it. I think the most of the Rush Duel decks this weekend have quite easy access to the extra deck by fusion summoning monsters. And I mean, I really feel like Spellcaster is one of those decks, of course, that can really gain access to those quite easily. Are you a bit concerned that Zenzo is only drawing 2 cards now?
Yeah, I was going to say that as well. I think that this is not a lot, because you don't have a lot of resource from your decks, so it is a bit, you know, it's not a very good situation to be in, because you want to see some new cards, you want to cycle through your deck, and you want to gain as much advantage as you want to. And the problem is that if you can only see 2 cards, I mean, it's not a lot. It's not a lot, considering the fact that you can draw up to 5 cards. Yeah, this is less than 50% that what you could have, and yeah, I don't know if it's going to be enough or not. But for now, he's going to summon the Galactica Oblivion, a very beautiful card.
And here I really want to see when and how he's going to push by activating the other fusion and going through his extra deck. Of course, there's one set card that needs to be considered from Paco, but there must be a certain point in which, you know, Zenzo also must be thinking, okay, this is gonna be it. Especially because, yeah, okay, like, I think it makes sense just to go over this. It didn't set any cards once again from his main phase, which makes me wonder how much time.
Careful, because Spellcaster, they have the ability to just gain so much attack points. So yeah, 6,400 life points is a lot, but you cannot play too much.
Yeah, I mean, I always feel like one card alone can do so much, and I don't know, I can be like, I'm scared, you know, like having phase-up monsters, for example, an 1100 attack monsters onto the field sometimes can be scary, because like you're exposing yourself.
Yeah, true that, and that's why we just we said that since the beginning of the day, that trap cards are very, very important in that game, and we even saw the fact that some players are literally like bluffing it and setting some spell cards because they want their opponent to be scared of that, because this is such a big threat. You cannot allow yourself to just all in and realize that, oh no, there is a trap card that just prevents me from ending the game, and I used all my resources and now I can't do anything, and my opponent, who used these resources wisely, now he's in the driver's seat. So yeah, this is some really, really important part of the game, and seeing the fact that Zenzo doesn't have any spell traps set, I mean, I'm a bit concerned about that. I'm a bit concerned because yeah, it removes him a very big part of the protection and of the mental effect.
Yeah, and I mean, at the same time here, we were mentioning this before, I think Zenzo really understood the position he was into by not pushing enough. It was just taking some time to understand at what limit can I push myself into this game, because essentially here his opponent now is at 3,000 life points, and I feel like both of our players are in a stalled situation in terms of we're not drawing many cards, but this is what really makes the difference. The skill of the Light Galaxy, it's really maybe helping Zenzo out because he's really able to see some fresh cards. But I really like his approach of being conservative, not pushing, but just being, I know what I'm doing, let me just take my time, you know? Because I really feel like, although there are 2 set cards on the field, and, you know, one of them may be our favorite for the weekend, you know, here you can tell that Zenzo is just having a think about it.
And remember, this is only the first game of the best of 3, and those 2 duelists, they have to win this game. It's either they win the game or it's over. Their tournament is over right now, so they must have a lot of pressure on their shoulders, and they must be very careful about what they do with their cards. And right now, with the Paco with only 100 life points, will he be able to do it? Will he be able to win the first game with only 100 life points? That would be absolutely amazing. I want to see that, to be honest.
I mean, we have seen incredible comebacks. We are still missing a comeback being under 200 life points, to be fair. And ooh,
this is a very good one. This is a good start, because the Pot of Avarice will be able to shovel 5 monsters from the graveyard into the deck, and therefore to just bring back some resources into the deck and or extra deck. So he's going to put back those monsters and draw 2 cards, and we are going to summon the Strange Witch, which is a very, very good card on its own and can just enable all the combos of the Spellcasters.
I mean, Pot of Avarice is a very nice addition, I have to say. I mean, I was not expecting it to be played, but I really like it. I mean, you not only shuffle back monsters into your deck and draw 2 fresh cards, but essentially, if you're running out of cards into your deck, you're also gaining 1 extra turn. And I mean, as we mentioned, and as we just witnessed, there are 6 cards remaining. Otherwise, there would have been 4. So it's also something, you know, to be considered.
Absolutely, and as you just said before, we are in a kind of grind game, because we are going lower and lower on resources, and it's gonna be very interesting to see who is gonna win this game, because the guy who is gonna win this game, I mean, he's going to be very, very confident. Just imagine 10 to 15 minutes of duel, and you literally lose the duel while it has been toe-to-toe during so much time. I mean, yeah, that must be very, very, very exciting. And with only 100 life points, Paco is still fighting. He's summoning the 7th Throat Magician and doing his whole combo, but he's gonna have to do a lot, because if he doesn't end the game right now, it's gonna be very hard for him to just survive this game, because of course he doesn't have a lot of life points, and we know how easy it is for the Light Galaxy to just push and gain some attack points. So yeah, he'd better have something really good in those set cards to just survive another turn.
Yeah, because as you mentioned, I think Spellcasters is able to put upon the field fusion monsters that have also very high level attack, and here
he did it! Paco won the game with only 100 life points. What a game it was! 10 to 15 minutes playing this game, and we know that they both have to win the duel, and it was only the first game.
I think even Zenzo was not see this coming, to be fair, because like I'm kind of shocked that this happened. Like 100 life points remaining, and
you basically win it. We saw that before
Mm-hmm.
during the speed duel games with only 400 life points remaining, and now we see that, but even better.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't expect that, and I'm really excited for the rest of this duel. Yeah, the first one was already absolutely insane.
Can you imagine how difficult can it be now for Zenzo? Like, because of course, I mean, we've mentioned this before. It's only one game, but you were in total control of it. I mean, I really like the playstyle of both of our players. Very conservative, didn't want to push enough. But what about Paco? Like, you are with 100 life points, and you're like, no problem, I'm gonna do that. And I think from Zenzo's reaction, I think he didn't see this coming, because like I think he had more of 4,000 life points or something, right?
Yeah.
So it's, I mean, I'm shocked. Yeah, totally.
And he must be shocked as well, but Paco must feel really great after that convincing win. But both players showing their skills and showing that they know how to play at the grind game. Remember, 6 cards in the deck for Paco, 8 cards for Zenzo, and they just went recycling their resources over and over again. We saw something really interesting though, that the fact that Paco played as a legend card the Pot of Avarice, which was decisive during this game instead of, for example, the Pot of Greed that we've seen in a lot of decks. And yeah, this card was absolutely crucial for him. So we are going to see what they are going to do during this game too. But Zenzo, he has to get back in the game, and it can be very difficult, you know, because we talked about, of course, the duel in itself, like the technical plays. We talked about the deck building, but researching is really important, and this is the psychological aspect, because when you are in such a game, I mean, your brain is working really hard. You are trying to win the game, you are trying really hard, and when you lose a game that was at the grind game, it can get onto your nerves, and when you are like that, it can be really hard to just focus and get back into the next game. So he's going to have to do that, but I've got no doubt that he will do that, because of course he's on the biggest stage, and I know that those players are very experienced.
Absolutely. I mean, as we mentioned before, these are the best players we have in the whole world, sitting here at the World Championship to get one chance to become the new world champion. But here we are witnessing the baseball deck we have talked, I think, throughout the whole day. I think, I mean, we really enjoy
You really like it.
Yeah, I really
I
like
do
it.
as well.
I really like it, especially because it's one of those decks that doesn't really feel much the pressure of Shiny Shady, because most of the monsters are normal monsters. And here, it is.
All of a
sudden,
Paco just won the second game. It was way faster. The first game took maybe 15 minutes, and the second game was like, we just blinked.
In a blink of an eye, Paco is 2-0. I mean, like, from being down 0-1 is up 2-0. I mean, unbelievable. Like, I mean, what we mentioned this before. How difficult can it be for you being in the driver's seat? Your opponent is at 100 life points, and all of a sudden you're down 2-0. That must be like shocking, shocking, honestly. And Paco now, I think, has a boost of confidence. Seeing with 2-0, he is one game away to being 2 wins and 1 losses here at the World Championship 2025. And now the question is, what our players are going to be playing next? Because this game 3 can be the decisive game.
Yeah, totally. And decisive game means that it means 2 things. I mean, I think that whoever wins the duel, because it's not lost for Zenzo, but whoever wins the duel is going to have such a boost of confidence going into the top cut, because if it's Paco, then wow, he won the game, being 100 life points. I mean, he was about to lose the game, he won the game, then right after he just has a convincing win in like 1 minute or something like that, and he wins the game 3, he's going to be very confident. But on the other hand, if Zenzo wins the thing, it means that that's the reverse sweep. Literally, he goes from 0-2 to 3-2, and that would mean a lot for him. So, I mean, a lot is going to be played right here, and I think that those 2 players, they must be very, very focused to win this one. And we see the Joint Deck Raptor. So basically, the Earth Machine deck. So basically, as it is named, a lot of Earth monsters and a lot of Machine monsters. With, of course, the Joint Deck Leo. Joint Deck Leo, which is also played, by the way, in decks like Cyber Dragon. I mean, used to be played, and is a very, very good card.
And I think it's just no. Is it over? Really? What? It's over.
I mean,
no,
are you kidding me?
No
are you
way.
kidding me?
What?
A convincing victory for Paco. A first game that took like maybe 15 minutes. It was so tense. It was so hard for him to win that game. Only 100 life points, and from that point, it was so good that he managed to win the second and the first game in the blink of an eye. I mean, what a duel, what a convincing way to enter the the semi-final. Wow!
I mean, I'm shocked, honestly. I think I'm under shock because, like, I think it was more the talk that we did and Paco clicking and winning game 2 and game 3 in a fashionable way. I mean, wow. I mean, first of all, congratulations for the incredible win and performance. To be fair, I mean, game 1. I mean, we mentioned it. 100 life points remaining, and I don't know if that like game 2 and game 3 was for rewarding game of the performance in game 1, because it was something like I'm speechless. And I mean, we have to give credit to Enzo, of course, for trying very hard, but what can you do against such a field? I mean, congratulations for Paco for advancing with 2 wins and 1 losses. What a match we just witnessed. Thank you so much for watching, but don't go anywhere, because we have for you the last round of Speed Duel coming up for you. Keep watching.
C'est l'heure du duel. Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin. Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Te voilà enfin, Yugi.
Yeah.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
And we're back to the coverage of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links World Championship 2025. We told you it would have been a small break because we are back with the last round of Speed Duel. We just witnessed an incredible match of Rush Duel instead, with Paco taking over Enzo and, I mean, advancing and securing his spot for the semi-finals in a fashionable way. Congratulations to him. But now, enough with the talk, because we have the last round of Wiz for the Speed Duel category. And I think you guys casted the last ones, and I had the chance to say it, and it was a lot of fun, a lot of different actions. And I mean, we talked about it during the day, how different the decks are. And I think this is the most important round, of course, of the tournament for our players, because it means that either player who wins is going most likely to advance into the top card. Of course, everything has to be seen, but a win is really what you're really looking for. And I mean, at this point to the competition, you may have noticed maybe what your next opponent could be. We also talked about you know, the most played decks and what we are expecting throughout the day. But what I'm really looking forward is our next players, because I really feel like that throughout the day in the competition, if in the first round you maybe have some pressure because it's the World Championship, tension still really needs to go low. Now is the last round, and of course, being on stream is no joke, as we also mentioned. But our players, are the best ones in the world, and have been used to this a lot of times throughout the year, going through the competition, World Championship qualifiers and KC Cups. I'm incredibly excited, especially after witnessing what we witnessed over the last rounds. How you guys feel?
There is going to be such great thing. I can feel it. I can feel it. We have seen such a great duel right now with the Rush Duel, and I think it's going to be the same with the Speed Duel. Remember, it is going to be a very decisive round, because one of those players will be in the top cut and the other one will just pack his things. So this is crucial for those players, because everything revolves around this duel, and I hope that we will have the same energy and the same things that we saw just before, and we are going to jump into the game. So last round of Swiss, round 4 out of 4. One of them will qualify and the other one will not. The players are ready, and we are going to start the game with the Speedroid Terror Top, the Speedroid strategy that we see again. We have already seen this strategy before, and we saw it managed to do pretty well, to be honest, and the string core deck in general are doing pretty well. The speed rate, of course, but also the Resonators. So let's see what this deck can do going first.
I mean, it's a very interesting matchup, meaning that we have speed rate against the Shadow, two decks that we have showcased a lot. Obviously, Shadows, it is in every round of the event. However, speed rate is also a very good option for this competition. And I'm really interested in this matchup, meaning that Shadow have powerful spellcards, for example, Shadow Fusion, to counter all the Secret Summoning from the speed rate, and one more tool in the arcade, with the meaning of, since the speed droid wants to summon Clearing Wing Dragon in order to negate a monster effect, Shadow can actually play around it with Shadow Fusion, chain-linking and blocking their effects in order to protect their big monsters effects, for example, El Shadow Apkalon or Shadow Construct, and in order to let those effects that they're really mandatory for you in order to play and advance your game state to go through and not be negated. So I'm really want to see how Speedroid can establish a very good field against Shadow and how they are going to counter every option that the Shadow can have going second.
And I really feel like now also looking at our duelists, Philip, known as Nifus, is actually the brother of Christian Thomas, who is participating in Master Duels. So we have two brothers participating in two different categories. And I mean, it's great to see that our duelist is sitting on 3 wins and 0 losses, which means that most likely, depending on the results of this match, we will be seeing it in the semi-finals. And it's great because, you know, Christian Thomas, I managed to know him in the TCG, and 2 years ago, he also qualified for the TCG category. So it's a great story, honestly. I mean, we talked about it that, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh! Not only is about, you know, cards, but also about friendships and brotherhood in this case. So can you imagine going to the World Championship with your brother and both qualified for it?
Yeah, absolutely, because 2 years ago he went to the World Championship, but he was just watching his brother on the TCG category, and now they are both in the tournament, and well, it's going pretty well for Philip, because he's now, as you just said, 3-0. So this is very cool, you know, to see two brothers going together and having the ability to just support each other, to be able to train together, to be able to prepare for this big event. And maybe his brother just gave him some advice to just be well prepared and to have a good approach of this tournament.
Imagine being in the family dinner and the discussion is, what are you going to do in the weekend? Oh, we are both attending the World Championship. I mean, it's an incredible story. I cannot even imagine having my brother in the World Championship with me competing, but again, Magic Deflector, one of the strongest cards to counter Shadows, have been activated, and for the rest of this turn, it negates all equip, field, continuous, and quick play spell card effects on the field. So it's similar the logic of Imperial Order, one of the most powerful and tremendous trap cards on the game. But it's only until the end of this turn, and it does not negate the normal spell cards.
Yeah, and I think it makes a lot of difference. But I mean, if we gave credit to Philips, on the other side we have Kama3 Wei, which is the highest ranking player worldwide at the WCQ currently, and he also qualified for the WCS in 2023, where he was the highest ranking Azure player at the qualifiers. I mean, I think we said this countless times. We are at the World Championship, but looking at the statistics, I mean, it's these players are the best of the best. And I am super excited to see both of our players with this score, like 0 losses at the, I mean, last round. I really think that you really want to win this one as well, because you really want to prove that...
make a statement.
Exactly, you want to make a statement. You go into the semi-final saying, I didn't drop a single match.
And, I mean, at this point, I think in this match, can we say that both players will advance to the top cut probably?
Quite safely.
We can safely say that,
Quite safely, I would say, because, I mean, they are the only players sitting in the 3-0 record, and most likely, I would say, we will be seeing them into the semi-finals, regardless of this last result. But still, I really think that is super important, as John Alexi mentioned, not only to make a statement, but to prove that you are the best player in the room so far.
And I mean, when you are competing in an event and you take a loss, even if you made it to the top cut, you still have the feeling that why did I lose against him? And if you face him again during the top cut, you maybe have some second thoughts, right? So I believe that it will be very crucial for emotional boost and for confidence, of course, to take the win and advance to the top cut with 0 losses.
I mean, if you are a real competitor, you don't want to drop anything. You want to win every single game, as you just said. So yeah, of course, those two players will just want to win it all, and they will not want to drop this one. And for now, we are seeing the Shadow strategy going pretty okay. I mean, of course, there is the Magic Deflector, which is a very strong card, and you know, having such cards like the Magic Deflector or the non-area fusion, being alone, I mean, you can kind of play around that. But when it is paired to an established field, it is way harder to just play and try to go through everything. So this is the power of those cards. It's that they are not only alone, but they are just paired with some very powerful interactions. And now we are going to see the Speedroid again. Being able to play, and in front of them there is a Shadow Monster, but the problem is that this Shadow Monster is not face down, he is face up, and you don't want to see that when you are playing Shadow.
And I mean that at the moment I really love that KONAMI has made the commitment to go all in and say that, okay, I understand that the best decks right now are probably fusion decks, I'm going to counter them, I'm going to put on the Magic Deflector and have it on my deck in order, if anything happens, I can activate it and negate all the potential quick play fusions that may be activated. For example, El Sartol Fusion or Branding in Red. In any case, it is one of those cards that you are committing your whole tech cards and non-engine cards to go to counter the best decks right now in the game.
And I mean, I really feel like the Magic Deflector, as you mentioned, I think maybe the game changer of this game, especially because this is something that really shuts down Shadow strategy entirely, and having the Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon onto the field, I mean, it makes the difference, and it made the difference into this game one that goes to KONAMI 3.
Absolutely, and the Speedroid strategy is going very well. So for now, I mean, the synchro strategies are very, very good into this tournament, and I must admit that I did not expect that. I thought that the fusion strategies would be way better than those ones, but I must admit that yeah, they are pretty strong. We've seen Speedroids, we've seen Resonators, and I think that going into tomorrow, people will pay a lot more attention to these decks, of course. They will know what their opponent play, but if they play some synchro, they will pay attention to that, and we are going to get back into, you know, this mind game and trying to find the opponent's deck before he plays it and trying to counter it. So, I mean, I didn't expect that, but do you think that they have just taken the lead, the synchro decks, or not?
Fair, it's a very difficult question because I have seen obviously Resonator have made an incredible show, right? Everyone in the home, us, everyone is talking about the Resonator deck that it has gone undefeated. I mean, I'm speechless about this. I truly cannot believe that. And despite though that those deck Resonator and Speedroid are in a very good position in the meta, and of course Resonator popping off, I'm truly believe that Sadol and Despia and Chimera probably have still a lot of things to say, and people should not disrespect those decks, because the moment you disrespect them, the moment that you put out a fusion area from your deck, it's the time that they are going to punish you. However, game 3, game 2 is going to happen right now, starting with some Resonator as we speak before.
I am sorry, but I have to say something. The field looks really great, don't you think? I've been watching that for like so long, and I'm like all those colors, all this everything. It is really, really beautiful, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I really like it, but I mean, if we talk about synchros, what about Link Monsters? Because for the first time this weekend, we're gonna be seeing Sky Striker in action. I mean, let's talk about Sky Striker for a little bit, and let's just focus on it, because I think KONAMI has been so far the only player we had the chance to see on stream playing Sky Striker. I'm really curious to see if other players have brought Sky Striker, but I really like the strategy, to be fair. It's one of those
so
decks,
happy
you know?
to see that. I am so happy to see that. We were talking about that earlier with the Sky Striker strategy, because we saw some Salamangreat strategy with the Link monsters and everything, which is not vulnerable to those cards like Forbidden Droplet or the Book of Eclipse, and I think this is pretty much the same with the Sky Striker strategy, and you have the ability going second to be very, very strong, while when you are playing Salamangreat, you do not have the same amount of pressure going second, because all those cards, you know, the Engage that lets you build all this card advantage, the Widow Encore, which is a very, very good card, lets you just negate the effects, and this is like kind of a droplet, you know, because you can just activate it in response of your opponent's interaction and lets you just get back into the game and just get all those resources. And I really like this kind of playstyle, because you have the control, you try to get back the control onto the game, and you try to just establish your power onto this game. So I'm very, very excited to see what is Chemistry just going to do, what he's going to bring to the table with maybe some going second cards. And yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. But I am happy to see this strategy.
And to be honest, San, you called it, right? I was expecting all day to see the flame, the uniqueness. And now we can experience Sky Strikers.
But I didn't think it would happen.
I mean, we mentioned the variety of decks that we're having in the current format, and I really hope that we get the chance to see Sky Striker in action from our players in the next matches as well. I mean, I really feel like this is one of those decks that can really catch your opponent off guard if you don't really expect it. Because, I mean, we are seeing it, KONAMI has 4 cards in hand and 16 cards in his deck. It means that it's a 20-card deck. And I'm really wondering what his strategy can be. How fast do you really want to seal this one out? And how much did you prepare for the other matchups? And how do you approach your opponent's deck? I'm really curious to see this deck in action, and I mean, we mentioned it. Usually, the 4th or 5th decision, it's one of those decks that can really keep your opponent off guard. And let's see if here Philip will be able just to face this one up and focus without being even too much interrupted. But again, the synchro deck strategies, I mean, this is scary. This is incredibly scary.
Yeah, this is very scary.
Yes,
I totally agree.
But to be honest, Sky Striker have the opportunity to play around this field pretty well if they open the XR card, meaning that, yes, my deck has the skill to set Finish Chain. However, I have Jamming Wave.
You have everything. You have Jamming Wave. You also have
even
the Afterburner. Exactly. I mean, it's so many different options. What I know is that there are 3 big synchro monsters onto the field, a Fiendish Saint being set, and another card. And I think I can safely say that if it would have been any other deck, it would have been very, very difficult. Sky Striker, let's see.
Maybe they can do it, and it's gonna start with the summon of a Rose. And Rose is a pretty interesting card. I mean, usually you prefer to have Ray, but Rose is pretty fine as well, because it has this effect in the graveyard when you get rid of an opponent's monster in the extra monster zone. So yeah, maybe this effect will just feel great later into the turn. But yeah, one thing which is really important is that Sky Striker has an ability to just get rid little by little of all the threats of the opponent. But there are a lot of threats, because there are 3 big monsters, and Sky Striker can be in trouble, you know, when they want to just deal with those monsters. And there is this surgical striker hemp. So basically you can special summon this card onto your opponent's field if you control a Sky Striker ace monster. So he got rid of 1 monster, 2 more.
and we have to note that this is not a card effect, this is not destroying anything, it's just a monster summoning itself, it's just tributing an opponent monster, which is very important since no effect can be triggered. Kaina will be summoned on the field targeting the Red Dragon Archfiend in order to be...
Ooh, and we have a card that we've seen earlier today, the Final Bringer of the End Times, and this is a very good card because it will get rid of the field spell, and that is kind of a problem because of course he wanted this effect to resolve, but there will be another effect in the graveyard because this field spell is very good, so it has an on-field effect and a graveyard effect.
Yeah, a lot of times you activate multi-roll in order to destroy your own field spell and access your Sky Striker, Ace Ray, the main monster of the deck.
There it is.
And since she's on the field, Sky Striker can feel a lot of comfortable since when any Sky Striker monster will leave the field by a battle or card effect, she can summon herself back. And at the current state, I really threatened from the cards that KONAMI has in his hand because we were talking about the monsters, we are talking about the field spell, but do not forget that Sky Striker has one goal, to have 3 spells on the graveyard, and when 3 spells are on the graveyard, when the magic number has been reached, then every Sky Striker card gets a second effect, a very powerful effect, and of course the start of the show is Sky Striker 8, Engage.
Yeah. Will we see Engage? Does he have Engage in hand?
That
is
would
the
be
question.
very interesting, especially because now he has...
Speaking of Engage!
There it is. Especially because I really feel like the skill effect Sky Striker is defying fate. Like, for example, he had 2 monsters onto the field. You can get rid up to 2 Sky Striker card. He got rid of the Ray to draw 1 fresh card. What if it was the Engage? We will find out because now the Shark Cannon comes onto the field, and I mean, we know that once Sky Striker starts activating a spell after the other, it gets very complicated. And now
we talked about the burner, and the burner will not only be able to get rid of an opponent's monster, but also of a spell and trap card in the spell and trap zone. So he will be able to just destroy the set card probably, which is threatening because we know that this is the Fiendish Chain, and we want the other Sky Striker Link monsters to resolve, to just take advantage of the situation. So for now, everything is going great for KONAMI, and he's piloting the deck very, very well. Of course, if you want to bring Sky Striker, you've got to be very experienced with the deck because it is not a simple deck. It is a very hard deck to pilot, especially because you have to play the deck going second, and you have to play into a lot of interruptions. So not only you have to know your deck very well, but also the deck of your opponent very, very well.
And here comes another Shark Cannon, because and I think we have 3 spells in the graveyard now. I mean, as you mentioned, I really feel like the Sky Striker is one of those decks that has always been very, very complicated to play with, especially because you can have so many different options, but at the same time, one mistake can cost you the game. And I really feel like here the KONAMI is really navigating through Phillips Field incredibly well. Here comes the Zeke, and we also have the Widow Anchor, because, I mean, look at this. Wow. What is going on?
Look at that. Look at that. All of a sudden, you just take your opponent's monster and you have literally 5,000 attack points on the field. So he's going to just link off the Zeke and the special summon. Yeah, it is going to be the Shizuku, and maybe he's going to enter battle phase. Yeah, he's going to, and he's going to take the game with the Sky Striker strategy. I told you before, I think this strategy is very good, like Salamangreat, because not only it surprises your opponent, but it also has the ability to go second and to be very, very strong going into some field, some established field like that. You have the opportunity to play some cards like the Widow Anchor, which is very, very good. We talked a lot about droplets, but Widow Anchor is kind of a droplet, and you can play multiple the same turn. So this is, of course, a very, very good card. And apart from that, you can do so many card advantage. We saw with the Engage, of course, which is a very good card. We saw the Burner, which can get rid of these spell and trap cards in the spell and trap zone. And there are a lot of those cards in this current meta game. And yeah, this deck just literally took apart the synchro strategy. So maybe there is something better than the synchro strategy.
And I mean, you should also remember that Yes, Synchros were spamming on the field. We were seeing Red Dragon nerfing Hot Red, but you have to remember that this is exactly what Sky Strikers wants to do, to play with your monsters. So when you summon big monsters, you have to remember that Anchor is still there. But now we have on our Game 3, Ashen Gear against the Despia. So another matchup we have seen plenty of times, and I'm pretty sure right now that everything will be based on how Apple will be Philip to play around Ashen Gear Duel, one of the best drops on the game right now.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting, and yeah, the fact that Brand Despia is going to be going second into the field is going to be interesting. As you said earlier, Mike, yeah, this deck is very, very good going second into some fields, and it's going to be interesting to see if he has what it takes to just take apart the Ancient Gear strategy. But one thing which is really important is that if he doesn't put too many things on the field, the Ancient Gear then is going to be very, very, very scary, because they have the ability to end the game very quickly. So it will all revolve around the ability of Ancient Gear to put a solid field, and then to the Brand Despia to just be able to break this field and to establish something enough so that they don't get OTK'd after.
Can we notice at something else also, please? We're talking all day about the best deck being the fusion decks, right? Kama 3 right now is the most valuable player, right? He has the most points in the whole world.
Yeah.
Have you seen any fusion in his field? Because I have not.
I mean, that's a fair point, to be honest. That's a fair point. And I was about to say that the three decks that he played, I mean, Ancient Gear and the Sky Striker strategy, and then the Speed Raid strategy. I mean, those 3 decks. Did you expect that? That is very, very surprising to me. And being 3-0 and now being 2-0 in the last round shows that maybe it was the strategy to just play during this tournament. I mean, for now, this is the case.
But I mean, look at this. Honestly, with this starting hand, it's going to be scary, because he got rid of the Gear Town. You basically asked for one of your Ancient Gear monsters, and even if there was a DD Crow from Philip's side, this is one of the most scarier starting hand that we have seen from Ancient Gear.
Yeah.
And I really love that also we went from the Gear Gigant X that added the Construction Trade Signal Red, which also is another layer of interaction. And here comes maybe I think the first Ingirsu of the day.
Yeah. Ingirsu, which is a very good card, to be honest.
We have to experience a totally different way to play Ashen Gear. So we talked at this before at the start of the day, that players, yes, they play, for example, Sadol, right? But there are so many ending options for every deck right now. It's not that you have a certain field that you want to establish. You can go to IP Mascarena, you can stick just to your fusions, and this is what I like to experience, that Kama 3 has come with another ending field. He's have a totally different approach and a totally different strategy, and I think it is one of the biggest reasons why he's 3-0 right now, and with a 2-0 lead in the final round of the Swiss. The only thing that I want to also say is that Shadows and Despia and Chimera are those decks that hurt a lot from cards, for example, non-fusion area, right? But the moment you disrespect them, the moment that you don't use a non-fusion area and starting to think that, yeah, for example, Despia is not good anymore, as we saw in the World Championship, this is exactly the moment when those decks will thrive, and this is exactly the moment that those decks will come back to the meta stage, right? So, at this moment, we are experiencing Kama 3 going with his Ashen Gear and passing turn to Philip. So the first card will be activated and branded in red, that has been set, I believe, through the skills, probably, because Kama 3 has monsters on the field, and will fusion summon into Masquerade, I believe.
No, I think it's going to be the first
yes.
Dark Lord. 3 materials and 3 Dark Fairy monsters. And now we are going to be able to activate all the effects from the banishment. We are going to have the Despian Tragedy back on the field, and we are going to get back and to get an Aluber. Aluber, which is a very good card, of course, one of the key pieces of the strategy.
And I really love the fact when Dramaturge gets hits on the field, because when Dramaturge starts to be on the loop and start being summoning himself on the field, you really feel the pressure because it's a very strong card. And we see the Pentastack. So we have
What a card.
Yeah, we were discussing before with Jean Alexis about this card. How do you feel about the Pentastack being on the meta again?
No, I love it, especially because you really have access quite easily to all link monsters, and you can deal damage by inflicting piercing damage to your opponent incredibly easily. And this way, I mean, even if your opponent has any sort of interruptions, just hopefully to survive this turn, this way you're basically preventing it from happening. I really like it, but I think here Philip is really putting a lot of effort to come back into this one, because the Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, honestly, it's incredibly scary, and here also with the branding opening, I think this is by far one of the best starters that we have seen from Badminton today. And I mean, we've mentioned it, I think Branded not only is consistent, but also it's one of those decks that can really seal the game out in one turn. And look at this. If Kama 3 has no response,
it's gonna be it.
Yeah.
6,200 attack points. I mean, this is something, and it doesn't have anything. So, little by little, Philip Thomas getting back into the game. He was just 0-2 against Kama3. Remember, I mean, he is already qualified, and Kama3 is already qualified as well, but this is really important to make a statement and to just be undefeated at the end of the rounds. And yeah, he's getting back slowly by slowly, and this is very good because we are going to see another deck from Kama3, and I mean, till now it's been very, very surprising, and it's been very, very interesting. So we are going to see maybe a fusion deck, who knows?
I mean, this is the moment where fusion decks need to come from Kama3, right? Because we have experienced, of course, the Ancient Gear, we have experienced the Sky Striker, and only the Speedroid at the start. But as we saw from Philip, the fusion decks are very, very strong. We experienced that, as we can see right now in our replay for the previous game, that Despia can go through any field. For example, Despia right now is at the spot that, as we saw, didn't have any problem playing through the Ancient Gear field, right? Because since if no tech card, for example, on fusion area, is not on the field, they are not a big threat to them any other field. They want to push through any field, they can push through any field, and of course the skill that has a third effect, meaning that giving you the branding rate and also sending a Despia monster to the grave, it means so much for this Despia strategy to go second against any field.
I mean, I really feel like here Phil is stay calm, and if you saw his reaction after he won this game, it was, I'm still here.
Yeah,
it's not over.
He was relieved.
Yeah, it was like, he was really proving himself that he really wants to win this out and come back, because if he now ties the score, there's only one game remaining.
Yeah.
You know, we mentioned that you can lose one game after the other. The important thing is that you win the match, and no matter that our players are 3-0, we're at the World Championship. You really want to prove that you are the best player in the room. And yeah, I mean, enter into this game 4, honestly, after we witnessed such a game of Ancient Gear and Branded, I'm really curious to see our players approach, because it's because essentially we witnessed very particular games, I would say.
Yeah.
Especially game 3 was like one turn. That was it. It just, you know, like I do my things, and the DD Crow, I think, was quite impactful at the very beginning, and that was pretty much it with the skill itself of the Branded. And here we go to game 4.
So what is he gonna play? Okay, so we have some Chimera experience against some Shadow. So it's gonna be very interesting as well.
And to be fair, we are talking about Kama 3 being 3-0 and having the lead right now. But we should remember that also Philip is 3-0, right? He's still undefeated, he's still going for 4-0, and I'm thinking that right now they are playing a very strong matchup since Chimera against Sadol is very impactful, very skillful, since probably no fusion area will be on the field. So it is just engine against engine and skill against skill and mechanics against mechanics. I'm wondering now how Kama 3 will approach this matchup, since we saw that he's playing very unique cards. Magical Deflector that was activated in the first game, it was very impactful. However, Philip, since he has won the Toinkos and he's going first, he can establish a very strong field. The one that we have been usual to from the Chimera strategy. I believe that he can also access right now his Beatrice also, if I can recall correctly, since he has 2 level 6 on the field, and obviously Beatrice is a very strong card to have, since you can not only gain resources on your turn, but also being an interruption on your opponent's turn. And one thing that the Chimera deck wants to do is just send all these monsters into the graveyard. For example, Mirror Sword Knight.
Ooh. Invader of Darkness.
Yeah, Invader of Darkness
just
is a very, very good card because
being sent.
Yeah, it prevents your opponent from activating any quick play spell, and we know that there are a lot of decks that play some quick play spell. So
quite a few.
Yeah, quite a few, quite a few. And when you add that on top of a very good field already, then this is almost impossible to just break, because we know that the Chimera has some interruptions in the graveyard. We saw the Cornfield Quaddle, but we also saw the Swordsman, which is very good. And on top of that, we have the Abyss Dweller. We saw that card before, and the Abyss Dweller is very, very good in this metagame because it prevents your opponent from activating card effects during his turn in the graveyard. So, I mean, a lot of decks are playing with their graveyards. We've seen that. The branded strategy, of course, the shadow strategy. So it's almost impossible to just break that.
I mean, what a field. Like, I mean, I know I'm always impressed by Chimera, but look at this. Like, once again, a different lineup from our player, and who goes with Beatrice, Abyss Dweller, and the Baphomet. And this is incredible, to be fair, because, you know, every single card that is going to be sent to your opponent's graveyard undisturbed is not going to be activated.
And this is a big deal for Shadow because, of course, they have a lot of effects in the graveyard. I mean, one of their best thing is that they can activate all their effects, sending the monsters to the graveyard, especially with the Shadow Fusion from the deck to the graveyard. And if you cannot activate the effects, then I mean, you don't have a lot to do with. To be honest, if you only special summon, for example, the Construct, you're not going to do a whole lot.
And to be honest, we are calling Chimera a fusion deck, but right now on the field there are more X's than fusions.
Fair point.
However, I want to see how this will go through, because obviously Dueler, as you have mentioned, is very strong, very powerful against Sadol. And the thing about Sadol strategy is that yes, it has so good effects on the field. For example, Winter, Construct, Upcalon from the fusion. It has also strong effects from when monsters are flip face up. For example, Beast, they draw 2 cards and discard 1. But then all the magic happens in the graveyard, and since Dueler has been activated, those effects cannot be accessed. So Upcalon has been summoned into the field and been linked summoned into Link Gravity Controller, yes.
Gravity Controller, yeah.
So we have Gravity Controller into the field that will attack on Beatrice, and since both of them are on the extra monster zone, they will be returned to the hand. However, the Mythical Beast has been activated in order to special summon Nightmare Magician. Nightmare Magician effect is when an opponent monster when another monster attacks during the damage step, you can destroy 1 card on the field.
I mean, this is not the first time that we see this specific type of play for Chimera, and I love it. Like the Nightmare Magician itself, I think does so much that most of the times I really feel like that you have so many disruptions in your graveyard. There is just too much. Like onto the field now you have the Abyss Dweller, which is just a disruption by itself. Also the Beatrice, which gives you access to other cards by sending them from the deck to the graveyard. And here once again we're seeing the Abyss Dweller because I really feel like the Philip is thinking, I think I can close this one out right now.
Yeah, absolutely, because Abyss Dweller has 2 materials, so 2 turns of no effects in the graveyard. I mean, that's pretty strong against Shadow. And I think that Philip right now is very well into this game, and if he wins this game, then he will tie the game, tie the score 2-2, and that would be amazing because it will once again give us a game 5. I mean, these duels are absolutely amazing. But yeah, speaking about Chimera, I think that Chimera is a very, very strong deck and very scary deck going first.
Whoa, sent the Farfa to the graveyard.
I mean,
I was not seeing this one coming, to be fair. But thanks to the Beatrice effect now and Farfa being sent to the graveyard, you can target one monster in the field and banish it.
Yeah.
What is going on?
And I mean, right now we are in a duel against Sadol, against Burning Abyss, bringing back memories from back in the day.
Absolutely.
But we were talking about Kama 3 playing some unique tech cards and unique strategies, and we see that Philip is playing so many unique cards. For example, Farfa, that it can activate its effect when it's sent to the graveyard to banish a field from the motion zone into the banishment until the end of the turn. And right now, I think when you get hit by a Farfa, right, you do not expect it. And this is why the exact reason why you play this card, because your opponent will not play around it. I'm sure that Kamari was not playing around a potential Farfa to be sent to the graveyard. And right now, he's activating Sadol Sism in order to special summon and fusion summon probably a Construct or a Winda. I think the Winda is the only option right here because I didn't see a light. Yes, no. Winda will be summoned that can send to the graveyard the Nightmare Magician since he's a Dark Argent tribute. At the moment, again Winda on the extra motion zone. We can maybe see another gravity control, maybe. But at the moment, I want to see how Kama 3 will go through this, because we still need to remember that there is the effect of Dueler still being activated. It has been so much time that Kama 3 is trying to push through the field of Philip. However, he has not effects on the graveyard, which is very, very important on this game state.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this Dweller has done so much for Philip right now. It's been so good for him. I mean, almost single-handedly, he won the game for Philip. I mean, there were some other cards, of course, with this Beatrice sending the Farfa, with all these Chimera cards. But in the end, the Dweller did so much that I think that it is really a meta-defining cards right now. And we are at that point. I mean, from 0-2 to 2-2, Philip did it. Maybe thanks to the advice of his brother, you know, the family boost. And yeah, there is going to be a 5th game. So who is gonna win that? We are going to see the 5th game also of Kama 3, which is going to be very interesting because we saw the 3 first decks that were not fusion decks, and it was some very creative strategy. And we saw the 4th deck, which was a bit more usual because it was some shadow. What is the 5th deck? Is this something like branded, or is this something very, very spicy, very exotic?
I mean, I'm really looking forward to seeing what our players decided to bring onto the table. What is for sure is that the score is tied, and I can't wait to see who is going to advance with a 4-0 record. Philip, can you make it? Let's see, we will soon find out.
That is the question, and the question will soon be answered, and we are going to see a mirror of Utopia. What a game!
I mean,
What a game!
I was telling you about this. I want to see a mirror, and we experienced at the best moment, to be honest. It is the 5th game of the final round of the Swiss. Both players have 3-0. Both players are going for the undefeated into the top cut, going for the momentum, and what a way to finish this Swiss round with a Utopia mirror. 2 ace decks, 2 of the most nostalgic and romantic decks of the game facing each other in order to see who plays better. There is nothing more to say. We're just gonna experience the mechanics, the skills, and the pure nature of each player.
And to be honest, you said it earlier, Mike. You told us that you wanted to see a mirror match, and that is the case right now. So the question is, who has the advantage? Because going first, the Utopia deck is good, of course. We saw the trap card, the counter trap, which is very, very good. But going second, it is very scary, and we see the Drawn Logbird being activated on resolution. So now Philip cannot add some cards from the deck to the hand. How much will it hurt the strategy? That is the question, because of course Utopia does want to search some monsters to be able to special summon them and then go into the XYZ plays. But yeah, we are going to see that. He still has 6 cards in hand, so maybe he has what it takes to just put a very scary field anyway.
Would you expect Roll to be on the World
Not at
Championship?
all.
Absolutely not.
As a deck option. I mean, it is one of those cards that they come and back and forth into the meta, right? Every week we can discuss this, and for example, 1 week before that, yeah, Roll is an amazing card. 1 week after, no, Roll is not be played, because this is the exact part of Roll that when you don't expect it, it's very strong. When you have prepared for it and you have made the right card options for your deck, it doesn't feel so much wrong, right? So it gives all this mind game and changes the format consistently. So approaching this format, I would expect cards like, for example, Droplet and Book of Eclipse that we have saw. Maybe some Crows, which also we saw during our matches. But Droll have been taken in out of the radar for the latest weeks, since most players will probably use, for example, in the Fusion area, take cards that completely shut down the Sadol, Despia, and Chimera strategies. However, Droll is one of those cards that can really hurt you when you don't expect, and it's the least expected card to face against. So right now we'll probably see set 2 and set 1 monster and pass to Gamma 3, and I think this is one of the scenarios that you don't want to do, because we can tell by chances that one of those sets will be double or nothing.
And Philip is laughing, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's the point of the deck is essentially activating double or nothing and seal the game as quick as possible, right? And if Philip is having a laugh, I think he knows what is coming next.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he knows the deck very well because he's playing in it, and going second, the deck is very, very scary. You need to have a strong field to just avoid the game to get ended, because yeah, the double or nothing is such a great card. It lets you literally basically put so much damage that your opponent cannot just take those damages. And right now, Chemistry is still very focused, and he's just doing all his combos. He's probably going to look for this double or nothing, the rank up spell, and yeah, he's going to probably, not sure, but probably end the game.
And I mean, as we discussed earlier, Utopia is one of those decks that have taken some steps back from the meta. However, it's a very good option for an event like this, because we should not consider it as, for example, the ladder that you play your deck and you continue to grind. However, this you need to bring a variety of decks, a variety of strategies, and Utopia, one of the reasons that I really like is the fact that it can go first and second. It doesn't care about having the throwing cost, having to go first, having to go second, because in both scenarios it has so many things to do. For example, as we discussed now, Double or Nothing is the card that you want to go to, is the card that will steal the show, and is the card to have in order to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, and once the Utopia double gets summoned onto the field, you can attach a material to search for the Double or Nothing, and XYZ summon another Utopia on it. And here, it's looking very good for Kama, honestly, to be fair. It doesn't seem like Philip have any sort of interruptions, especially because, as we mentioned, Utopia, it's quite of a very, quick interactive deck, and you really want to seal the game as fast as possible, relying on your strategy. And of course, I think it's one of those matchups in which you really want to go second.
Yeah, absolutely. Going second, the deck is very scary, and here is the double nursing. And if you don't have anything to play during your opponent's turn, it's going to be very hard to just survive. You will just try to expect your opponent to do a mistake, but I think that Kamasri is not going any mistakes right now. He's very focused, and Philip is just waiting for his fate.
And since Double or Nothing has been already on the hunt and now into the graveyard, I really want to see how Kama 3 is going to seal the game, is going to take this win, because we have seen Philip's turn, right? He was trying to establish a board, he got hit with a drone lockbait, and he made him pass turn back to Kama 3. However, we have not seen a single interaction from Philip. We have not seen a single card being activated. Kama 3 is just activating cards, just summoning monster, XC summoning, special summoning, activating random spells, and yet we have not seen a single interaction yet. I wonder what this is going to be. This is going to be just a turn for Kama 3 that he will go through without his opponent activating any card, or does Philip have an ace in his sleeve and we are going to see a turn back and a potential return to the game state?
Yeah, and with the XYZ import, honestly, it also gets even more complicated for Philip to come back into this one, because essentially Kama 3 is able to take control of his opponent's monster and put it as a material on his XYZ monster. And look at this. Also the Tornado Dragon, just in case. Just in case, the touching one to destroy.
And yeah, of course, this is just a spell card, as we expected. Like, we saw Philip's face, and there was absolutely nothing surprising in the fact that it was not a trap card or anything that could prevent him from getting OTK there.
And I mean, the ability to just summon the most powerful rank for Xyz monsters on the game is very, very strong. And at the time we see double ultimate Leo Utopia Ray on the field. Imagine playing in the last game of the Swiss and facing a triple actually ultimate Leo Utopia Ray on the field.
I mean,
you need to have a mass malon there.
Yeah. It's going to be very hard. I mean, oh, and the Mystical Space Typhoon, maybe to save him, but no, it doesn't prevent him from losing this game. But yeah, 3-0, and Kamasri, look at that. He was really happy. He really wanted to win that game. We saw that they were both qualified for the semi-final, and we said that they wanted to win the game anyway, because when you are champion, you want to win everything. You don't want to just, oh, I can lose that one because I'm already qualified. No, there is nothing like that for Kamasri, and as we see him raise the arm and celebrate the victory, we can say, like, this guy is ready. This guy is absolutely ready. I mean, I think that we are going to get back into the choice of decks, but I think that this guy is very, very creative, and props to him for that, because, I mean, a lot of players, they have brought what seem to be the best decks, and we said that Branded is one of the best decks. Shadow is one of the best decks, and we have those decks that we keep seeing again and again. And there is the fourth or the fifth deck that may change, you know, from one player to another. We've seen Salamangreat, we've seen some strategies like that, some Speedroid, of course, but this guy, I mean, Kamasri, he brought 3 different decks that are very, very good into the meta game, and that not a lot of people expected. We've seen the Sky Striker, of course, and I was really happy about that. We've seen the Speedroid strategy, and yeah.
Ancient Gear.
Ancient Gear again. I mean, this guy, I like the creativity of this guy. I like the fact that, you know, there are some best decks, but there is also a factor that you have to try to think a step ahead, to be a step ahead, and to try to think what people are going to bring and what you can do against that. Because it's not only about the best deck, but it's also about surprising your opponent and putting him in a situation that he doesn't know, so that you can take advantage of that and prove that you are literally the best.
And I mean, did you notice that you said all his decks, right? We saw on the stream. It was Gear, Sky Striker, Speedroid, Shadow, and Utopia. Attending this event, we were talking that the best deck might be either Shadow or Despia.
Yeah.
He didn't bring Despia. Do you understand? It means that he just read the meta game, was 1, 2, 3, or 5 steps ahead. He didn't brought Despia into the whole championship. He said, no, I don't believe that this is the deck for the tournament, because everyone is going to respect it, obviously, everyone going to be prepared, and I don't want to face all those non-fusion areas. I just want to play my game, I want to play my playstyle, and I want to counter all your deck and all your deck choices with my decks. So no, this paint is not for me.
And 4-0, remember that? Like,
I mean, unbelievable. Honestly, I mean, I really feel like that if you don't, I mean, if you would have told me in advance, I'm not playing Brandy during this tournament, I would have said, you serious? Like,
Yeah.
you sure you want to reconsider? But maybe there's nothing to reconsider, because with a 4-0 record, unbelievable performance in the Swiss rounds, honestly, and I have to say congratulations to Philips as well,
yeah.
because it was 2-0 below, and from his reaction in Game 3, we understood that he really wanted to take this one home. He didn't actually just remain calm, and I mean, the fifth game was something else, and hopefully we will see in our duelists again here on stream. But for the moment, thank you so much for watching. But don't go anywhere, because after a short commercial break, we will be back with the first semi-final of the Duel Links category. Keep watching.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was the third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing.
C'est l'heure du duel. Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin. Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Te voilà enfin, Yugi.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
Welcome back to the coverage of the Duel Links World Championship 2025, live from Paris. We are here for the semi-finals. I am incredibly excited after a whole day of Swiss rounds of both speed duels and rush duels. We have our players advancing into the top 4. And how you feel, guys?
I mean, I feel very well. We've been watching some very interesting games, both in Rush Duel and Speed Duel. It's been back and forth. We've seen some comebacks from 100 life points. We've seen that in Speed Duel and in Rush Duel, which is absolutely amazing. We've seen some very creative strategies in Speed Duel and in Rush Duel. So, yeah, I mean, it's been a long day for the duelists, and now we have 4 last duelists, both in Speed Duel and Rush Duel. And speaking about that, we have just the semi-final. So Vino will be against Sniffus that we just watched, and on the other side, Misaka is going up against Kama3. So who is going to be the winner of both semi-finals? We will know that shortly when it will start. But yeah, those duelists, I mean, they are giving us some great content to watch, and I'm really happy about that.
And to be honest, all 4 players were showcased during our stream today, and I truly cannot say who is going to win the whole tournament, meaning that all 4 of them are extremely good. They played extremely well, and all of their matches were just into small details. I mean, the last match that we just showcased, Sniffus against Kama3, was one of the best matches I have ever seen. So back and forth, very, very strong duelists facing each other, and the uniqueness of their deck choices and card choices from both sides. Kama3, as we saw in the first game, he had made that I'm here, I want to take it home, I want to go all the way, and this is why I have made some choices, for example, Magical Deflector, to face all the fusion meta decks. However, on the other side, Philip was playing cards like Farfa, for example, a card that you do not actually expect right now in the meta state. It is obviously a good meta choice, but coming to this event, I wouldn't believe that someone would actually play Farfa into his Chimera deck. So, no further ado, I think that we are ready to experience who is going to the finals, who is going to take the first ticket for this final, and who is going to be a potential world champion in our Speed Duel category.
And just for your information, this is the first semi-final we will be live streaming, which means that we will be live streaming all 4 semi-finals. So 2 semi-finals for the Speed Duel category and 2 semi-finals for the Rush Duel category. So you don't want to miss this one out, because as mentioned, we just witnessed 2 incredible players on the last round of Speed Duels, and these 2 players are in the top cut, as expected, I would say. But still, you really want to think about how we started the day, so discussing the different decks, the approaches to the current format, and I think the last match we just witnessed is a proof of how our players approach this tournament, being conscious of the fact that most of the players will be playing maybe Branded, for example, Shadow, and as you mentioned, Mike, I think, you know, Kama3 is one of those examples that really read the format incredibly well, understood what decks he could have brought to defeat what may have been the best decks throughout the format. 4-0, working out very well. And as you just witnessed, this will be the second semi-final. It will be up against Misaka, which he had in the very first round today, in round 1. And I mean, that match, honestly, it's going to be incredible. But for our first match, we have, you know, Sniffus, so Philip, one of the 2 Thomas brothers that are here competing at the World Championships. If you missed it out, his brother Thomas is here competing in the Master Duel category. So a wonderful story, 2 brothers here at the World Championships competing in 2 different categories. And here we are once again in the top 4. So it's unbelievable performance, honestly, to be fair. And I think sometimes it's evident, look at his brother, how he's doing, just to understand, hey, you know, I'm here, I made it, but we really want to know how also for Master Duel for his brother is going. Like, it's going to be, you know, incredible sensation to come here at the World Championship, the whole trip with your brother, and then attending the World Championship, testing out together, sharing ideas. It's sometimes it's just this game, it's unbelievable. Yeah.
And I mean, imagine the discussion back at home, because, you know, brothers tend to fight with each other. So I guess the one was like, yeah, but I have been to World Championship. And right now, both of them have. I mean, there's no more romantic story that you can have with your brother, that's sharing the same hobby, the same passion about Yu-Gi-Oh! And both of you are in Paris during 2025 World Championship, and you both compete for the World Champion title. And I just realized that potentially there be a place in the room that may have 2 world champion trophies. Can you imagine that?
Absolutely. I was going to talk about that because they might be able to just bring it home and bring it home 2 times, not only 1 time but 2 times, and that is something very, very special. You know, I've been following those brothers, and I saw that they were both qualified for the World Championship, and I was really, really excited to see what they were going to do. So I don't know right now what is going to happen in the Master Duel category, but for the Duel Links category, I mean, Philip is doing very, very well, and we saw that during the last round. He was almost about to win the game, and now we are going to see how he is going to do in the first semi-final. Philip versus Vino. This is the first game of this best of 5. What will they do? We have some shuttle strategy against the Utopia strategy that we just witnessed during the last round. Who is going to win the game?
And I mean, we just experienced Philip playing the Utopia strategy, and yet again he's right here again with Utopia as his first option against Vino. And I'm just trying to understand, if he was Philip, if you guys were Philip, would you play around Troll and Logbait? Because as we saw before, it was a card that stopped him from advancing his game state and advancing him plays and passing just to some Xyz and to spell and traps set face down. However, right now this is not the case. He gets to add his card, Roll and Lock is not there, and Vino can actually advance and play through a full field that will be established from Philip's side.
Absolutely, and one thing which is very important and that you stated multiple times is that playing Utopia is very good during those games because you have the ability to go first or to go second, which is very, very good, and not a lot of decks are able to do that. We have some decks that are very good going second, we have some decks that are very good going first, but yeah, Utopia has this ability to just go into those very, very good going first plays, like for example Abyss Dweller, because we have a lot of level 4, and speaking about Abyss Dweller, we see it coming on the field. It's done so much work during the last round, and I'm pretty sure that it's gonna do some work during this game as well, and this is very, very scary. Speaking about, you know, some creativity and speaking about knowing what your opponents will play and trying to find something good against the meta game, I think that Dweller is a very, very good card going into this tournament because a lot of decks are just playing with the graveyard. We've seen Shadow, we've seen Despia, and yeah, I think Utopia might be a very good choice into the tournament. So props to the duelists that decided to play this deck because they've seen things before the others.
And I mean, Dweller is one of those cards that you need to use here against the exact decks that are mainly focused on the graveyard. And since he can understand what his opponent is up to through their character and their skill, he can just summon Dweller and pass turn with Dweller and lock Vino from activating monster effects and generally card effects into the graveyard. And obviously Diddy Crow, one of the best cards from the whole day among Draw and Book of Eclipse, and they just keep thriving and interrupting their opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. And now the Utopia deck is just in a very good position because he's going second now.
Yeah.
And we know that this deck is very, very good going second, so it's gonna be very scary for Vino right now. And we talked about that, but you know, even going first, the ability to play some cards that just prevent your opponent from really playing with like Abyss Dweller, this is very strong because then you are in the position to just end the game with those very powerful cards like the Double or Nothing or those cards. So yeah, Utopia, I must admit, I didn't see that coming. I didn't see it being that strong, but the more I think about it, the more I think it is a pretty good deck. And now we see the trap card. This is such a good trap card. Being able to negate a card effect and destroy it, plus the fact that it is a counter trap, I mean, that is something else.
And look at this, like, I'm so impressed, honestly, by the Utopia deck that this is it.
Yeah, this is it. Yeah, this is a good deck going second.
It's incredible. Like, yeah, I mean, Phillips takes first game on a blink of an eye, proving us once again how incredible the Utopia deck is. I mean, for sure, we have to say that the DD Crow, that was the last card in hand, I think was the game changer of the entire game, because, you know, he actually prevented his opponent to activate the Skadal Schism that was in the graveyard, and of course the Abyss Dweller being onto the field made the job by itself. Still, what a deck.
Yeah, what a deck. It is a very, very good deck, especially because of the Abyss Dweller being able to just tempo the game and try to just go into this turn 3, where you are able then to utilize all the power of the Utopia stuff, like Double or Nothing, which is able to just end the game real quick with all those big monsters with a lot of attack points. So yeah, the Utopia strategy once again, which is doing very great, very good. And what I'm thinking about right now is that Philippine is 1-0, and you know that we can have a rematch of the last round in the final. If both of them win their games, it would be absolutely amazing. Imagine the rematch.
Imagine that.
And
yeah, I
imagine,
didn't think about it.
The mindset, because they both wanted to win this last round, so it would be amazing. But we are not there yet, because of course we are only in the second game of the semi-final, the first one. So,
and speaking for Utopia, as we can see, Vino is also playing Utopia, and I guess another Resonator. So, as we can experience at the moment, we are in the semi-final of the World Champions, right? And we can see that how the meta has shifted from being prepared for fusion decks to just going through decks that utilize other summoning mechanics like synchro summoning, XC summoning. So from the one hand, for obviously Resonator, who have talked about them, have talked about they were very good during the first matches against Sadol, and how they can establish a very strong field, just summoning big monsters that are not only there for their appearance, but also can come and also summon again and again and again from the graveyard. And from the other hand, we have Utopia, a deck that really utilizes the XC summoning mechanic. As we said plenty of times, it doesn't care if he goes first or second, it just cares that he draws the exact cards that are needed, meaning that their toolkit, if they start to play, are very good in both scenarios. However, there's one more card in their toolkit that can be utilized when going against decks, for example, Resonator, Sadol, Despia. It's the Abyss Dweller. We have seen how powerful this card is, how strong it is, and to be honest, as far as we have seen today, when Dweller hits the field, all the scenarios, they are winning the game, because yes, you may have a hand that can break through any field maybe, but you need the resources that are generated through the graveyard effects.
absolutely, yeah, the Abyss Dweller is very, very strong, but for now we are seeing the Resonator strategy just putting his whole field on the field. And yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see if they are able to just break that with the Utopia strategy, because we didn't see that yet. And yeah, I mean, the field of Resonator is very scary in my opinion. You have so many threats, and the Fiendish Chain on top of that. So Vino is going to try to break that, and I wait that very much. Yeah.
I mean, not easy for sure, because there's a lot of different disruptions from Philip's side of the field. But we saw how powerful the Utopia deck is. I mean, I think you have so many different options in your deck that sometimes you can navigate through them very easily. But now I'm very curious, because so far we witnessed the Utopia deck a couple of times on stream, and he always won.
Yeah.
So, on the other hand, we have Resonator, and also it's one of those decks that we saw winning and winning and winning games for our duelists. And here, this specific matchup is very particular because, of course, we have Utopia on one hand that can still games out very quickly. On the other hand, Resonator, I really feel like that with one card only can do so much. Let's see here now how Vino.
And speaking of the way that Utopia can go second, Utopia has been summoned onto the field to search double or nothing, the card that gives the Utopia strategy the advantage, gives the Utopia strategy the way to play into any field, and Utopia double is the one card that sets it, the card that you want to have into your hand, the card that you want to have in play when you are facing an established field and going second.
And I think on the Forbidden Droplet activation, the Mystical Space Typhoon was chained on the last remaining set card on the Philip side of the field. I think here Phillips is just considering options, and
yeah, he's going to chain the Fiendish chain, which of course makes sense because the card is going to be destroyed anyway.
Yeah.
So we're on the resolution of the chain, and the chain will just resolve. So we're going to resolve everything. The Utopia double will just get negated. And yeah, that is annoying. That is annoying, to be honest, because the Utopia double is such an important card to just go through the opponent's field. 3 more cards in hand will be enough to just go through everything. I'm not sure about that, but maybe he will surprise me.
I mean, I learned 2 things the whole day. The one is to respect how the Resonators can play through any shadow field, and the second thing is that you should not underestimate Utopia. You should respect it, and you should always keep an eye on it, because the moment that you let your guard down, the moment that you say, okay, I stop him from accessing the double or nothing, it is the exact moment where the Utopia can strike and take the game by storm. It is what the deck wants to do, what the strategy wants to do. It's to cut you off guard and just go through and summoning some big Xyz monster, for example Utopia Ray, and just attack for game, since he gets so much stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. And for now, we have 2 level 4 on the fields, which means that we have access to the XYZ 4. So, which one will it gonna be? I mean, the Tornado Dragon, because we want to get rid of the last set card, I guess. Yeah, it is going to be the target. And the last set card is the Fiendish Golem,
which will probably banish the Tornado Dragon in order to play probably for a potential rack-up spell. So Vino will not be able to access his Utopia monsters. I will be quite shocked, to be honest, if it will be another target for Fiendish Golem.
No, I mean, I think you go for the Tornado Dragon and leave your opponent with 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, and I mean, he's going to need 2 very good cards to just be able to break that. But yeah, this is very strong. Look at that. Look at all those interruptions. There are so many disruptions. You have the Fiendish Chain, you have the Golem, you have all those monsters on the field. And yeah, this is very hard to go through, especially considering the fact that the Utopia double got negated. And we are going to see the last card in hand, which is the spell card, the Brian one.
And Utopia, the OG, the ace monster, has been summoned into the field, waiting for Phillips to enter battle phase. And please note that as long as Utopia has a very impactful effect during the battle phase, he has no material.
Yeah, he has no material, and when there's no material under Utopia, you know that there's no effect, and it's gonna be destroyed at the first attack. I mean, what can we say? I really feel like Philip knows the Utopia deck in and out, to be fair. He really knows where to activate his responses, and I think he's mastering not only playing the deck, but also playing against the deck. And I mean, there was not much that honestly Vino could have done, to be fair. And here, as we mentioned, of course, Utopia gets destroyed because it doesn't have any materials, and Philips wins game 2. What
Absolutely.
a game.
That was a convincing win, because we saw during the first game that he mastered the Utopia, but he knows how to play against Utopia as well. He perfectly layered his interruptions so that he's able to just stop the opponents from playing and from getting the game won. So this is very, very convincing for Philip, and now he's 2-0 in the series. I mean, this is not one, of course. We've seen some reverse sweep earlier, but this is a very, very good situation. You'd rather be in that situation, in a driver's seat, than than having to win the 3 next games. And if you are his opponent, I mean, you are a bit scared, I guess, because this guy is very, very strong and has made a statement during the whole tournament until the last round. So very good games. And I am really waiting to see what is going to happen during the next game. What will be the decks that will be played, and how will Vino react to that?
Yeah, totally, especially because I really feel like that you lost against Utopia. You decided to bring Utopia into the game 2, and you lost that. It must hurt, to be fair. It must hurt. As we mentioned, it's not over until it's over, especially because Philly proved us in the very last round it was 2-0 under, and then it tied up the score, and the last game against Kama 3 was unbelievable game. This is far from over, but I'm really curious to see what our players will be playing into the game 3, especially because now we see, you know, Resonators and Utopias, and that's pretty much it. So there are still a lot of different decks that can be played, and I'm really curious to see what their next choices may be. But I really feel like that maybe because we saw a lot of Philips action, I think he's mastering those decks. I really feel like he's very comfortable playing, and yeah, I mean, I would be scared of this Philips, honestly.
And I mean, waiting for the right time to activate Finish Chain into Utopia double in order to prevent his opponent from taking double or nothing into his hand, which is obviously the key card to go second with the Utopia strategy. It was the exact key point that gave them the win, in my opinion, to be fair. And at the moment we have experienced all the side decks, all the decks that are not their main decks, and we are going to game 3 expecting some fusion mechanics, and we can see a fusion mirror match. We can see both players taking their fusion decks and going head to head, and we can see not any mirror match but a Despia mirror match, since both players are on Theater of the Branding opening as a skill, but with different characters, which I love that.
You were waiting for it, right?
Yeah,
You've been calling it all day, and finally we have a branded mirror match. Especially because I really want to see, with the Masquerade being on the field, how much does it change the mirror match? Because I really feel like that having the Masquerade on the field by going first makes a huge difference. I really want to see if that's going to be the case, especially because we saw how impactful the Forbidden Droplet is. And if this is going to be the case, once again, the Forbidden Droplet will have a huge impact. But so far, so good. Philips is doing his things, and is just going for his branded combo. And, you know, quite solid. We mentioned this before, how powerful the branded deck is. And it's just, I still cannot believe that Kama 3 is not playing branded and went undefeated. It's
yeah,
incredible.
That's right.
Imagine
that is right.
how many hours he must have spent to find a deck and saying, I don't need branded. I have decks that beat branded.
But it worked. It worked pretty well, to be honest. And considering the fact that, yeah, here we have a branded mirror, and you talked about the fact that Masquerade is a very good card in this matchup, and it is a very good card. But we have 6 cards in the deck that can maybe deal with that, considering the fact that if you play 3 Forbidden Droplets and 3 Book of Eclipse, which a lot of players must be playing, as we've seen since the beginning of the day, well, you have some tools, you know, to just deal with the Masquerade, so you can literally negate it at the during your first action. You can just activate the Book of Eclipse, and all of a sudden you're pretty much free, and that's something that you don't have to deal with, which also shows that, I mean, if you are playing those decks like the branded one, well, you have to be aware that you have a lot of cards that can just literally disrupt you.
So the logic behind the Despia mirror is that you want to have your skill, which obviously, since your opponent controls monsters, will be able to give you Branding Red in hand and also send Despia monster from the deck to the graveyard. However, another thing that you need to do as soon as possible, except for Droplet, obviously, with Branding Opening, negating the Masquerade, since we were asking how he's going to deal with him, right? Because he is having only 6 cards to activate during the turn that Masquerade is on the field and has been fusion summoned. But the key is also to summon Dramaturge into the field, since Dramaturge, when he hits the field, it gives the opportunity to negate a face-up monster. So when your opponent is going to, for example, fusion summon with Branding Red, you can actually go for Dramaturge and negate the monster that will be summoned. So I think the key here for Vino is to get to his resources, get to his fusion spells, get to the theater, get into the Branding Red, and have these Dramaturge hit the field.
Yeah,
So
and here we are going to activate Branding Red and trying to just break the field apart. But remember, there are still some cards left on the side of Philip, so he might be able to still have some disruptions. I mean, yeah, he's going to fuse, of course, obviously, but will be enough. Remember something we have seen before is the Pentestag, and the Pentestag is very, very good because you have the ability to go very easily into Link monsters and to end the game, especially with this type of fusion monsters that just hit the field. The first Dark Lord, a lot of attack points, so it is very easy to end the game with this kind of monsters and a Pentestag on top of him. So I mean, Philip has to be careful about that, and he will have to be very careful of how he uses those.
To be honest, Branding Opening has been activated, so Vino has been locked into fusion summons from the
That
extra
is
deck.
right. That is
So
right.
Predator Stack is not current an option. However, when you let your opponent go into fusion summons, you really need to be cared from.
Oh,
how big?
Oh, forbidden droplet.
From a droplet. So Droplet for me, the whole day, has outshined everything, right? It's the card of the format for me. It's the card that you need to have in your deck list. It just outclasses every other card for me right now. It feels like Droplet going first, going second. It's just a huge, impactful card. Keeps negating the monster and also very important, halving their attack, which is very crucial in the game sets that we are experiencing right now. So Aluber has been summoned into the field. However, we have both activated Brand and Brand Opening, and we are going to add a very spice card that I was not expecting to see from Vino, to be honest. So Aluber, when he's summoned, he's able to add a branded spell or trap card from the deck to the hand, and he chose to add Judgment of the Branded. It is a normal trap card that targets a 1 level 8 or higher fusion monster that you control and destroys all monsters your opponent controls with an equal or higher attack than that monster. And also, during the end phase, if this card is sent to the graveyard, it was sent there to activate the effect of a Fallen of Albaz this turn, which is not the case obviously, you can set this card. So, at this time, Vino has going through both the spells, so he chose to add the Judgment in order to establish a field, and if anything goes wrong in Philip's turn, he can just activate it and destroy all monsters on the field with attack less or equal to this monster that will be targeted.
Yeah, this is a very good card, and we've talked about players being creative and trying to just incorporate some cards that are not especially expected by the opponents. And once again, here we see Vino just adding a card that is usually not in the branded deck, and it might be a decisive card. So yeah, I really like this. I really like the fact that a lot of players are very creative and not just staying into, you know, into the decks and the cards that we are usually seeing, because even going into a deck that everybody expected, he manages to put some spices in there.
But I mean, again, I think I really want to underline how well Phillips played, because I mean, I don't know how it happened, to be fair, because he managed to get the Masquerade still on the field. I mean, I really felt like that Vino was coming back into this game. Of course, there was a forbidden droplet on either side of the field that helped them overpower players. But the first Dark Lord being summoned on the Phillips side of the field, I really feel like that his main goal was to protect the Masquerade as much as possible. And of course, the judgment of the branded is something that really needs to be considered from Philip. I really want to see here now how he can play through this. Of course, let's remember that, you know, there's a couple of two-set cards from Vino's side of the field. But again, I really felt like that for a moment, Vino was able to push a little bit more. Of course, the Forbidden Droplet was more than a disruption.
And I mean, Judgment of the Branded is such a unique card, but it's not the one that you want at this scenario, because at this moment the only monsters that you control that can be targeted with Judgment of the Branded is the first Dark Lord, and he has 4,000 attack. Yes. And Judgment of the Branded will destroy anything that has equal or higher attack. I don't think that Philip is going to summon something with higher attack than 4,000, to be honest. So in this scenario, I'm truly believing that there's only one potential threat from Vino's side, and there is nothing more, and we may experience Philip advancing to the grand final.
And that would be absolutely amazing. Look at that. I mean, if he wins this one, it's going to be 3-0 in the semi-final. Like, what a statement. It is the World Championship. And this is something very special. We are going to see after this semi-final, when it will be over, of course, the second one, to see how those two players are going to just interact with each other and who's going to come out on top. But it is going to be a semi-final, which is going to be very, very exciting. Those two players, I mean, we've seen them before, and it's going to be very, very cool to see. But yeah, here in the first one, Philip is just showing that he wants to win it all. He has what it takes to win it all, and for now, he's in driver's seat. He's putting all his monsters in attack position, and he's going to enter battle phase shortly.
And I think right now, at this moment, he can just attack the two Dark Lords with each other and then attack for game, since Vino has also 2,800 life points left.
That's not a lot.
It's not full. And also, as Albi just mentioned before, Masquerade Dragon is still on the field, and he's still considered as fusion summoned, meaning that his effect to deal some affected damage through the activation of Vino cards is still there, has not left. He just negated through droplet until the end of the turn, but now the effect is still on.
Absolutely, and that also means that if he activates something like a card effect, then he will drop below the bar of the 2,500 LPs, which means that a single attack from the Masquerade or the other fusion monster will be enough to just end the game. So that is very, very important. That is crucial, and he's going to do everything he can to just survive this, but it's going to be very hard. Let's see how it does.
So probably Albert has been special summoned from the graveyard, since the Dark Lord has been sent to the graveyard, and probably targeting Masquerade to negate the effects in order to can have activating his cards without paying any life points, and we can see Branding Red being activated, which is very crucial because we can now access our own extra deck and fusion summon into powerful cards like the first Dark Lord again. One of those cards that you really want to have on the field, and since Ad Libitum and Transit were both using as fusion material and were sent to the banishment in order to from a card effect can activate their effects. So
Look
ad
at
libitum
that.
will summon the the first dragon, and Tragedy will add Aluber into the hand in order for more follow-up. So Vino right now has taken the front seat. He's completely controlling the duel and has the first Dark Lord fusion monsters on the field, ready to go for changing the whole game. This is exactly what you are expecting to see from the semi-final of your duelings category.
But one thing that is important to mention is that Aluber only negated the Masquerade until the end of turn, so now he still has to deal with the Masquerade before the battle phase, and if he wants to just deal with it with the battle phase, it's going to be hard for him, because he's going to just give up his turn to just deal with it, so it's not going to be a very good situation. But still, he's going to enter battle phase. He has 1,600 life points, and he's going to try to deal with the Masquerade and try to end the game, because remember, he has another first Dark Lord, which is absolutely amazing. Imagine that. I mean, 8,000 life points on the field, but there is the book! There is the book to survive this turn, and wow! Those cards, those two cards, the Droplet, Forbidden Droplet and Book of Eclipse coming in clutch right there. And we talked about the cards that lets you survive and try to just take over the game. And this one is for sure one of those cards. I mean, hey, he survived while we thought that it was over. And the game is back and forth once again.
We're talking about this the whole day, and I cannot stop that talk about how strong Book of Eclipse and Droplet have been the whole day, activating, setting the monsters face down in the whole field, and it's very important to get an extra turn, and in order to take the turn on your side and have the opportunity to win the game. However, right now you have to face not one but two Dark Lords. I mean, how you are even going to manage to go through those big ones when your own Dark Lord has been already sent to the graveyard? So your resources are slightly going through, you know, slowing down and having less and less options into the extra deck. I mean, you can also use Ad Libitum in order to fusion something, to fusion summon any monster and activate the effect to bring back your the first Dark Lord from your graveyard.
Wow.
And speaking from out for the Despia strategy is Dingirsu, the Orcast of the Evening Star, sending the card from the field to the graveyard without targeting and setting the spell that has been set bright in red.
Yeah, absolutely, and without targeting is very important, because then you prevent your opponent from activating it. He can't just chain the targeted card because there is no target. And yeah, Dingirsu, I wasn't prepared to see it right now. I mean, I kind of forgot that it was possible to just special summon the Dingirsu, but yeah, it is a very good card. We've seen that before, and we see it again in the semi-final. But yeah, this game is very, very intense, and both players really want to win it all. Remember, Vino has to win the 3 next games, which will not be an easy task, and on his side, Philip just wants to have 1 game to access the final.
And we just saw Vino normal summon Despia and Tragedy in order to activate Nightmare Phoenix effect to discard Dramaturge in order to target the last set's spell and trap card on the spell trap zone. However, Dingirsu has another effect. It can protect a card that will be destroyed by card effect by detaching 1 material from him.
And a good question would be if Vino just knew about that and he did the play anyway, or if he totally forgot about that. We talked about the hidden effects during the whole day. You know, the effects in the graveyard that you can forget, or the effects that you are not very much used to see. So here, yeah, the Phoenix didn't accomplish a lot. Yeah, of course, you just traded into the Dingirsu effect, but is it going to be enough? I'm not sure about that. But for now, we are going to activate the Despia Theater of the Branded and to perform a fusion summon, which will be, of course, great to just take the game.
And I mean, Starving Venom is one of those cards that you want to have into the field. You want to have it when you are going through any field. and is a very good option going second. And since Dramaturge was used for the fusion summon of a monster and was used as a material, he can summon himself back and being on the field. So right now we can see that Vino just keeps summoning so powerful monsters into the field. But the Briny Red has been activated, dragging Tragedy. But we have the DD Crow in order to banish the Tragedy from the graveyard, and in order for us to fusion, to stop the Philip from fusion summoning. Masquerade, the Blazing Dragon, has been reborn into the field from the grave, activating its effect to the grave. That
It's gonna be it. It's gonna be it. And
game.
this is game. This is game right there. What a game. What a game from Vino. What a game from Philip as well. It was back and forth, and we had those two players trying to give it all to just win the entire game. Remember, there were two droplets. There was the Book of Eclipse, which was really crucial into this game, and we almost expected it, the player of the turn to win every single turn, but they managed to just resist, and all of a sudden Vino is getting back into this duel because he is now 1-2. So 2 more games for him to win to get into the finals, but on the side of Philip, I mean, it's still fine. You lost that game. Yes, but you are still up in the series. You are up 2-1, and it's going to be very interesting seeing that level of plays that we just saw from those two players. I mean, we can only expect some things which are going to be very, very good in those 2 next games.
And to be fair, we just experienced the 3 cards that we were talking about. Droplet, Book of Eclipse, and DD Crow, just taking the meta and going off. But now, no further ado, we are going to go for our 4th match of the semi-final, and we are going to have some action. So we are probably experiencing Shadows from the one side, and from Vino's side we are going to see Speedroid potentially, right?
Absolutely, Speedroids, which performed really well during the games that we saw. But it's going to perform well here. We are going to see that. But there is the Drawn Logbird. I mean, Drawn Logbird, what a card. I didn't expect to see that that often, but looks like a lot of players decided to incorporate that.
To be honest, it was used as a machine material for the single summon, since when you go against a doll, it's not quite the card that you want to have. But I'm quite impressed by the Speedroid. I think, Alberto, it was one of your choices for the event, right?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it at the beginning. I really like the deck. I really like the synergies of how you can interact against your opponent's best decks, if not Shadow, if that's the case. And I really like the fact that we mentioned it. I really felt like this day is Synchro Day, I would say. It's we've seen that most of our duelists bringing Synchro deck based. I really felt like those decks really have the advantage in those type of matches, and I mean, so far it's paying off. I really wanna see if this time around Shadow can win against one of those decks which have been represented a lot, I would say, throughout the day. And yeah, I mean, we've mentioned it. I think the deck is very consistent, can afford to play cards such as Book of Eclipse, Forbidden Droplets, Book of Moon. He has a lot of different interactions, and as we just witnessed, there was also the addition of Drawn Logbird into the deck, which I think is very powerful. And on top of that, also, you get quite easy access throughout the duel to Crystal Wind Synchron Dragon, thanks to the skill of the deck itself.
And I mean, Speedroid is one of those decks that you cannot afford to let it go and just starting comboing off, right? Because it is one of those decks that can establish a very, very scary field, which will be quite difficult for any deck to play out. However, Shadow, if they have the Shadow Fusion, obviously one of the best cards in the game right now, and we can see Nibiru being activated before the Synchro summon of the Crystal Wing Dragon, since it will be too late then. And now I want to see how Vino is going to manage to play with 2 cards in his hand against Nibiru, and it's just a set card and passes. Yes, it is what you expect from a Nibiru. And as we said before, Nibiru in Saddle is not only that he's a very strong card, it's not only his obvious effect that it tribute summon every face-up monster on the field, but it's also a light monster which gives access to Construct, and if Construct hits the field, it's exactly what the Saddle strategy wants to in order to start combo off, starting to find its pieces. So we are revealing the two Saddles in our hand. Is we activate Reign of Shadows, our skill, and we have El Saddle Fusion, and we are probably going to see a El Saddle Construct hitting the field in a moment.
And I really feel like if you can get your hands on the Shadow Dragon to destroy your opponent's set card, I would really say that you are in a very comfortable position. I think this is the first time today that we see Nibiru the Primal being in action, completely shutting down the opponent's strategy. Because sometimes we also see other different plays, but this is the first time that we basically see Nibiru set one, pass, and that was it. And you can tell that Vino was of course not happy with this because he didn't have any other sort of interruptions. And here comes the Shadow Dragon to destroy this set, Mystical Space Typhoon. And here, if you're Philip, I mean, there's only one token away to go into the final of the Speed Duels category.
Yeah, and that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy because, as you just said, as you mentioned, we have seen Nibiru earlier this day, and the problem is that Nibiru didn't accomplish that much because it was mainly against Resonators, and Resonators had the ability to just translate the token into a synchro monster, and to get back into the game by doing that. But here, yeah, it was really a very big Nibiru, and guys, we have the first finalist. Look at Philip's face. He's very happy. He's watching everybody, and I think he just can't believe that he's in the final of the biggest tournament of the year, the World Championship here in Paris. And I'm very happy, I mean, for this guy, because it is his first Worlds, and he's a very consistent player. He's been topping regularly some events, but he's not made it to the World Championship yet. 2 years ago, as you just said, he was watching his brother playing the TCG category, and now he's in the big stage. He's on the big stage, and he just made it into the final. Only one series away from lifting the cup. So that's absolutely amazing, and he's been very good throughout the day. So, I mean, this guy, he impressed me.
I mean, what a performance. Like, what an incredible performance for Philip. Congratulations to him to advancing into the final. Still congratulations to his opponent for making it into the semi-finals of the World Championship. There is no joke at all. I mean, throughout such an incredible field. But we have to give credit to Philips. What a show-off. I mean, tomorrow is in the final. And honestly, after witnessing what he's capable of doing, I am scary of the guy.
And I like how the meta is shifting, to be fair, meaning that Speedroid had a very huge problem with Nibiru, right?
Yeah.
So, because the current decks have not a big problem with Nibiru, for example, neither Sador, neither Despia are very scared to Nibiru. You can say that Nibiru was actually quite off the meta, but now, since everyone was playing in the fusion area, Speedroid and Resonator could find their way back to the meta, pushing for the win, and we can see that Speedroid could actually lose to a potential Nibiru that was back again into the meta. And we have obviously our beautiful bracket with Philip into the final. He's waiting for his opponent between Misaka and Kama3, two of the best players right now.
Absolutely, and that's going to be very interesting to see this duel. I mean, this duel is going to be absolutely amazing, so don't go anywhere. We are going to do a short break, but after that, we are going to get back for the second semi-final.
My name is Philip, my in-game name is Sniffus. I'm from Germany, and I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Since I was 6 years old, and dueling since 2018. I qualified by getting 3rd place in Europe in the World Championship qualifier, which is basically the last chance qualifier event. And it was very close, and I feel very fortunate to have made it. I think the great competition and the opportunity to learn, and of course the ability to just meet people I've known online for years, because I think that's just the best thing. It's a funny backstory because when that grass looks greener, it's like one of my favorite cards. It came out in the TCG and I looked at the artwork and I was like, oh, what's that dog on the artwork called? I looked it up and it's Sniffles and I was, oh, that's actually kind of a good nickname, so I just stuck with that. Crosshair.
なんだなんだなんかドキドキするなうわ来た来た来たこれはすっげえ見てみろよこれへへどうよ俺もびっくりしたぜおいみんなここにすっげえのが見えるぜレッドアイズブラックドラゴンさあお前のターンだぜナイキエアマックス95 C'est l'heure du duel. Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin. Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Te voilà enfin, Yuki.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
And we're back at the coverage of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links World Championship 2025 live in Paris. We just witnessed the first semi-final of the Speed Duel category, but now we are entering into Rush Duel instead for the first semi-final. Honestly, we have quite a few players that we have also seen before on stream, and three of our players we have actually seen are Giorgio, Caricaio, Paco, which won in a fashionable way in our very first round, and then Yume. I'm incredibly excited, to be fair, especially because of the variety of decks we have seen throughout the day, but also because our players really showed us how they mastered their decks incredibly well throughout the day. We talked about the strategy, we talked about the mind games, but also I'm quite surprised of the deck choices that they brought today at the World Championship, because not only the best decks have been represented, but I also feel like that certain decks have been respected, and I really want to see if now the strategy will change for them or they will stick to their plan. I mean, they are into the semi-final. I really want to get their step into the final.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very interesting to see what else they can bring to the table to just win it all. Because we arrive to a point where it's not only, it's not only the decks, it's not only how you play, but it's also in the hand. There is this psychological aspect, and seeing some people like, for example, Paco, who just won in such a great way, and we saw that he was able to just win it all, and he just did such a statement that everybody must have seen that and is probably a bit scared by that. And speaking about the semifinal, we see those two semifinal, Kiryu versus Giorgio, which will be the first semifinal that we will be watching in a few moments. And after that, we will have Yumehara versus Paco. Paco, the famous guy now.
I mean, honestly, after witnessing what Paco did, I mean, we were impressed, because if you remember, it was down to 100 life points. And to that point, he won 3 games, I think, in 3 minutes, I would say, including game 1, because he was able to come back into that game, and I mean, we were speechless, to be fair. Whereas on the other hand, for our first semi-final, we have Kirurayo against Giorgio, and as previously mentioned, very experienced players on both sides of the table, and of course they have different strategy, different deck buildings, and we saw that they relied on different card choices as well while playing. But I'm really curious, especially because we saw Giorgio losing on stream, but still kept his composure and made it into the semi-final of the World Championship. I'm really curious to see our players in action. We talked about a lot how Shiny Shady essentially changed the current format, but I mean, fusion-based deck, I think, are really putting in a lot of work for our duelists.
Yeah.
And I really like that we have a lot of different decks and variety. And here we are starting things off with our first game.
So yeah, we are going into the first game, and we are going to see a real battle between those two duelists. Let's see how it's gonna go. So we are going to witness, I mean, this is a classical turn with 4 sets, 2 monsters and 2 set cards, and now we are seeing the hero deck going straight into the point.
And we've mentioned this before. Most of our players, apart from one time, I think, did not rely right away on like Galaxy, and this is once again the what's happening. We have elemental heroes on one hand, and we have Redwood on the other hand. 2 very different decks in terms of consistency, explosiveness, and so on. And I really feel like that. You know, on one hand, Giorgio, which is on Red Boot. I think like his first choice, it's explosiveness on one hand, whereas Kairyu on the other hand decided to go on hero, and I think both of our players, which we also saw previously on stream, decided to change their deck for game number 1 here in the semifinal. And I feel like this is something that we also discussed before, right? You may change your strategy while playing, and here,
yeah, we see the compulsory device, and this is a very good card that we talked about. We saw a lot of the same trap cards. I mean, we've seen the shiny one, and now we see another one, and this is a very good legend if you ask my opinion, because I think that, yeah, you not always expect that. While it is a very, very good card, you try to put a threat on the field, and all of a sudden it disappeared. So you used a lot of resources, but it's back into the extra deck. So this kind of thing is very, very good, and that's legend card for a reason, of course. So yeah, here very good use of this compulsory. And now we are going to see Giorgio trying to just use his resources to try to get back into his tracks.
And here sometimes we see the Curse of the Rising Light in action. I have to say this is a very powerful card, but sometimes it scares me a little bit in terms of essentially if your opponent activated a trap card, both of the players get to draw 2 cards, which can be a very important factor if you want to seal the game out very quickly. On the other hand, you may give your opponent 1 card to discard if they have the Shiny Shady.
Absolutely, you give, but essentially, if your opponent has the Shiny Shady, then I think he might just keep 1 card in his hand. So there is no real downside in my opinion, because the 2 cards, I mean, he's gonna draw them anyway during the next turn, and if he has Shiny Shady, I mean, he should just keep 1 card in his hand. So very, very good card, and that's very interesting to see it played here by Giorgio. And yeah, Shiny Shady once again. Once again, what a card!
Yeah, I mean the card itself. It's I think it's it will be like one of those cards that has been played by most of our players today and during the tournament. And here we witness what we were expecting: the Shiny Shady being activated, a monster being face down, and a set trap card, spell trap card. Plays back here to Kairyu with the elemental heroes, and I really feel like that. Yeah, you know. I was about to mention that fusion, of course, is key number 1 for heroes. You really want to access your extra deck and put some resources onto the field, and for sure, that's what is going to happen unless Giorgio has a response.
And I don't see any response for now, and we see that he has 2 of the best fusion materials on the field, and he's going to use them to go into the extra deck. So there are 2 ways to go, but he's going to go through the Burst Wingman, which is the newer version of the of the Flame Wingman, and it's a very, very good card. It's mainly used during the combos, and it puts a lot of pressure on the field.
And I really liked it, especially because it basically forces your opponent to activate the Shiny Shady, which is something that we just witnessed, because otherwise it could have boosted itself for 1,000 and then destroy either one of the 2 set cards of Giorgio. And by doing that, essentially here, it's if you have another fusion, which is the case, you can go back for it once again.
Absolutely, and that is why Elemental Heroes are a very good deck going into some spell and trap interruptions. So yeah, that's why I really like this deck, apart from the fact that I really like heroes in general.
And I mean, we've mentioned it. I think the peculiarity of the heroes is the consistency. I think it can put a lot of pressure to your opponent, but it's also one of those decks that takes a little bit of time to establish a field in terms of explosiveness. You really need to take care of your opponent's resources before pushing enough damage. But I really like that you're able essentially to recycle the fusion over and over and bring up onto the field new elemental heroes from your extra deck.
And here he's going to perform a fusion through the Vaulting Wingman, and he's going to summon the OG Flame Wingman, which is a very good card, of course. But yeah, speaking about the elemental heroes, the fact that they're able to just control the game, and you have to control the pace of the game so that it doesn't go too fast, and then you are able to take over and to just push a lot of damages. I really like this kind of playstyles, and for now, I've got the feeling that Kiryu is doing very well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going very well for him, but on the other hand, I'm a bit scared, just because we saw how explosive the Red Bull deck is. And especially here with the Phoenix Dragon, which is one of the main key cards of the deck. You can essentially search for any 5 higher Dragon type monsters from your deck, and from the graveyard to your hand, and here we may see also a Fusion Summon very soon, and I mean, if there's no other interruption for Kiryu, he can be in trouble.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you, and the fact that the Red Boost Dragon are able to just boost their attack and to just have such a huge amount of attack, and when you see this monster with 1,000 attack, I mean, this is a bit scary, but of course there is the Shiny Shady, which is the set card, and we are going to be able to just set those 2 monsters, which is great because it lets you release a little bit of pressure.
And here once again, I think this is the card that may win Jorfu the game, the Curse of the Rising Light, because essentially I think it was a very smart move from Kayurayo to set his own monster because it's only 1,000 attack points, but with the Curse of the Rising Light you change it again and you draw 2 fresh cards.
And all of a sudden we're back to the previous situation, which is not very good, because on top of that, as you just mentioned, he has 2 more cards. So yeah, this is tough.
Yeah, very tough spot, but also our players are left with not much cards left into their deck. So something also to be considered, because Jorfu is left with 4 cards in his deck. And it seems like he passed. Wow.
Yeah, so he passed with 3 monsters set. He's trying to resist, to survive, and as you just mentioned, only 4 cards in the deck, and he's going to draw 3 more cards during the next turn. So there will only be 1 card left in the deck, and he is going to have to just put some cards back from the graveyard into the deck. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult for him. Yeah, that is a very interesting duel, and as we just said before, the elemental hero trying to control the pace of the game and doing it very well thanks to cards like Shiny, the trap card, and yeah, I don't know, he's doing very great.
And here with the Avian Spell Tactics essentially gets rid of the spell and trap cards on Jorfu's side of the field. And I mean, once again, I mean, we can tell that Kayurayo is of course on the driving seat, but I think he's like missing one piece at the moment. He's just really trying to focus on how can I be on the driving seat and push more damage. Here he goes with the skill, finally, and I mean, with 3 set monsters from Jorfu's side of the field, you're not really expecting a threat, right?
I mean, yeah, he will not get interrupted, but he's going straight into the battle phase, and he's going to inflict a lot of damages to his opponent thanks to the Flame Wingman effect. Yes, the monsters are on defense position, but thanks to the fusions effect, you are able to inflict damages equal to the attack points of the monsters destroyed. So this is pretty cool, because he's not going to be able to resist during the whole game like that, and it puts a lot of pressure on him. And now we can see that he only has 1 card, so we are at that point where he has to do something. Either put back some cards from the graveyard to the deck to have more resources, or he will have to just end the game right now.
I mean, are you still surprised that Jorfio didn't really push? It's like taking the conservative way. We just saw him trying to fusion summon only one time, and there was the Shiny Shady, which essentially stopped him from going on with his plan. Because I'm a bit surprised. It's playing very conservatively, and there's only one card left in the deck.
I mean, yeah, the deck is very explosive, and we could wait a little bit more from this deck. And as you mentioned, we were a bit concerned by the fact that there was this monster in attack position, being only 1,000 attack in attack position. So it was very hard for him. But I mean, he didn't do a whole lot. So maybe he didn't have the card in hand, or maybe he wanted to play it a little bit more conservative. But in any case, now he's in a situation which is not that good, but he's trying to do his best to just win it all. So we have the Red Boot Dragon in attack position, and this is going to be enough. We are going to activate its effect so that, yeah, we can gain a ton of attack.
Yeah, I think it's just evaluating his option, especially because his graveyard is filled up with monsters.
Yeah. And all of a sudden, we have 8 cards in the decks, which is pretty cool. We mentioned the fact that he had to put back those monsters into the deck, and this is a great way to do so, so that you are able to inflict some damages to your opponent, and you are able, by the way, to just put back those resources. And now we are going to fuse. So the second fusion of the game, slowly, little by little. And there is the Shiny Shady once again. That's the meta defining. I mean,
wow.
He drew the right cards. He had the Shiny Shadies, and he also had the compulsory, which was a very good card, to be honest. So yeah, a lot of trap cards, and I think that might just be the cards that make him win the game. And if that's the case, I mean, we said that before, the spell and traps are very, very important in that game, especially the trap cards, because they allow you to get that extra turn, to get that extra time, so that you are able then to maintain your position and to be able to just push for the game. And in that case, it literally showed us what it is. And yeah, I mean, Kiryu must be very happy with those cards.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like he was able to prevent his opponent's strategy basically every single time, because he had Shiny Shady every time there was the Red Boot or the fusion summon of the Red Boot High Dragon, and also the compulsory evacuation device. So we're back to square one once again.
Yeah.
And here comes the
Miracle Fusion. What a card. This is, of course, a very good card, and this is a key piece of the hero deck, because you can fusion summon by placing the monsters from the field or from the graveyard, and of course you want to do that from the graveyard on the bottom of the deck. And we are summoning the Elemental Hero Shining Flare Wingman to take the game in style. But what a game! I mean, I'm a bit confused, you know, because we saw the Elemental Hero with a very clear game plan. They wanted to just control the game, and then all of a sudden they pop off, and they managed to just end the game with the Shining Flame Wingman. But on the other hand, we have something very special, because we didn't see much from the Red Boots strategy, while usually we see them going all in, you know, with all those big monsters, with all those attack points, and all of a sudden, I mean, you're down, and you're down 0-1. But this time, I mean, it was a bit special. What do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, I really felt like it was more of a conservative game. I really felt like both of our players didn't push enough, just try, you know, to things differently. We have to say that Kairayo had multiple Shiny Shadies and the compulsory evacuation device, which in this specific matchup were incredible. They were devastating, especially because I think he was able to counteract the Red Boot Dragon a couple of times, preventing him to shuffle cards from the graveyard into the deck. He was left only with one card in the deck. And the compulsory evacuation device itself, of course, we know how powerful that is. There is a reason if there's only one in the deck. But yeah, I really have to say that both of our players kept their composure. It was a very I would say, different game compared to the ones that we saw.
Yeah.
And also, I think it was the first time we saw Miracle Fusion in action. I was super happy to see that. But also, we know that once Miracle Fusion gets activated, I think most of the time it's just to seal the game, right? And that's essentially what happened. But I really like that our players, let's say, changed their strategy. They just showed up once again on stream. We saw them before in different contexts before during the Swiss rounds. And they brought up for game one a different deck that they brought in the previously matches. So here for the game two, let's see what is going to happen.
Yeah, and that's very, very interesting because, yeah, the fact that they are just going to adapt at that point of the tournament is, of course, something that we could plan. But, yeah, they do it very well. And like the last game, we see Giorgio just set 4 cards. And we are going to get rid of one immediately with Ghost Cyclone, a very, very good card. I mean, cards that let you get rid of the opponent's spell traps are, of course, very strong because we saw how impactful those cards are if you let them stay on the field.
And here we're going to be seeing Spellcasters against Heroes once again. I mean, we mentioned it before. It's this is what our players have brought so far to the tournament. For sure, we have like Galaxy, Heroes, and Spellcasters. And let's say that the last 2 remaining decks sometimes can vary depending on you know, what you really felt like playing. Maybe the Red Boot Dragons or maybe the Baseball strategy. It really depends on what your feelings, your gut, your testing tell you. And here, Spellcaster, I really enjoy the deck in general. We also witnessed it before in other different matches. We said that the deck is very consistent, and I also feel like that at the right time, whenever there's a fusion summon being involved, we really know that we push for some damage, and we also know that the 7th Road Charming Witch is one of those cards that really help us maneuver through your opponent's field.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a very, very cool card, and usually you just go through that card to go into some more important fusion monsters, and it lets you just, you know, sterilize the things a little bit and then go into the major plays. But for now, we are going to summon the Swordsman of Roadstar, and we see that with the Ghost Cyclone, he is a very cool card, so he must be very happy with that.
And here comes the first 7th row Witch onto the field, and we're going to be using its effect. Oh, here it is, the 7th Rose Magician, yeah.
And the Strange Magician. And we are going to fuse! Fusion activated, and we are going to be able to special summon from the extra deck, and it's going to be, of course, the 7th Road Charmy, which you talked about that earlier, and I think this is one of the best cards of the deck. Of course, this is one of the points which is very crucial to go into the next plays, and if you remove that from the deck, I mean, the deck is totally different.
No, exactly. I mean, the card itself does so much, and as we just witnessed, I mean, 3,900 life points, it's no joke. And because, of course, like the pressure is on Giorgio, with his Elemental Hero deck, of course, we'll try to fusion summon and go for some extra deck monsters options. But at the same time, I really feel like the Kyrio did what the deck does at its best, just putting some pressure into your opponent. You go for the first fusion summon, and then you get to draw 5 fresh new cards.
Absolutely, and that is a clear game plan, and we are going to see if Giorgio manages to just stabilize the things with his hero deck. He's going to try to do that with the Flame Wingman, and he's going to special summon back the Sparkman. So Sparkman and Wingman are on the field. He is going to add back the fusion and probably activate it. Yeah, he's going to fuse again with this fusion and special summon from the extra deck, and it's going to be, yeah, to be the Shining Flare Wingman water card. And there is the Miracle Fusion!
No way!
You wanna use that to end the games. You don't want to use that otherwise, and he's going to special summon another one, another Shining Flare Wingman, and he's going to...
And that's it!
Oh!
Wow.
to just end the game with style. So Heroes is the best deck.
I mean, we didn't see this coming for sure. I mean, like, we talked about how Heroes, honestly, it's more of a control deck, but it had the Miracle Fusion, and in a blink of an eye, we saw 2 monsters being fusion summoned from the extra deck, and the Elemental Shining Flare Wingman sealing the game. And I really feel like it's already difficult to summon 1, to be fair. 2 copies in the very same turn to seal the game in the second turn, essentially.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is something special, because usually you want to stabilize the thing and you want to keep that Miracle Fusion for later on when you are really sure that you are going to end the game. And this time we saw that on the second turn, and I mean, that's very, very impressive, to be honest. I didn't expect that, and it was very explosive. Usually you don't expect the deck to be that explosive, but this time he showed us that it can just literally end the game really quick, and we didn't even get to see much from the Spellcaster deck, which is obviously not what we expected, and all of a sudden we're tied 1-1. So we're back in the game, and we are going to have 2 or 3 more games till we have the first finalists.
Let's see here if we will be going to see the Light Galaxy deck in action. And I think it's the case, because we have Kararayo with Light Galaxy, and we have Baseball on the other side.
Yeah, that's really cool. So we are going to set 2 cards, and are we going to end with 2 cards in hand? It is maybe going to be the case. To be honest, yeah, I don't really like ending up with 2 cards in hand, but if you have the Shiny Shady, then you will get rid of 1 card, so you will have 4 draws during your next turn, so that's pretty cool. So,
yeah, I mean, not an ideal start, honestly, from Jorfio. It's just a monster and 2 set cards, especially knowing you're up against Light Galaxy. Let's see here how Kararayo wants to play this one out, knowing that he's up against Baseball.
So, still thinking about what is going to be his first move. And his first move is going to be, I mean, something that you usually see. Something too special to summon 2 monsters.
Well,
Traveler.
that's essentially with the... you get to send the first card, the top of the card of the deck to the graveyard. Was a pot of great, unfortunately.
That was very good, to be honest.
It was not very good. It was a very nice top deck. But it's also true that the Light Galaxy deck plays a lot of monsters, and yeah, chances are that you're going to send 1 monster, but you know.
That is a bit unfortunate, to be honest.
Yeah.
So we are back onto Jorfio's turn, and he has 3 new cards in hand. So he's going to be able to just try to put his strategy in place, because there is no real threat for now on the side of Kiryu. I mean, there is a set card, and we know that those set cards can be very interesting. But apart from that, only 3 monsters and nothing more.
And it is Quantum versus Ki no Koko.
You know, I was a little bit confused about all of these link decoders and all of these decks there. But for the moment, you can also enjoy a little peek into the match of Fala Galera there. Because everyone right now is trying to qualify for Day 2, as it is the last round, and we have no team guaranteed so far. No one is undefeated here. All of these duelists are playing on the same level.
At the moment, everything looks good for alignments. Of course, we have Josh taking the lead, rather falling behind after getting the onus on the gameplay by going first, and yet the Tailorments deck is not done yet. Quantal, on the other hand, trying to intercept with this Bestial Magnamut.
Alright, this is a common point where you use a Bestial versus the Malice combo to banish the Link Decoder. But that is... wait, did that even happen on a Link Decoder? We're only seeing Chain Link 1 on the red ransom, which is going to add you something at this point. It is...
Here we go. Enough Telements damage to close this one out unless Josh has something. Does he have an answer here? Is there something he can do?
I don't think it is enough, right? It is awfully close, but I think we are going to be left with a couple life points there.
And he has a few cards because of that Fuel loss, so there's still the opportunity.
Is there Snow? Snow would be the one to make it happen. Maxi, someone...
Oh.
Why are we activating the Maxi here? That is surprising.
Don't ask me.
What are we going to do with the Maxi main phase 2? Josh just want to make sure that before we head into the main phase 2...
Wait. 1,200 life points. That is Lacrima burn range, and I think that Josh just knows about that. Keep some hand trips there for possible Requiem shenanigans, but that is a track from the graveyard fusion summoning, and now you need basically a Skullmeister to negate this, but I think that you're... Oh, we're not even going into the Appaloosa here to possibly block something. SP Little Knight, Lacrima is going to activate the effect in the graveyard to deal 1,200 damage.
And that is that. In the meanwhile, we see more of that direct to life points burn damage coming through in Duel C. Gimmick Puppet making its return to the world stage. We saw it earlier. We've seen it again here.
And it is ending the game there, and we have simultaneous burn damage to seal the deal here in those two duels. And that means that we have another Gimmick Puppet player actually on the roster of Team Alignment. So it's not only a choice that Team Dream's future mate, but also it is here on Alignment's teammate. And that should mean that this is a 2-0 score overall here, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. So far looks pretty good overall. Let's look at Duel A, though, as that is still ongoing. Quantal keeping his team in this, hopefully, but so far has yet to have a turn. It's Malice, Malice, Malice for Kino Coco as the team captains face off against each other.
And I mean, we've said it before. Basically, what Snipe Hunters have to do is to sweep this matchup. They kind of have to go 9-0 to be in contention for day 2. So this is already looking super rough, having lost the first 2 rounds. It's even going to get tougher to win this entire matchup here.
Just looking at the faces on the players by comparison, though. Arata's laughing, Goyoku's having a great time. This is a team whose dreams of escaping the group were pretty much over. And yet here they are, for the love of the game, continuing to play this out and continuing to do great things. But it's Snipe Hunters. This game was so important. This match is so important. They need to win it. So you're seeing, there they are, focused, calm, collected.
And we do have the White Rabbit now also gets to banish another one of our strong Link monsters, being that White Binder, drawing a card in the process. It's Malice on both sides, but it's a lot happier Malice player on top, being Kino Coco here for Team Alignments, and that should be another Link free, and that is Malice Hearts Cryptor.
I mean, we have seen, we're actually passing here. We have seen Quantal a lot so far in those mirror matches especially, and so far it hasn't felt like he's been lucky on the coin tosses in those. So he's being full comboed a lot. Magnamod resolves in the end phase, adds a Bestial Druid's Worm. The field that his opponent is setting up, the Kino Coco field, is not too impressive. It is only a hard Cryptor with 1 set card. I don't even think it's GWC that is set. Actually, it might be GWC.
Yeah, I think it is. I think we just set the GWC, so that is still pretty strong. But you look into the face camera of Kino Coco, and he was not... Was he happy? He was kind of shaking his head a little bit too, because that is somewhat of a minimalistic field for the Malice deck. Let's face it. Sure, it does provide you with a couple of interruptions still, but it's not perfect, I want to say.
Either happy or laughing in disbelief, perhaps.
Maybe, yeah. Both could be true.
There's like also follow-up there. Of course, you destroyed the Malice Pimacia, but you can banish this one with the Druid's Worm. You have +1 now in the end phase even, so the Druid's Worm can't even be banished in this turn anymore. Now, 4 cards in hand for Quantal. Has another Malice card in hand. We know that because he attempted to use March Hair.
Yeah, But just look at the face cams of Arata, Kinokoko, and Goyoku. They're just having such a good time laughing together here. It is the most fun tournament of the year. Even though the stakes may be the highest, it's still all about the fun that you have while dueling, and they're just having a good time together as a team. And Quantal is possibly now having a good time normal summoning the most strongest of the Malice monsters.
Yep, that is as good a starter as any. Does Kinokoko have any kind of response here? I see them nodding their head, saying yes, use that.
March Hare is being activated, and I think we're trying to set up a little bit more here via something like White Binder, banish White Rabbit from the graveyard, set an MTP. The thing is, if you only end on Crypta with this follow-up, you basically get 2 banishes out of this, right? And 2 banishes would be enough to take care of the Dormouse starter. But we also know that Quantal has a March Hare in hand, so if there is another Malice card in hand, this won't be the end of it. Are you even going to immediately respond to the Malice P Dormouse here with a possible MTP banish and then Crypta banish it again before it can activate the effect?
I think we saw a decent amount of Malice mirror matches throughout this weekend in this tournament where it really felt one-sided, where one of the Malice players, usually the one that went first, was just cruising and dominating. But this one just actually feels like we are going to get into an open conversation here between the 2 Malice players, where Quantal is not really out of the question here just yet, and may be able to just grind his way into this match.
I like the approach that some other teams have taken that have tacked their Malice deck for the mirror match, because so far we've seen so many instances of Malice just going crazy in the mirror after winning the coin toss. And then, of course, Malice can play into Malice a fair bit, but you will basically never be able to break a full field and go for the game in that turn, and then you're just going to get OTK'd in the next one. So I think the idea of playing like Meowls or maybe even Lancea in your own Malice deck doesn't even sound too bad to me.
Yeah, I do agree. That seems reasonable. And we see Kinokoko continuously bringing back more and more Malice monster. That Malice in the mirror, though, that we just searched is not going to do anything this turn. The MTP07, though, that we just set, able to be activated this turn as we have plenty of Malice monsters that we can banish.
Yep, full field of monsters here. Unfortunately, cannot really be used as link material from this point onwards, because it is, of course, Quantal's turn still, but can very well be sent with the trap card to further extend. Does Quantal have any kind of response here with his starter now banished?
I love the hopeful views from Emre and Josh going to the center, going to the team captain Quantal, hoping that somehow he's able to pull this one out, to somehow be able to make it happen. But this Cryptor is banishing the Dormouse immediately.
I'm going to call it. March Hare is going to be activated, and Impulse is... Oh no, we're actually resolving this immediately. So now the White Rabbit, and Kinokoko is just laughing. There's nothing to lose here anymore. Going for the...
He's having the best time ever while actually Quantal gets to play. So what is going on here? And I mean, the speed with the March Hare resolving, with it was resolving, was actually concerning, because it felt like there was no response even available, and that's maybe why Kinokoko is laughing. Maybe he toggled off for some reason. That would be a funny one to do here in the World Championship, but we will find out momentarily.
I mean, on the field there is just nothing for him. That's a bunch of monsters, but they don't do anything, especially in the face of an access code talker, which might be happening later. The set card is GWC, as we figured out earlier, and this card, it can be, versus some Fiendsmith shenanigans, can be an interruption to summon out the White Binder to get rid of some problematic cards in the graveyard. If you're banishing your opponent's Malice cards in the graveyard, I don't know what your problem is.
Yeah, I don't think that is going to happen. And I mean, one thing we have to consider, 3,500 life points only for Kinokoko, which means essentially one access code talker, if we can then next to it just clean up the field a little bit in terms of monsters, might be enough to just go for it here. Or we could even just get one big red ransom onto the field and then attack over something else, and that may also be the writing on the wall. But we shall see. Kinokoko. You see Kinokoko is really shaking his head, and Goyoku is just laughing with him.
Maybe could have done something a little bit differently there, but I'm not too familiar with the Malice Mirror match enough to say, okay, I'm qualified to advise the world contender on how to play the Malice matchup. That being said, though, Quantal's still in this, still able to play, now running through scenarios with his team, you have to imagine, and now calculating how can he navigate this. It's a formidable field, yes, but a lot of these effects have already resolved. A lot of these options have already been extinguished, and as have some of these life points.
Ooh, that could be Lingoriba, but no, it turns out to be Link Decoder, which is summoning itself into the zone that the Cryptor is pointing to, using the Link arrows wisely and following it up by a Link free. And now it gets interesting, because that is the moment where the Bestial Druisworm is in the graveyard and will activate here as a chain link free after the Red Ransom and the Link Decoder. What are we trying to go after here? It is the Dormouse, just simply. Okay, monster in defense position. We want to make damage this turn. I get it.
Yeah, I mean, there's 3,500 life points left for Kinokoko, so it's easy to win this game if you get a little bit of damage off. 3 monsters. There's GWC. Don't forget about the life points gain of GWC. A nightmare for every chain burn player out there.
Ooh, but there's our very own GWC. And one thing also that Kinokoko will have to remember, Lingoribo can counter the GWC if it's summoned at the right time. So I feel like whenever there's just one Malice monster around, you gotta respect the Lingoribo somehow and maybe just preemptively activate the GWC. We shall find out. We shall see.
I think I can see a line, depending on how much information they have about the deck of Kinokoko, right? But I think there is a line in which you just summon out the Chessy Cat now or March Hare at the spec. That works too, I think.
Yeah.
Even though I think we've already used this one. Yeah, we've used March Hare already, so Chessy Cat is still in the deck, supposedly. I think you can just go for a Dormouse, banish the Chessy Cat now with this, right? And then go into a Lingoribo sneakily, having the Chessy Cat on the field, drawing 2 more cards, then having Lingoribo plus doing an access code talker.
And now we continue with the Chessy Cat trying to find even more cards. And we are drawing. Quantal is really able to possibly do it here. They are continuing to push. Quantal has to keep his team around here. Quantal is the one, the team captain for the first year. The last 2 years, it basically was Josh who brought this Team Snipe Hunters to the world stage, but now it is on Quantal's shoulders to carry. It is on Quantal's shoulders to make it happen, and that's also why this is the last game remaining here in this first set in the very determining round 5 of this round robin.
There is the access code talker with enough attack to punch over anything here, and almost enough to finish the game by itself. Still need something though.
It's not GWC.
Okay, that changes things up a little bit. Called by the Grave. We cannot prevent the attack gain from the access code talker, but of course we can at least take out one of the attributes from the graveyard so that the distraction is a little less painful.
I mean, I think you have more than enough darks in the graveyard, or if we're going for a Lingoribo here. What I can see exactly is Lingoribo, and then you're linking those two off now for a Splash Mage, because Splash Mage is water.
Yep.
Summon back something, go into a possible White Binder there, and then get ready to destroy some more cards, even though, yes, a very easy way to deal 3,500 damage. You need another extender to go into a Hard Cryptor to deal more damage.
That absolutely is true, and we go in Link free. Is that going to be another Malice Link monster? Indeed, White Binder is the one of choice. I mean, when you have a Royal Rare White Binder, you may as well summon it. Oh, now the Access Code Talker.
You have the Dormouse attack boost. You actually deal some damage. If you attack over Red Ransom or the White Binder, you deal 600, and then the Access Code Talker attacks over the other one for enough damage.
It is. You're so right. I think we are just actually in the position where we can end this. This turn, though, taking a very long time. So we shall see whether the in-game timer of Quantal even is able to still carry us through his turn. Another Access Code Talker effect is being used here, banishing the Lingoribo.
You know what would be crazy? Just a Nibiru here.
Oh, you're so right. We have not seen a whole lot of Nibiru overall.
Destroying the 2300 is interesting because you could have closed out the game by just attacking had you kept both alive.
Yeah, we're missing out on game here, right? If we don't have another monster to summon here.
We get another trap card though with the White Binder, and I mean that's an easy choice. We just gotta get the MTP, but yeah, the White Binder has not yet returned, right? I don't think it has.
Yeah, we just summoned it so we can just attack over here.
Okay, there we go.
And I think that's an easy way to close out this game. Now, we are in the battle phase, so there is no Nibiru, the Primal Being, coming your way anymore. And Quantal Think will now look out to get this to a 1-2, not giving Alignment the chance to go 3-0 here to completely sweep the Snipe Hunters.
And Quantal keeps Snipe Hunters in this set. He keeps Snipe Hunters in this tournament. And he keeps Snipe Hunters' dreams alive for one more year.
That is a big, big, big brief that all of the fans at home of Team Snipe Hunters and also the team itself is taking. They have managed to not get completely swept there in this first game. Should I give you some very delicate information about the other groups, though?
Oh, please do.
Speaking of getting swept, our world champions have just gotten swept by FCG, meaning they are out of the tournament. Team 7 is no longer in. That is crazy. 6-0, and it was all over.
So we can't get a rematch of the finals there. The story is over. It was a great run of Team 7 so far, but also we have plenty of other matches. This is the hot round. This is where it's going to be decided who is going to advance to day 2. And I think that in the match, Noble Gabagul versus Ragnarok. Ragnarok's actually leading right now.
Between FCG and Alignment, these teams that have struggled so much throughout the day have suddenly decided to show up massively.
And that's what it's all
in
about.
round 5.
Yes, they kept sharp until the very end, and they now have displayed that they're even able to beat the very best, the current reigning world champions. So, chapeau to them. They will not move on to top 4, but that makes, of course, Group B even more interesting now. We there have that match between Fala Galera and Team Yugadi, who are currently in 1st and 2nd place. They probably like the news of having Team 7 out of the equation, because now Team 7
probably don't know yet,
and FCG, probably they don't know just yet, that's true. They both cannot make it anymore now, but still there is other teams like Team Brotdose, for example, who could sneak in there as well.
Exactly. When we are in the next round, we're also going to check those out. Again, I love these reminders. You can check those stats out in your Master Duel app as well. You can just check it there under the WCS logo there.
Yeah, it is very cool, but Snipe Hunters, even though Quantal has secured that we're not getting swept in the first set, they're still down. They're still down 1-2, and that means that we are at the very least going to see all 3 sets if Snipe Hunter wants to win. I mean, they could get swept now, and then it's a 5-1 victory, but if Snipe Hunter wins, they will always have to go to the 3rd set to do so.
Also very much contingent on the performance of Ragnarok and Noble Gabigol. This group is the one that is so close between all of these teams.
It is very much so. You can't really tell just yet. And we are, of course, ready for more action. Let's see the second set here. It is still Team Snipe Hunters versus Team Alignments. And we need a comeback from Team Snipe Hunters if they want to stay in this year. Let's check it out.
Also, as another update, Dreams Future versus Triber Corp. Right now, 2-2.
Ooh, that's another important match from Group A, as both of these teams are also on that important 2-2 record currently. Oh, and we have a classic pass here. Not like this. Josh shaking his head. Has to completely give up there by just not using a single card. You can tell if you look at the face cam from Josh. He could use the Fubalos, but there even is Ash Blossom and George Spring, and there's the second Fubalos right after. Can this one resolve at least?
This is going to be a Gamma, I'm telling you.
This one resolves. Oh, and we see a Skull Guardian there on Duel B. So we have another edition of Voiceless Voice at the World Championship here, and that is the opponent of Quantal there. So we have that again as the anti-Malice deck, apparently.
Usually if you're playing Malice versus a Voiceless Voice, if you're playing on ladder in a ranked game, you're gonna go, okay, well, I think I can beat this Enfield probably with my Malice deck. It's so powerful. But there's still 2 unknown cards in the hand of your opponent, and in this particular format, there's a high chance that one of those is Lancea, Chaos Hunter, or Imperial Iron.
We are almost at the 8,000 threshold with Ryziel main deck monsters alone here. Okay, a bit generous there, 5,500, but still we're getting there.
They lost every single coin toss except for the one with Josh, who had to pass immediately. This is an absolutely cursed round for the Snipe Hunters so far.
It absolutely is. You're so right, but maybe they can still come back. Goyoku right now, though, enjoying his Ryzeal deck. Here comes Ryzeal Detonator, and we are more than clearly working towards 8,000 points of damage, getting another material there onto the Ryzeal Detonator, and having the node now too. That's all with some quick math. I can count to 35, 49. Oh, we're missing 100. Oh, but look at that. That is the Sakitama there, which is going to make sure that this is a little over 8,000 points of damage. Such an interesting card to play in general.
Yep, should be a clean close out here. Really phenomenally well played here. Honestly, not much Josh could do. Granted, the 2 Fua loss were kind of useful, still not enough here. Going first, drawing 2 of those, really, really tragic for the former captain of Team Snipe Hunters, but it's not over yet for them. Quantal, Emre still in the game, even if they are going second. Emre definitely has a way of playing it going second if he's brought that 10 Pi Dragon Sky Striker deck.
I mean, Ryzeal is not too shabby either there. Oh, we're going to see a Quantal called by the grave onto the Maxi, chaining his own Maxi. Very, very strong here. Of course, Voiceless Voice can also summon the opposing turret, forcing out the Dynamondo immediately there. So for Quantal, very interesting what's going on there. Emre, if he's playing Ryzeal, oh, look at this. There's like a good field on the opposing side, and Emre even used a hand trap there, so didn't help him at all. It's the strongest games of Matters is when your opponent actually uses hand traps versus you, and they are just not effective versus you.
Continuing to just replenish the hand as well. The field is good, the hand is good. Everything looks good for Kinokoko right now, but Emre, we've seen the 10 Pi Dragon Sky Striker build be able to make a comeback before. Can we see it again? It's now Quantalston. He's playing the Atlantean Mermail that qualified him for the World Championship. Can he do something with it this time around? This deck has not been successful so far today, but this could be the chance. This could be the game we need to see it. It's the clutch factor of bringing it out in the deciding game. This would be such a valuable win for Snipe Hunters.
It is, of course, also clearly a decision to play around the anti-malice deck of his opponent. He was correctly anticipating that there would be an anti-malice deck waiting on the opposing side, waiting in the lineup of Arata there, and that is the case, but Mermail not so affected by that.
Yeah, but Abyss Ryan is now discarding the Shadow Squad, and Abyss Ryan is going to get negated anyways, but still, that's what you want to have, right? There is a Neptubus. Neptubus will immediately be popped here by the trap card of the Voiceless Voice
Radiance of the Voiceless Voice?
It is Radiance of the Voiceless Voice, and that is going to make an abrupt end to the approaching Mermail combo as it is gone there. But Quantal has another prince! Is Quantal the prince of the ocean? Is he the Atlantean prince that can still keep this going? Looks like there is no further interruption from Arata.
We know he Ministreled. He Ministreled earlier. He knows there is not even a Soravis in hand. I don't think that is any sort of interruption there. And if you've ever seen a Mermail deck uninterrupted, you know that it can win games.
And last year, we saw Quantal lose to a comeback from Maguro off of one single card. This time, it's one single Neptubus standing against the Voiceless Voice field, and yet it is that Neptubus that's now resolving, that's now making things happen for Snipe Hunters.
That's so quick though. When we know what is the last card in hand? Is it the ritual monster which we could possibly ritual summon out on the opponent's turn due to blessings? Or it's not a ritual monster?
We banished the Soravis from hand.
That's great. Okay, so we should be somewhat safe. We cannot target the Skull Guardian right now, but now that we give back the continuous spell there to the hand, it is much easier because now targeting is again allowed.
Yes, you can get rid of the low, the prayers of the Voiceless Voice, and eventually also the Skull Guardian will follow. Skull Guardian used the negation for the turn, so significantly less useful, but also once you deal with that, you can then swing for game and just continue to explode this in your favor. Quantal clutching it out for Snipe Hunters here, continuing with the combos. Atlantean Mermail wasn't good so far today, but now is the time to shine.
Shadow Squad going up to level 7. We're setting up big Exceeds plays here with Poseidra or the big Neptubus. Discarding Dragoons for it is per cost. cost. So you're going to add another Sea Serpent. We have had one Prince, we've had two Prince. Might as well get the third. Meanwhile, the other games are going crazy as well. We're so close of seeing a sweep of the Ragnarok team here. Mist is the only one still playing, leading 4-1 right now. But now we are going to go into another Exceed summon here for Quantal, targeting the Neptubis in the graveyard, special summoning that one out. Are we going to see a big Neptubis here?
Of course, we're going to go for Poseidra, I would assume. And there we have it, Poseidra Abyss, the Atlantean Dragon Lord, is of course the extra deck variant of Poseidra. We saw the main deck one coming with a special summon from the hand, but now we upgrade our Exceed monster into this Poseidra.
Solid win ratio when it's been seen,
of
course, does suggest that this is one of the finishing pieces of the deck, and as long as the deck is allowed to get to this stage of the combo, it's basically accomplished its job. Doing fantastically well to keep Quantal in this duel, doing fantastically well to keep Snipe Hunters in this tournament. Bounces back 2 cards to the hand, clears the field, and gets ready to unleash this Atlantean Mermail.
Yep, and now a Meowth is being dropped after the entire field is gone there. That was the last card in hand, Molchami Meowth, that you can, of course, leave there. That is absolutely massive information here. We have the Soravis now from the deck, but the Maxi that was activated earlier in the turn, chained to the own called by to a Maxi, draws another card now. So Quantal can continue to play. We're going to link those two monsters off. The Soravis is of course an interruption itself. By bouncing itself back to the hand, you can get rid of a special summoned monster, as far as I'm aware.
The Marincess Coral Anemone now just going to extend further for Quantal. It's still looking pretty good for him here on that Mermail Atlantean deck.
You could negate the summon though, because that is what Soravis does. You can negate the summon of a monster, and that is what we're going to do. And I gotta agree, that Coral Anemone would have led to quite a bit. Still, though, the effect of Poseidra in the graveyard, as it was linked off, can be activated, and surely we do. And we may not have the Coral Anemone anymore, but guess what? The water is still flowing, Mermails are still going strong, and we're not only going to summon back 1, but 2. And not only 2, I think we're going to summon back a full total of 3 monsters here.
Gonna give over a few cards to the Meows, but that is okay. There we go. Deep Sea Minstrel going to resolve as well. It just continues to go, go, go. The Atlantean Mermail deck does not stop here. Quantal does not stop here. Snipe Hunter's tournament does not stop here as long as he can close this one out.
He is definitely trying, and also still on Dual C. Emra also very much trying, showing his Ryziel deck, trying to play into the Malice deck of Kino Coco, but Kino Coco still, of course, a very accomplished Malice duelist. He may have lost on the first set there against Quantal, but we see again he has a massive field brewing there on Dual Table C.
Yep, Malice is such a dominant strategy here in this tournament, in this meta game. If not every deck can play Artifact Lancia, Malice just becomes such a powerhouse. Now the D-Safe Worm is going to negate the plugin. Emra has already committed to the Ice Ryziel, but what else is he going to do? There are so many cards on the side of his opponent. Passes the turn, and I think we should go back to Duel A. We're so close to seeing...
riding on Quantal here. Needs to win this to even keep Snipe Hunters in it. It looks good. There is the Synchro Summon. Looking into the extra deck for an option here. It's a 4 and a 3. It's a 7, and it is the Deep Sea Prima Donna.
And that will be answered with Artifact Lancia. We said that this Voices Voice deck is an anti-Malice strategy, so it only makes sense that there is a Lancia, which we now drew into with the Mulchami Meowths, and that is actually not too bad against the Prima Donna. Actually, it works pretty well against it even. And we're taking the prayers back to the hand there.
Is that not just game?
That is 8100.
8100, okay, some quick math. So maybe we're heading into the battle phase. Is that what we're looking at?
That might be 7100 actually.
Yeah. Oh,
that is not
8100.
Ay, back to school for you, Ibris. Doing math classes again, but I'm sure Quantal is good on his own math.
White Aura Monoceros now coming out here. 2500 attack points on that. 52 plus 16 is 68.
Still not just enough, but we can, of course, continue to bring back more monsters from the graveyard. But that will also be leading to more cards being drawn off of that. Molcharmy
78.
Meowths. Okay, we're getting really,
what
really
are
close.
you realistically drawing into here? If this is your anti-Malice deck, I don't think you have Nibiru the Primal Being in your hand. Maximum a Chaos Hunter can be summoned here, I think. I don't think there are any other really impactful hand traps that you're running here.
To be fair, though, the Chaos Hunter could at least buy you a turn, right?
One more summon, one more synchro summon here. Level 6 this time. It's going to be the Coral Dragon making an appearance.
That is still not 8,000 damage. Oh, that is 8,000 damage.
It is, with the boost that is applying there. It actually is, and we see Quandle not only in the first set, but also here in the second set, keeping the hopes alive for Team Sniper Hunters and all the fans of Team Snipe Hunters, as well as he at least got that win in there, bringing us to a 2-4 score overall.
Alignment's doing phenomenally well to push Snipe Hunters to the limit there, but it is their team captain that keeps them in this one. Need 3 victories convincingly in this last set.
And I want to say the group is just getting closer and closer because the dominant force, Noble Gabigol, they just got 8-1 swept by Ragnarok. That was such a 5-1 sweet victory from Ragnarok there. In the second set, every one of the Ragnarok players won, so the field is just so much more wide open right now. This is looking dangerous for Noble Gabigol.
It does look very dangerous because now they have that big deficit lose actually coming from Team Ragnarok, so I think that definitely opens the door a little bit for Team Snipe Hunters if they are finally able to
Don't
sweep
forget about, you know, our other teams, Dreams Future or Kaiba Shorp.
Yeah, they're also still out there. True.
Kaiba Shorp is also very good.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, in that match, they're also still just absolutely trying to make sure to qualify. And between them, it is currently 3-3, also still very competitive out there.
That is very, very scary for all of these teams, but also very exciting that so many of them are in contention. But Alignment can't make it out regardless, but will do their best to go down swinging. Very, very powerful showing from them so far.
They're crushing it.
I'm curious to see if Josh continues to commit to this anti-meta strategy, this anti-malice strategy, this strategy of passing the first turn after winning the
That's a
coin flip.
great strategy. I'm sure he's happy to commit to that play once more.
We've seen him clutch it out before. We know he can do it. He's super talented. Let's see if
surely he is,
can
but
lead Snipe Hunters.
sometimes a little bit of luck is also required, and that luck was really not with him here in the first 2 sets.
Emre losing every coin flip as well is a little bit sad,
That
so
doesn't help,
I'm really hopeful that he can make a comeback here as well.
Also, how much luck is going to help you against tiebreakers, because this is going to be a very difficult scenario there. Not going in with the best win-to-loss ratio already in this last round, trying to go 3-2 desperately in matches. But there's, of course, also 2 other teams that are 2-2 right now, which is Chiba Corp versus Dreams Future, are still duking it out on another table. But let's see. Duel B, Duel C, Duel A loading here in the last round of the WCS in Paris.
Sit down, everyone. It's game time once more, and it was another coin toss lost here for Team Snipe Hunters. Josh not able to go first, but hopefully he drew his full house again, and there's a set free there.
Nice.
That's possible, maybe.
That looks promising, unless it's Labyrinth or Dynamorphia. Probably the full
Oh no, we know what's up in full house again. You gotta be kidding me.
We have some options here. The Goblin Biker does suggest that it could very well be the Memento deck that Josh is piloting. And here we go. Quantal starting first on the Malice as well. Emre starting first.
Very sensible, yes. I think if your opponent normal summons Molcharmy Fuwalos to go for a Goblin Biker Grand Breakout, then you will Solemn Judgment that card. And I think that is going to result in a pass from Josh here. Sets one more card and gives it away to his opponent. How's it looking on the other tables?
Looking pretty good for Snipe Hunters so far. Of course, Emre getting to go first with the Ryzeal has not been disrupted, able to set up accordingly. Malice, the same situation here. And it is Labyrinth, but there is Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. And suddenly, this doesn't look too scary for Josh because the Labyrinth won't finish the game next turn.
Yep, depends also on the last card. If that is a big welcome Labyrinth, of course. This is, oh wow, okay, never mind me. That is the Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle.
That ain't bad. And imagine the last card now next to this is the big welcome
Or
Labyrinth.
Trap Trick.
Okay, oh yeah, but we do give it over. Only 4,000 life points remaining for Kinokako, but now with the Lady Labyrinth on the field. And we shall see whether there's more to it. Have we drawn additional trap cards? We just go into the battle phase, fair enough. 3,000 attack points is plenty of damage to put onto the life points of Josh here. So life points wise, we're almost even again.
Yep, wondering if this was another hand disruption draw. No, it's another thing to set in the back. Perhaps we will see the big welcome on the next turn, but Josh has at least one more turn here. Can he use it to get things going? Because his team seem to be doing well for themselves. Can the former captain...
Oh, Heavy Storm Duster! And that is basically a throwback because Josh played Labyrinth at the World Championship 1 year ago and also used that Heavy Storm Duster, and now Kinokoko is the one reminding him of that by using it here against the two sad cards.
And now you can set the big welcome and force for the next turn. But there is Droplet.
Hold on, okay.
Sending the Mammoth Topland Fusion. This is a card that you might want to have in your graveyard right there. I assume the other card is also... No, this shouldn't be a Droplet. Which other card? I think he drew Droplet for turn, so there might not be another play. Unless you have another Mulchami that you can normal summon and then activate the Fusion. But how does that help you?
It was a Grand Breakout that was destroyed there, but maybe we just drew one of our powerful starters. Maybe a Dark Blade, maybe an Anguage.
But would we not set the Droplet if we had it in hand already? I think the Forbidden Droplet might have been the top deck there.
You're right, I do agree on that. It is now Josh thinking what to do with that one card in hand, and he has to use it defensively, but okay, hold on, true, it's not even necessarily defensively, as the Fusion enables us plays here, it was a Maxi.
This is absolutely crazy. What are we even searching a Bone Party for next turn? You just need to find something to play with. Josh is setting up the next turn. The lady is again at 3,000 attack points. You just almost basically need anything on the other side there. This is crazy. We're going into the battle phase. 3,000 damage again. Josh is going to get another top deck here.
But is he going to get Solemn Judgmented again is the question. Is there
Very
any...
high chance.
Yeah, true.
We will find out. I mean, the Bone Party on its own doesn't even do anything. We will need a Memento monster next to it, and that is required as a draw for turn. Josh, is there a play? Can you keep it competitive? We go into the battle phase. Hold on. Is this maybe an evenly matched
But how does this help in this situation? Because his opponent knows exactly every single card there. If this is an evenly matched, you just say okay. Oh, Josh is smiling, setting a monster there, possibly trying to force out some interaction with a bluffed, evenly matched there. Sets the monster. No Bone Party. This is another Ash Blossom, or is it a Fuwalos? It is something for sure, but it's not helping at this point. Josh is just patiently waiting, and I think in the end phase we're still considering to do something. How's it looking on the other tables?
It looks like the Max C there from Emerald was just mad with Ash Blossom, but the field from Emerald on Duel A is already
Everything
pretty
looks
decent.
quite good in A
so
and C,
it is
to be
alright.
honest.
I think we are okay with that Maxi not resolving. It's always a good feeling to resolve Maxi on top of a combo, but it's not necessarily required to win the game.
I mean, also you have Ryziel Cross, right? If your Maxi gets Ash Blossom, I think you use the Cross, no?
I agree, yeah. Should be. And let me tell you something, while Snipe Hunters are really fighting to stay in this, between Dreams Future and Shiba Corp on one of the other matches in Group A, it comes down to the very last match. They are on a 4-4 even score at the moment there. There it is. And absolute madness.
I think that is the correct way to end this game, possibly. Activating Daruma Karma Cannon. Only having one monster yourselves, knowing your opponent cannot chain anything to it, setting up the big welcome Labyrinth. You only need to deal 2,000 damage. Just flip up that Lady Labyrinth, go into the battle phase, and if this is not something completely out of pocket, like a Penguin Soldier, then you should have the game here.
Penguin Soldier would be iconic. I'm sort of doubting it though. We do go for the big welcome Labyrinth, and we are basically going into the final motions here. Kinokoko knows he got this. He made a good call here with bringing the Labyrinth deck for the very last game as well. And that could be their way of closing it all out here in this one. And we just talked a little bit about the match between Dreams Future and also, of course, Shiba Corp. Looking at it, it seems like Enso is right now in the process of closing it out for Shiba Corp. So we actually may not only lose Team 7, and we're in the process of losing Team Snipe Hunters here as well, but we could also just be losing Dream's future on top of that.
An all-new top 4 potentially here this year at the Master Duel World Championship 2025, the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship rather. A whole weekend of Yu-Gi-Oh! Action. This is the Master Duel group stage, the final round of it, deciding who will advance.
It does look like that. Okay, we have the final blow, and therefore that is the end of Team Snipe Hunters tournament run. They are on a 2-3 record, respectable, but not good enough to qualify to the second day, to the final day.
And before we go into the post-analysis of this match, I want to say that if Chibercorp wins 5-4, and my math is not completely incorrect, we're going to the next tiebreaker between the Noble Gabigol versus Chibercorp because they have the exact same tie when it comes to wins. Let me count. 8 plus 4 are 12, 17, 18, 23. Okay, and now for Chibercorp, saying this might be 5 in this win.
It is. They just
18.
won. Let me tell you, they just won.
13, 17, 22, 23.
I thought we established to not give me math questions.
Yeah. I was done
that's why
after you
I
started.
did it.
Yeah,
that's why
yeah.
I did it. So this is going to the next tiebreaker there. That's crazy.
It actually is complete intensity, and you might be right, Leo. I think Chibercorp might, in the end, be able to clinch this one out.
Oh
and
my
after
goodness.
just not starting so well, they could be pulling through here for the North American region.
I mean, we have it in the client right now. Noble Gabigol is not making it into day 2 after this dream start. This crushing loss against Ragnarok kicked them out of the tournament. The Infernoble Knight heroes have not made it in Chibercorp. We've only seen them on stream once in the first round, basically. Might have been the second round.
It was the second round where they
round versus
impressively
Snipe
enough
Hunters.
won 8-1 against Team Snipe Hunters. Yeah.
Yeah, that was... Oh, did they not lose against Snipe Hunters?
No,
No, absolutely
Okay,
not.
well then,
Future lost
good
to
for
Snipe
them.
Hunters. Yeah.
Great stuff. But they are definitely now the second team in Group A. So we have Ragnarok and Chibercorp. Crazy. Wow.
In the meanwhile, Group B still very much anyone's game. We haven't decided who will advance quite yet.
But Fala Galera is making good point for themselves as they're currently in that match between them and Team Yugati in a 4-1 lead. And they're already in first place in the group, meaning it looks really likely that they're about to be entering top 4. So we said is an all-new top 4. But Judeo, who was in top 4 2 years ago, might be returning to that very glorious second day of the World Championship.
Yeah,
here.
and despite losing that opening round, they were able to bounce back again. Every round is a new set of games. You cannot tilt. They did not tilt.
Oh, no.
And instead, they've let the momentum of their victory carry them through. Now, actually, we do have Fala Galera just closing that one out against Mugati.
It is confirmed, therefore, Fala Galera joins the teams in top 4. And, I mean, they are in first place, meaning they will be facing Chibercorp in the top 4 match tomorrow in the semifinals.
And random fun fact, both of those teams have lost the first round of the tournament. So you don't actually get an indication who is going to make it to day 2 if you're just looking at the first round saying, okay, you know, Chibercorp went 1-8 in the first round. Surely they won't recover from this. They will.
Soul Form versus Brotdosa may very well have implications as to who will advance, though.
True, hold on. They can also still make it to a 3-2 record. I mean, the first place for Fala Galera is sure, because there is no other team that is going to finish.
That's so dominant. 8-1, 8-1, 8-1.
Yes.
Really well played by Judeo, Gnet, and Paolo PRRJ, but Soul Form versus Brotdosa could still very well affect whether Mugati or Brotdosa are the ones to advance alongside them.
And after the second set between those two teams, I can tell you, Brotdosa are currently doing their very best to make sure to be the team in top 4 as they're up 4-2, and they only need one more game to be taken to their side to possibly go into that desired top 4. But of course, we just had a very entertaining match to watch between Team Snipe Hunters and Team Alignments. And as Team Alignments was the team that came out on top, why don't we hear it in the analysis corner from the team captain of Team Alignments?
All right, we're here right after that heartbreaking last round there for Team Snipe Hunters. It was close there. They needed to not only just win, they really needed to dominate that round, and it was brutal from the beginning there.
Definitely. That was, I guess, not the fairy tale ending we were after. Like, what we heard was, like, first Team 7 fell, and then Snipe Hunters needed, like, a lot of stars to align. They needed.
What an ironic word.
Yeah, from my understanding of the math, they needed to clean sweep that, and they had a bit of a rough start. But Quantul was fighting like the whole time, keeping the dream alive. But as we could see, the hands just weren't working for Josh in any of the 3 games he played.
Right. Speaking of that, let's go ahead and bring up our first clip, where it's just going to be, how Josh's first game started. Like, really, all 3 games, the hands weren't great. You can see here, he went first and passed, and just really wasn't able to get anything going. But playing against an unexpected deck in Tier Elements.
I think he one of his points of interaction was also stopped by an Ash Blossom. I think one of the, I wasn't sure if this game was the second game, but yeah, it was also a bit of a frustrating experience.
Yeah, and how this one ends is like he's a little bit short on the damage, but has that Fiendsmith's Lacrima to clean up there at the end. It was a brutal start from the beginning for Josh and all of Team Snipe Hunters. But, there was one, saving grace for that first set, and that was Quantul. And if we go and move to our second clip that we have, it's going to be Quantul, trying to survive for his team. And he went second in the Malice Mirror match, which is pretty usually favored for the player who goes first, right?
He definitely capitalized on that life point differential with his opponent only having 3,500 at the start of the turn. So his game plan wasn't necessarily to fight back and create his own body. He was just like, I'm just going to close this game out cleanly as much as I can. 3,500 is very achievable.
And they really needed this win to be like in contention, because going down 0-3 from the first set, really tough to come back from. And Quantul, held it down, trying to get that Cinderella story, keeping that opportunity alive to make the top 2. And then if we move on to our third clip, it's actually just the same kind of story. The 2 quick losses for Emery and Josh, because Josh once again went first, had to pass. Emery lost the die roll, and then Quantul had the Neptibus, which his first Neptibus gets stopped, but then he has a second Neptibus. We're about to see the first one going to the graveyard, and then the second Neptibus. This was an epic moment.
Definitely. Quantul just like navigating the deck so well. It was the deck that he qualified for Worlds with, so he definitely showed us like why he deserved a spot here, and he played through this Voiceless Voice, a deck that I think wasn't one that was on people's radars mostly.
Yeah, definitely. And like the targeting protection stuff, not like the worst matchup against Mermail as well. And usually you don't have multiple ways to access Neptibus as a Mermail player, but Quantul did what he did, had the team on his back trying, because he lost that game, it was over. 5-0 or 5 wins for the other team would have ended up making them advance right there. So pushing things to a set 3 and giving them that opportunity to maybe hope on tiebreakers. But let's go ahead and go to the clip number 4. And once again, it's going to be Josh with not a good hand, having to normal summon the Fualos, send it for the breakout. And if this resolves, he's not in bad shape, but unfortunately he's playing against the Labyrinth deck, and what happens next.
Yes, Labyrinth deck is a really, it's a high risk, it plays a lot of high risk cards. It's got Solemn Judgment, a card which is fantastic going first, not so great going second, but you might see later in this, there was a Heavy Storm Duster as well, which is also a card which is like terrific going first, and like if you see it going second, especially against a lot of decks which don't play a lot of like spells or traps, it's like a bit rough to have. And it looks like for alignment, the stars were just aligned for them in this match. Unfortunately, they don't have enough points themselves to make it into the next round of the tournament.
But you got to respect the integrity. You're at the World Championship. You got to give it your all, even if you're not going to have that opportunity to make top 4. Like you don't get to come to the World Championship every day. You want to leave it all on the line and do the best that you possibly can.
Absolutely.
And then we do have one more clip of how the Team Alignments was able to finish things up here. Josh just setting max C every turn, not having anything going. Labyrinth not the fastest at putting damage on the field, but if Lady stays on the field long enough, you're going to be able to set those trap cards. The big welcome Labyrinth is going to clean things up, getting Lovely from the deck and being able to destroy the max C. Josh with only the 2,000 life points remaining is going to be able to finish up the duel, and Alignments is going to take down Team Snipe Hunters.
Yeah, and you can see the writings on the wards on their faces. They're
so sad.
Yeah,
I feel it's okay. You're still amazing. I promise.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that the drive for them to redeem themselves, to show that they are capable of making it back to the single elimination rounds is going to be there. I'm more than certain they're going to try harder than ever next year to find their way back.
Yeah, there's always another tournament, more duels to be played. Never get too discouraged. Losses, they sting when they happen, but time heals all wounds. There's going to be another World Championship next year. But what's exciting about this Master Duel World Championship is we're going to have the two teams that we've been seeing in the past two finals. They're not going to be there.
Yeah. And look, we got pretty impressive Team Ragnarok, who even though they lost round 1, they were able to fight their way back to come first. Chiba Corp, who was on the edge throughout the tournament, they managed to claw their way in as well.
Wow, so this is final. These are the finals. The top two teams are going to be Ragnarok and Chiba Corp coming out of Group 1. And then over here in Group 2, Fala Galera made it in first place after we saw them lose round number 1. They locked in and said, we're not going to lose again.
Yep, so that's decisively. Look at the three sweeps they had. And then we've got Mugity. Do you want to speak more about them?
Mugity, yeah, so the last matchup in this round was Falaglara against Mugity, and the winner of this was going to lock in and guarantee their spot, but Falaglara took it down. But looks like their tiebreakers just weren't quite good enough, and the Bratos team was able to actually sneak in here at second place. So it's going to be Falaglara, Bratos up against Ragnarok and Chiba Corp, it's looking like.
Yeah, and like we said, it's a clean top 4. I mean, people love a story where that they see the third installment of the Snipe Hunters versus Team 7, but I think it's an equally compelling story to see four fresh teams up there.
This could be the beginning of a new rivalry. Exactly. Maybe these teams are going to be back next year to compete and have a new best of 3 to find out who's going to be the world champion. But we're going to find out tomorrow who's going to be the Master Duel World Champions, and also the TCG World Championship starts tomorrow as well, along with the conclusion of Speed Duel and Rush Duel for Duel Links. This is just the beginning of the 2025 World Championship. It's been an amazing day, a heartbreaking day, an emotional day for all these players, but we're going to find out who all the world champions are going to be this weekend.
Definitely. That's just the prologue. The story's only starting now.
Yep. Can't wait to see how it's going to conclude. So I'll go ahead and send it back to our casters.
Very much, Billy and Yahweh. Very, very grateful to hear from you there. Really good insight and great recap of the results of the day. But let's go through those results here because, as you mentioned, we had 4 teams advance to the semi-finals. Of course, coming out of Group A, we did have Ragnarok in first, Chiba Corp in second, and then in Group B, we had Fala Galera in first and Bratos in second, which goes to tell me that perhaps we may very well see a Ragnarok versus Bratos semi-final and therefore guarantee a European team in the final.
That is true, and also additionally to that, we have a North American team and a Latin American team joining, so that is going to be our top 4, which then will fully be displayed, of course, tomorrow in our live stream, where we are playing out those finals, or first semi-finals and then the finals on the big stage. And that is going to be absolutely entertaining and something you all, and I am very much also looking forward to, because that is where champions are crowned. And yes, we are crowning new champions. Both of the teams that have been world champions so far, the world champion from 2 years ago, Snipe Hunters, and the reigning world champions with Team 7 have been eliminated. Time for new names, time to make some new history here in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and that is going to be one of those 4 teams.
I think 90% of people's cheer for your champion campaign predictions have been annihilated between Dreams Future, Snipe Hunters, and Team 7 losing here.
I will only tell you after the finals what my prediction was. Let's see how that one is turning out.
Maybe mine is still in as well. Those were absolutely phenomenal results. And as you said, Basti, maybe it is time for new champions here. And also, you were right about one other thing. It was definitely, it's so worth to watch it tomorrow, because we have been at the stage already. We have looked at it. It's going to be absolutely breathtaking. Little tear rolled on my eye, I will say, as I have seen this. So I am absolutely excited. It's also been an honor for me and for us to commentate this first day of the Yu-Gi-Oh! WCS 2025 here in Paris for you at home.
Very much so. Very emotional for us, but can't be compared to the emotion being felt by the players, of course. So many emotions just going around right now. Of course, heartbreak for some, celebrations for others, surprise probably for quite a few of them as well. But in the end, these are the best Master Duel players in the world. They played their best, they did their best, but the tournament has only just begun for 4 of these teams. They will aim for that first place here in Paris. They will aim to make it.
Yep, definitely. And there are still so many big names in there. Chiber Corp, Ragnarok, Fala Galera, and Brotdose are still in
His
the
pronunciation
running.
is on point compared
Of
to ours, just gonna say.
Of course. He's a true Brazilian. Didn't you know?
So I thought you meant Brotdose, but yeah. Fala Galera means what up in Portuguese, I think. So
what's up?
Very, very cool. What's up? All right, okay.
What's
so
up, guys? I think
absolute vibes here. We've been saying they're here for the vibes, but they are here for absolute destruction with the 4-1 sweep through the group almost. Such a dominant display of skills.
So we have semi-finals awaiting all 4 of these teams, but we have something else for you at home. We have a code that you can redeem within the Master Duel client. Why don't we bring that up now? So, by going to the home sub-menu, then to the code entry page, then to this campaign, you can enter that code to redeem a legacy pack with a Royal Finish SR+. I tried to do it for Leo on the tablet, but his menu was in German. Either way, it's going to be great for you.
But you typed in the wrong code, I saw it.
Okay.
That was the mistake.
I was going by memory, to be fair. In any
in
case, hopefully you get something good.
And with their first World Championship appearance, but in the end, they just fell a little bit short, and they had to give up that second place to Team Chiba.
But they are the winners of our hearts now, right? We have. I want to give them a big hug after this because this was so close. What a strong start in this supposed super group of full of powerhouses of Yu-Gi-Oh! And then they just went through it 3-0, and then in the end came Ragnarok. And if they just went 2-7, they would have been fine, right?
As it turns out,
3-6.
2 super groups. We had 2 really stacked lineups of teams. And just to go through all of the teams that were competing here today, we had Team 7, we had Dreams, Future, Noble, Gabigol, Ragnarok, Brotdose, Snipe Hunters, Chiber Corp, Fala Galera, Alignments, FCG, Soulform, and Mugity.
Yeah, and out of 12, we only make 4 tomorrow when we come back. First starting with the first semifinals, followed by the other one, and obviously only being left after these 2 with 2 remaining teams who are going to be playing in that big final. So that is what you should be prepared for tomorrow at home, because you need to tune in to catch who is going to become the new and first time Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel World Champion.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025 in Paris. I'm Ibriz, joined by Sebastian, joined by Leonard.
Yes,
it was
and
a
I
great
think
day of games.
Absolutely, those were phenomenal. We started off strong and we ended super strong as well. It was an absolute pleasure for me, for you, for us. It was an amazing day of dueling. Make sure you're not going to miss any of the action. Go into the client, check out the duels that have been played already. Go learn something from the best players on the planet. And more importantly, watch them tomorrow on the big stage. Thank you so much, and we're going to see you tomorrow.
C'est l'heure du duel. Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin. Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Me voilà enfin, Yugi.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
He wasn't supposed to win. wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was the third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing.